for it. Where is it? Oh, there it is. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you're having a wonderful day. If you're watching this and it does not say live at the bottom of the screen, unfortunately, you're watching the recap. The good news is we are live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open. Drop your thumbs up on the video. Make sure you're subscribed. You're on mobile. Press hide chat. X out the chat. Hit the thumbs up button. Second link for the nightly watch list and main channel. First link for the Scream Alerts Bootcamp and real estate course. But ladies and gentlemen, welcome to earnings season. We already got a couple in the morning, and honestly, no big surprisers. UPS was a little bit bad. They just talked about some cost cutting. That got it up there a little bit. Nothing. I think GM ended up surprising. Pfizer wasn't that bad. They missed on the vaccine stuff, but they did good on every other metric there. And then you are getting ready. Even SMCI did good, and now we're getting ready for Microsoft, AMD, and the rest of the big dogs. Again, $10 trillion of market cap is going to be happening this week. So we still got the hangover from yesterday. You had to deal with Janet Yellen in the Treasury, and all of that news was good. The borrowing estimates down. We got a little bit of data that is going to be coming out here very shortly, about 30 minutes after the bell. Even some of the conference calls, so like even Pfizer and a few others, they're going to be right after the bell. So we're getting ready. The vibe is still earnings. A lot of big data on the way. You didn't have any good news out of China, so they kind of had another problem there too. But for the most part, Chatadonia, we're entering in the big week. It's kind of a little bit of a hangover from yesterday, so I hope you're ready, baby. Good morning. It's game time. Oh, happy Tuesday, baby. Happy Tuesday. What's going on, man? How you living, Jamar? Awaz, Dirty Bird, Najee Wolf, Laker, Jay. Good morning, baby. How you living, Derek? Christina, Carissa Hines, Ty, baby. Joshua Harris, Joshua Figueroa, Jay Samuels, Sippin' Goes, David Tello, Javier, Antonio, Johnny Benz, Marcus Hanlon, baby. Ray G, good morning. What's up, Rodney Gibson? How you living, Mark J? What's up, El Chapato, Kurt McGart, Amora, Winning Loser, Benny Silverio, baby. Good morning. How you living? Jet backwards. Ansel, Mahi, Zach Perez, Tim Gonzalez, Mavis, Devin, Beans, Jesse Ramirez, Agent of Chaos, Mr. Jerry, will y'all? Good morning, baby. Battleborn, Bruno, Nelson, Yeshua. Good morning, baby. How you doing, Lori? Good to see ya. What's up, Kelvin? How you living, Studio B Break? How you living, John Moore? What's going on, Shane McBride? Nice pair of slacks. Meta Mike, Burlap, Ari, Ray, Gary Avari. Good time. Me, not you. Good morning. Ryan Scarella, baby. Good morning. Elcom, Uncle Terry, Ben Stall, not the original. Mike's Builds, baby. Good morning. How you doing? What up, Slots? How you living, Kansan? What's going on, young blood? Chris Wickendall. Oh, I thought I said Wickendoli, but Wickendall's fun to say. That's dope, bro. What up, Javier? How you living, Broken Prophet? Charlie G, KP Killer, Edward Kirk, baby, CW Michael, Oscar. Oh, my goodness, Oscar. You gonna make me lose my voice, Oscar. Oh, good morning, baby. How you living, Ozzy? What's going on, Ethio? Floor, not original. Big Mo, Nathan Evans. What about that Twitch? Mr. Belvedere, Joe Zizzy, El Coyote, Angelus, Jeremy, Infested, Lucky J, baby. What's going on, 8012, Mr. Belvedere, Bruce McOtter, Blazing Reefer, Professional, Hailstone, Unan, Blowing Dough, baby, Higgs Plays, Pickle Pickler, JJ Silver, Triple Three, Blizzy B, One Wheeler, Ryan, Preforms, Nicky on Smash, Hey Sos, Danny V, Robo Handtake, BDA Cookie Monster, and Blazing Bob, baby. Is it already gone? It might be. Excuse me. Yes. Good morning, Chatadonia. I hope you're ready. What's going on? Let's have a good day. Good morning. So I hope you're ready for it. Again, a lot of conference calls are like 30 minutes after the bell, so we're going to see. You got the voice. It's lingering. He's fighting. I got a good workout in, though, yesterday. So see, I even went to bed early, but still, I'm like, woo! You know, I'm excited, man. It's going to be a big day. It is going to be a big day, so let us have a good one. Future slip before earnings test for Wall Street. U.S. stocks edge lower as investors look forward to earnings from some other tech giants that have driven record-breaking rallies in equities. Future contracts slipped about 0.2 from all-time highs. Monday stretched S&P gains this month to 3.3, while the Nasdaq has surged 4.6 pre-market trading. General Motors jumped as much as 9.1 after beating profit expectations. UPS fell as its revenue guidance missed projections. Euro Stock 600 crept to a new two-year high, and media stocks led gains. The busiest week so far for the reporting season is moving up into gear. Microsoft and Alphabet will offer the first evidence ladder of whether the bullish sentiment around the so-called Magnificent Seven looks sustainable. By that time, Apple, Amazon, and Meta are done reporting on Thursday. 5 tech mega caps will exceed $10 trillion of market caps to update the market. The tech rally has been fueled by expectations that interest rate cuts from the Fed Reserve will help boost earnings growth. While the Fed is expected to hold rates this week, investors are keenly awaiting the comments from Chair Jerome Powell after Wednesday's decision for clues on the policy outlook. Traders are assigning roughly even odds to the prospect that the central bank will start lowering borrowing costs at their next meeting in March. Everything will play out over the next 3 days between the Fed and the tech results, said Alexander Baradez, chief market analyst at IG Markets in France. The market is waiting for Powell to open the door for a rate cut in March, but it could very well be signaled for the second quarter. The role of a small number of stocks in powering the advance of Wall Street poses a risk to the market and has a lot in common with the dot-com bubble, according to J.P. Morgan, quantitative strategist led by Khurram Chowdhury. The share of 10 stocks in the MSCI, including all Magnificent Seven, Apple, Nvidia, Microsoft, Alphabet, Amazon, and Tesla, rose to 29% by the end of December. Oh my gosh. Excuse me. That's just moderately below the historical peak of 33.2 in June, the strategist wrote, and just 4 sectors are represented in the top 10 stocks against a historical median of 6. The key takeaway is that it's extremely concentrated markets, present a clear and present risk to equity markets in 24. Just a very limited number of stocks were responsible for the majority of gains in the U.S. Drawdowns in the top 10 could pull equity markets down with them. Treasury yields extended their drop after Tuesday after a cut in quarterly borrowing by the U.S. Treasury eased concerns about the flood of debt issuance being used to cover the federal deficit. The dollar was steady. In commodities, oil dropped as markets waited for a U.S. response to the deadly attack on American troops in Jordan, which could pose a risk of escalation tensions in the region, a key to global crude production. Elsewhere, Nigeria's Naira plunged to a record against the dollar following a revision of the methodology used to set the exchange rate. In effect, the second devaluation of the currency in 7 months, the local unit depreciating 31% on Monday. Pfizer reported fourth quarter earnings that beat analyst estimates after agreeing to allow the U.S. government to return millions of doses of the COVID treatment at the end of 23. JetBlue predicted a worse than expected sales decline in the quarter as they contend with uneven demand and elevated costs, a setback for the carrier as their fate is troubled by the $3.8 billion acquisition of Spirit. British distiller Daigou disappointed investors again with lower than expected earnings as a slowdown in North America compounded a collapse in demand in Latin America and the Caribbean. Saudi Aramco abandoned a plan to boost their oil output capacity, a huge reversal that'll raise questions about the kingdom's view on future demand. And then Volkswagen is pushing to seek outside investors for their battery unit after slower demand from EV dims the prospect for businesses, with the industry facing increasingly daunting reality of the EV transition. Then you got Conference Board of Confidence and Jolts jobs openings today, and then Microsoft and Alphabet earnings. Not bad. Unstoppable S&P 500. The U.S. stock index futures are a smidge lower, indicating a pause for the rally that pushed S&P to a new record. Earnings will be a key test of the Federal Reserve's decision tomorrow, which bulls will likely be on the lookout for dovish signals from Chair Jerome Powell. But some of Wall Street's biggest optimists are growing concerned that the good vibes are sending a contrarian signal on the market. At a sector level, Morgan Stanley analysts are turning bullish on major banks, saying regulatory changes for higher capital levels may be less onerous than the current proposals, allowing for more stock buybacks down the road. Oil in focus. The spotlight is ever on oil prices as the market waits for how the U.S. will respond to the deadly attack on American troops in Jordan, with Iran urging the White House to use diplomacy to ease tensions in the Middle East. Have a listen today. A big surprise for oil traders came from Saudi Aramco, which plans to boost oil output capacity in a significant reversal that's raising questions about the kingdom's view on future demand. Bloomberg estimates that Saudi needs an oil price of 108 a barrel to balance their budget and meet domestic demand by sovereign wealth fund. Crude is steady in London, trading near 82 a barrel. Bitcoin's winning streak is on course for a fifth straight month. That's about 2% in January, a whirlwind month for traders and speculators marked by the rollout of the first U.S. Bitcoin ETF. The last time the largest digital asset managed a winning streak was October 2020 to March 2021, stretched by pandemic-era easy money. On Monday, investor Galaxy Asset Management said BTC ETF will waive fees for the first 6 months and eventually charge a lower expense ratio than previously announced. The latest move in the nascent industries has already established a fee war. Markets nudging Beijing. China's policymakers will need to take more steps to revive investor confidence. Judging by the gloom in markets, the planned liquidation of China isn't helping the mood this week. Creditors are set to recover just a fraction of the billions of dollars worth of the builder's debt they hold. China's 10-year government bond fell to the lowest in nearly 22 years, suggesting that hopes for further monetary easing. Here's a handy timeline of everything that's been done by Chinese authorities in recent weeks to support the economy and put a floor on sliding stock prices. Meanwhile, team at Morgan Stanley cut their target for major China stocks while raising estimates for Japanese benchmark of two of Asia's biggest stock markets to continue to diverge. Ba-da-bop-bop-bop. China's 10-year yield briefly broke below 2.5 on Tuesday, the lowest in more than 2 decades as confidence in the country's growth and inflation backdrop fade. TikTok said they spent $1.5 billion building an operation intended to convince U.S. lawmakers that the video app is safe. TikTok executives publicly promised to voluntarily wall off American user data and bring engineers and third parties to certify the app's algorithm delivered content without interference from China. Aramco abandoned plan to boost oil output. Spain's CPI for January unexpectedly accelerates, coming in at 3.4 versus 3.1. Euro area economy stagnated fourth quarter, unexpectedly avoiding further contraction. Anthony Blinken, U.S. Secretary of State, has warned that the Middle East faces its most dangerous conditions since at least 1973, as Washington reconsiders their response to an attack that killed 3 service members on the weekend. White House is weighing 3 broad options for retaliation against Jordan attack: strike Iranian territory waters, strike Iranian proxy groups in the Middle East, or impose significant financial sanctions. Elon said the first human has received a Neuralink brain implant, a potential milestone in the development of brain-computer interface tech that could one day help those suffering from debilitating conditions such as paralysis to interact with their surroundings. SMCI is up 12%. U.S. venture capitalists are sitting on $311 billion of unspent cash as they shy away from risky bets on Silicon Valley startups and concentrate on finding ways to return capital to their own backers. American VC has deployed just half of the record $435 billion that they have raised during the pandemic era of 2020 to 2022. There's a little bit more. Don't you worry. Treasury cuts borrowing estimates by $55 billion. Treasuries are down by 0.2, or S&P futures are down by 0.2 morning. Comes after U.S. equities finished higher on Monday with upside leadership from small caps and lower quality factors such as unprofitable tech, expensive software, and most shorted names. Treasuries are mixed with some curve flattening. Dollar down by 0.1. Gold is up by 0.5. Bitcoin flat. WTI down by 0.9. Market is still waiting a mode ahead of a meaningful level of macro and micro events this week, including big tech earnings, FOMC, refunding details following favorable borrowing yesterday, ISM manufacturing employment data. Path of least resistance has been on the combination of expected Fed pivot and resilient U.S. macro backdrop. Earnings season has tended to underwhelm. Beat raises have shown some more recent improvement, and 24 expectations have more recent improvement and fairly stable. Also, some positive sentiment surrounding a recent broadening of the market rally while corporate buyback window starting to reopen. Jolts jobs opening and consumer confidence. The highlights of the calendar this morning. Former marks the first release face of a busy week of employment data. Street looking for 8.7 million, little change from prior month. Consumer confidence expected to increase more than 5 points to 116 in January. Some positive read-through from big jump in initial U of M consumer sentiment. Pretty quiet from a headline perspective. Recent press reports have focused on the importance of a flurry of big tech earnings, rising real rates as a driver of Fed pivot, skepticism about meaningful China stimulus, and debate about influence of geopolitical tensions in upcoming election. Microsoft and Google report after close. UPS weak after guiding 24 below street. GM rally after beat and guiding above. Pfizer reaffirmed guidance and UE ahead of disappointing mid-quarter guide and cash performance. SMCI guided above following positive pre-announcement. FFIV on service provider strength and Q2 guide ahead, though some concerns about software softness. CLF EBITDA a bit better than street positive on guidance. WWD beat on focus. WHR down on NA margin. Operating and weak initial 24 guidance, and then CR beat and guided largely in line, though flagged upside risk to 24, and Calix down big on weak quarter one guidance. Not bad. U.S. corporate bond sales hit record $176 billion in January. Fed may be the biggest risk to markets' economic growth. Investors see rally on long end as Fed starts easing. China 10-year falls to lowest level not seen since 2002. Big tech earnings expected to grow a combined 53% in Q4 versus a decline of 10% and the other 494 companies. Generative AI expected to have fairly muted impact on Alphabet and Meta. Bank faces tougher road ahead of merger approval under regulatory proposal. Amazon pulls out of $1.4 billion acquisition of iRobot on EU regulatory. Boeing withdraws request to expedite approval of 737 MAX 7 jet. Evergrande liquidation highlights investor despair in China debts. Global funds see $500 million in outflows last week, most in spot Bitcoin ETF approval. Spanish inflation surprises to the upside. Struggling Eurozone unexpectedly escapes recession. Italian Spanish GDP readings top estimates. While AI could displace workers, it may also counteract a global shortage of working-age people. China stocks bonds giving clear signal to policymakers that they need to take more steps to revive investor confidence. UK store inflation fell to the lowest level in more than 18 months. RBNZ chief economist strikes somewhat hawkish tone, says more time needed to return target inflation. U.S. military mistook drone that killed American servicemen in Jordan as one of their own. Biden weighs response that will deter Iran and their proxies without triggering direct conflict. Israel military sees it taking all year to eliminate Hamas threat or longer. Iran distanced itself from the attack that killed 3 soldiers. Hungary vows to defy EU pressure to approve $50 billion Ukraine aid package. U.S. likely to reimpose potential sanctions on Venezuela after Maduro banned a political opponent. House Republicans back bipartisan tax deal. Ba-da-bop-bop-bop. Oh, we in the game, baby. We still ready to go. It's earnings. I just get excited, you know. I get excited and I start yelling in the morning. You know what I'm saying? I don't know how you're not excited. It's earnings, baby. It's earnings. Good morning. So we got a couple of pre-market movers. Look at the time. I'll go over them very quickly. SMCI, they're up 11.8 off of earnings. FFIV, 8.6 off of earnings. GM, 6.6 off of earnings. HCA up on earnings. THC even up 2.9 on sympathy. BBVA up 3.5 off earnings. Square up 2.9. BTIG upgrade. MSCI, HCA earnings sympathy. OTEX up 2.0. MPC 1.8 earnings. NUE up 1.7 off earnings. Dell 1.5. Spotify is up by 1.5. UBS upgrade. NOC 1.3. 1 billion accelerated buyback. AOS up by 0.8 earnings. Pfizer earnings. GLW earnings. SANM up 15.8 off of earnings. CLS 6.5 off of earnings. Cura up 6.2 preliminary. Ziftomenib combination data in AML. They're up 6.2, WWD 5.8, earnings. Ruckus up 4.5, 320 equity investment from Gilead. Barnes & Nobles or Barnes Group B up 3.6, PCRX 3.2, HP 2.0 off of earnings. Flex 1.6, Advanced Auto Parts up 1.6, ATPC up 103%, 63% on ITRM. Top line results, phase 3 reassure clinical trial of oral sulopenem. CRBP up 14.1, 0.72, discloses 8.8 stake. PXLW up 13.5, multi-year agreement with Disney Studios. TSVT up 11.7, Regen asset purchase agreement to focus on Abakema. Idecapitogen, I can't say that one. That's crazy. CGen, SCGEN up 7.8, INOD up 6.9, AAOI up 5.2, Rosenblatt initiates buy, CGEN up 4.6, BLND up 4.2, CYH 3.9, HCA earnings sympathy, VTYX 3.8, MPU 3.6, GTHX 3.5, and CLPT up 2.5. Crypto stocks all trading higher. UPS down 6.7 off of earnings. FedEx is down by 1.8. Nucor down 2.5. VRTX down 2.0. Results from VX548 Phase 3 program. SYI down 1.6 off of earnings. PHM down 1.4 off of earnings. DEO down 1.3 off of earnings. Danaher down 1.3 off of earnings. JCI 1.2 earnings. CALX down 21% off of earnings. ATGE down 14. Negative comments by Fahmi Kadir cited on CNBC. MBUU down 10% off of earnings. PII down 5.1 off of earnings. IMCR down 4.7 off of 300 million convertible senior notes. Whirlpool down 4.5 off of earnings. JetBlue 4.5 off of earnings. ENFN down 3.5. JP Morgan downgrade. DWAC down 3.3. CLF down 3.2 off of earnings. MPW down 2.5. Deutsche Bank initiates sell. 2 down 2.4 off of earnings. NKGN down 19. All of these are just down a lot. These are the small caps, and then oil service names are all down after the Saudi news to keep capacity, and China ADRs all trading lower. Wow. Let's go. Let's go. Part with FFIV. No, I'm going to hold that one. Again, we have a little bit more time, but I think it hit in the money after hours and then came down, but I'm going to let that one ride a little bit. So we'll see how much time we got. We got a couple of minutes here. So Chattadonia, I hope you're ready. I will BRB. Give me a second. I'm going to give me some water. You could hear it, right? And then get ready for plays. Follow me on Instagram, baby, at the Trading Fraternity. I will see you in a little bit.
Intermediate to long-term inflation expectations. And I think the Fed can take some credit for that and some comfort in that, in the sense that we're not seeing things really diverge quite dramatically. And I'm on the same page with Russ. May or June, start a gradual, keep real interest rates from spiking up anymore and doing more harm to the economy, but sort of a gradual approach. As long as we're in a good place with the economy, I think the Fed really needs to, or really wants to, take this gradually and find their way. Jay Powell talked about driving down a foggy road. I think it was a foggy road, and not being able to see well ahead of him. He loves those auto metaphors. and I think that there's still a little bit of fog on the road ahead, so the Fed can take it gradually.
Well, Russ has a lot more clarity than Powell, and I like this, Russ. You said for the first time in over a decade, FI, fixed income, can contribute meaningfully. So just very, very briefly, how much more meaningful addition in fixed income would you make at this stage in the year?
Well, I agree with Kathy's comment before. This is a harder time to add, particularly in high yield or IG. A lot of what we have in the portfolio, we bought in 2021, 2022 when spreads were much wider. But the short answer is, whether you're talking about IG, high yield, securitized, parts of EM, it's been 15 years since you've been able to rely on the credit portion of your portfolio to make a significant income contribution. And we think in that sort of multi-asset spread portfolio, you can get 6.5%, 7.5%. That's a big difference from what we were talking about 5 years ago. So we have had meaningful positions in our multi-asset portfolios with the goal of getting a nice tailwind in terms of the overall total return.
Russ, thank you very much. Kathy Jones, Russ Koichtrek, with their views on fixed income and equities. Coming up, your morning calls. Troy Gajewski joins me for this full investment service for you ahead of the opening bell.
Wow. You found...
Wow, we made it, Chattadonia. All righty. Oh, see, there I go yelling again. Good morning, Chattadonia. You got to hear the news. We got a couple of minutes here until the bell. So how you feeling, man? How you feel? You got any plays? Can I get what's it called? I might have AI read the plays. I might have AI read the plays a little bit. I don't know, but what do you got, baby? First link, first play of the day. What do you have, Chad? Post it in the chat. What do we got? Nat Gas, AMD, Pfizer puts, MSCI, Tesla calls, Pfizer puts, AAL, Morning puts, AMD all the way, Apple calls, UNG put, Ford call, long on Polygon, Gold calls, long gold, FFIV, Holden, calls, baby, calls, AAL, Palantir puts, Google, what do you think? Tesla calls specifically, watching Pfizer, Whirlpool, watching semis, AMD, Starbucks, baby, want it first, Dono, start off the day right, baby, good morning, Oscar, Baba calls, now you sound like, yeah, what do you mean? I can still do this one great. Jesus calls, NVIDIA, SMCI, calls, forward, and Boyle calls, Boyle 5, shares of putting to a duel, Vivici, baby, SPY calls, puts on dollar, blessed, SMCI, Oscar, a lemon, you want me to have a lemon, US 30, Spurs, Tesla 200, India, watching it, that's going to do it, Airbnb, watching the war trades, rolling on it, happy birthday, ITRM, PX, yeah, Bionomics calls, QQQ, NQ, SPY, SPX, Pinduoduo, that's hard to say, Flutter, baby, let's go, Mara calls, closing Pfizer, SMCI, excitement, and the final plays. SPX, long MO and Disney, I'm tweaking out, you know the thing, SPY calls, gold big profit, and then UPS puts. There you go, yeah. So that one still works. That one still works, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, but it's game time in Chattadonia. Whether there is a voice or not, it doesn't matter, because we must pay homage to a very special group of people. Before we try to chase a dollar, before we try to enrich ourselves, we must pay homage to that group that has made the ultimate sacrifice, whether we have appreciated it or not. Many people overlook it, and I am talking about the veterans of the United States of America. So on behalf of the cult, the people here, the people not here, I want to give a huge special shout out all the active servicemen, past servicemen, anybody who has served this country. For real, God bless you. Thank you for your service. Big shout out to their families as well. I hope you know you are loved and appreciated, and I don't think we could ever repay y'all. So thank you. And big shout out to anybody else out there giving back to their local communities, all the doctors, nurses, teachers, firefighters, police officers, the garbage men, the janitors, the coaches. If you're making your community run, I hope you know you appreciate it as well too, baby. So keep it up. But ladies and gentlemen, please rise. Place your right hand over your heart. Say it with me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all, baby. Send it the Jets! Oh, it's game time, baby. Horn. Let's go. That was rough. No, that one wasn't. Oh, yes. Amen. 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 How you feeling? It's earnings, baby. It's earnings, baby. Good morning. Happy Tuesday. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Hey, man, the squeaky wheel gets the grease. I'm just living on yesterday's PHILO, you know? You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? We out here. It's good, though. This one, I think this one is workout-induced, though. I got a good workout in. I got some new back workouts in. I told you, man, but I'm so struggling, bro. I gotta get back up there, bro. I like Pfizer earnings. You're gonna have what's it called? You're gonna have a little bit. You're gonna have at 10 a.m. they got their conference call, so that one should be good. The screen is black. Oh, I forgot to switch it over. I was just too excited. Yeah, the voice workout, you know, is good. I'm like sore. It's nice. I'm like sore before I worked out at night. So usually I get sore at night, but like I woke up like, getting back into it, baby. Getting back into it. Yeah, I could do this one all day. This one's no problem. It uses a different part of my vocal cord. Yeah, come on. If you want, I could do this all day. If it's a lot easier on my... But then I start talking like him. Anyways, we're going to watch UPS after the bell. I got a couple plays. Hold on. I'm going to be watching First Five. I'm going to be watching Microsoft, a little Bill Gates action. And then Pfizer, I'm going to wait till like 10 a.m. And then Whirlpool UPS, I'll watch for the post earnings. And Cura, KURA, they had a data. They had good data, biotech data. And then AMD, we'll see how we're going to play that one, huh? Hey, where's that? Oh. Round one. Fight. Yeah, round one. Come on, let's go. And then bonds are up here too. That's good. Again, you guys calling out gold. Again, 30 minutes. You're going to get jobless Jolts jobs. And then we're going to get the other one. Jolts jobs and then some conference calls. Why did I not send out? Alrighty, Meta 91. Yeah, gold's going crazy. You're down, though, on everything, but not too much. And then y'all remember what yesterday brought about. So let's see. Oh, the first fives, they only went up 100%. Boo. So those were in the money earlier, but we'll see if that one comes up. I am going to ride that one out a little bit. We will see how those play out. UPS, how did those end up doing? And then gold is moving up there. You're even getting some movement on contracts. Let's see. Docu. Oh, why is those going on? And then the metas. Remember that one from yesterday. UPS is going to be an interesting one. I'm going to double check again. Pfizer as well as Whirlpool. But honestly, those are maybe if Whirlpool continues down, that could be a post earnings. Pfizer, first five, still working its way up. Pfizer's up by 2%. No shit. Again, that usually does not happen. So we will see. And then Whirlpool, UPS. Where's UPS? That one, I don't know. If UPS wants to flip, that could be a good continuation. But if that bounces, it's not going to be there. Yeah, GM hit. GM went up 10%. So I didn't think GM was going to move, but they actually ended up killing it. Disney's on the high again. Rail Vision. Uber starting off 52-week highs. CLF, that's another post earnings as well. What's that other one? Cura. So this is a buy. It's only up 2. They were up a lot more. And then Uber's going up. Let's see. Let's take a look at the ups. Yeah, UPS calls and puts went down. A couple of these near the money. The spread on UPS is actually very wide. My goodness. These are down 50. What was it at yesterday? Airbnb earnings. Airbnb has earnings in a couple of weeks. So that's kind of the only downside to that one. And then Whirlpool, that one's actually coming down there by 6. First five still holding sub 200. What's the other one? GM and then Pfizer. Oh, no, Pfizer, you're going to get the call at 10. So, again, if that does move above like 2.5, though, I am going to like that for the post-earnings. Square ripping, NVIDIA pop, news on Boeing. I think they got rid of, or they like pulled back a request to expedite production on one of their planes, the 737-7. Where's GM? GM could, if GM continues, actually, honestly, that could be one. That's the only one that has moved already. 2 standard deviations. All the contracts are like 400%. Yeah, if those could give up a little bit, I might be down to double dip on that. So we'll see. What is that? STX? And then where's PG? I forgot. Those ones are still working their way up. And then where's AXP from yesterday? No, it needs to go. CLX. They're not bad. Didn't they just have earnings? Or do they have earnings coming up? It looks like they got earnings coming up. That one might stay pinned. But we'll go over, though, whenever they have the earnings. Yeah, Pfizer already reported. They did good. They beat on EPS. They did have bad vaccine numbers. And then they have a conference call in a little bit. MasterCard, 52-week high? Or is that something else? And Apple, then Microsoft, AMD, Google. These are the ones for today. Baba Pop. Yeah, Baba is still down coming up. And then again, GM, that's the one that hit out of any of them. Disney keeps going up, though. Oh, Disney's in the red, though. So again, it's hitting the high ticker, but it's lower than yesterday. XLE, let me check where gold's at. Oh shit, gold is really up 260. 2060. We'll see after the job report. I'm going to sell out of my micro gold. I like it. Actually, where's the dollar? Maybe hold, because I have a good gain on that. Dollar's barely red and it's up like that. Yeah, I'm going to sell the micro gold 360 profit. All right, sold those MGCs 2065. 10 a.m. is the report, so you got like 25 minutes. Ford is up on sympathy. Weren't they running yesterday too? Oil going up. Again, oil has actually been calm, and then that Saudi news was interesting. But everyone's waiting for the retaliation we're going to do. Do I have any predictions on Jolts? I think it's going to come in line, but, I mean, the only thing I'm looking for is a big move on it, like a 2 standard deviation. If it is a big miss or a big beat, I think we're going to go crazy. But if not, if it does meet expectations, then it's not there. Yeah, first 5 dudded us. That was crazy. Again, it was up 15% on the first couple candles, but it calmed down. We'll have to come down. Pulte Homes. Pulte. So that one's moving up there a little bit. That one wasn't moving at all. But you got contracts at break even there. And the metas are still going up. UPS coming down. So again, those contracts are kind of cheap. Chipotle buying homes. Maybe that'd be crazy. New Chipotle guacamole residentials. What? NVIDIA, SANM, HD. Options bad. I mean, these are the risks with the 2 standard deviations, but again, if we do get some sort of pop, I wouldn't be surprised to see some of them come back. I mean, again, last week we had a couple come back there, and then even the Procter Gamble and the other ones are still holding. So just back and forth. But I think FFIV, we got a little bit of time. It was good. We'll wait till we get an upgrade or not. Otherwise, we do get clapped on all of them. That's why I keep them down. Yeah, the FFIV went down. That went from 1,000%er to not so much. Could be a good double dip, though, honestly. If you really want to take that risk, or you save your money and move on to the next one. Pfizer earnings. Yeah, FFIV is about to go negative now. Pfizer's even sold off 1. UPS is continuing lower. Boeing dying. XOM on the high. Airbnb. Again, Airbnb was going crazy the last couple days. But Uber is still holding up. That's the wild one. What, UPS for the long term? I mean, you're getting a discount. I don't think it's that bad now. Like we were talking about, it looked even good yesterday. So you're getting it halfway between the low of the last couple of years and not. So I think it's really up to you. I mean, you're literally what? You're in between the 2020 run-up. Well, all of the shipping companies are like that. AMD on the high. AMD's up by what? 0.15. And SPY just chilling. TLT came down. I do like the China plays. But then again, China is still high, very high risk, high reward. What level are we at? We are at 492. You're still right below the all-time highs, honestly. So even with how it looks like we're not doing much, I mean, you're just so elevated from yesterday. You are holding all of those Janet Yellen Treasury gains. Bob again week. Yeah, UPS has gone down. That's another 2% from open. Visa hitting an all-time high or 52-week high. AXP still holding on. Procter been open up green, then coming down. Tesla's in the green, but on the low. Microsoft moving around a little bit. Caterpillar on the high as well. Pulte, that one's up 4. And then the meta contracts are actually going up. And then so is Humana. PXLW. Again, in 20 minutes, you're going to get data. Yeah, there's Meta, 52-week high. Honestly, those Meta calls, though, are kind of slowing down, though. So they're right below 100% right now. I think the Jolts jobs can have a big move. So we're going to find out how it plays out. But just like the last couple of times, so like 3 months ago, we had a big move off of Jolts. And then the last 2, we didn't really move much. So it's either going to be one or the other. People are either going to really get shocked by it or it's going to have a status quo effect. But you don't have to wait too long. Pfizer, if they flip red, get ready for the call. Oil is popping right now. So oil's starting to go up. Yeah, Pfizer already gave up 2% from the morning. Google it. Google is going up. Snapchat again. But Snap's still in the red, so a lot of these names, again, I think Disney did the same exact thing. They're hitting the high, but they're still red on the day. Square's up by 1.6. PayPal's down by 1.5. SMCI's on the low. So SMCI even gave up like, what, 12%? I think it was up there. And then AMD's still holding up. VRNT, bonds coming down, but they still got a gain. Bonds definitely have the hangover from yesterday, or they're just carrying off of that news. Intel. Yeah, the UPS job cuts were good. At least that they were down 10%, and then they announced that, and then they popped up to like -6, and then now they're coming back down again. I got UPS in the top right. Even Tesla came down, but they're in the green. Again, SPY's still holding up. So a lot of names that ran yesterday are kind of at a weird level. Boeing's at 201. So Boeing's still going lower. That's down by 1.8. Team, that's a 52-week high. They're still running up. First 5, that one gave up a lot of the gains. Still holding, though, at 1.8. But contracts went negative. Where's Netflix? Netflix down by 1.6. Amazon down by 0.3. Meta hit another high. CLX starting to move a little bit. Jake from State Farm, baby. Good morning. Happy Tuesday earnings. ECB Lagarde says Trump presidency could mean tariffs on Europe. Caterpillar on the high. AT&T. Yeah, XOM. Energy's doing a lot of things because it's still elevated and it was negative earlier. I don't know if it went green. Baba coming back. Bonds are selling, though, from the morning. Bonds have moved more than anything. I haven't checked the dollar. Yeah, oil's back into the green. Caterpillar on the high. Ford is up 2.3 following GM's upbeat outlook. Where's GM? GM's still going, so watch out. If that breaks 10%, that could be a continuation there. It's not moving as much. Pfizer break even now, so they were just up 2%. SPY trying to get a candle here to the high side. Citi 52-week high. Oops, we still got that one up there. AXP trying to hang on. Rail Vision, that one every single day. That one is crazy. Yellen, bro. Well, remember, we're going to get an update on Wednesday. So it's not uncommon. I mean, Yellen could still sell a lot of treasuries. So the treasury may still raise how much they want to sell. That's kind of what happened last time. So like a quarter ago, they said that they're going to borrow less, but then they issued more T-bills. So in a weird way, like Janet might still screw us over, but for now, I mean, it's decent. For now, Habibi, for now. CRM Ripper. Meta. Let's see. First 5. Yeah, these ones got class. Even the in the monies. That $10 strike price difference. And we'll give it a little bit. Again, 15 minutes till data. Data and conference calls. Meta's holding up great. Again, the Disney's moved a little better, but Disney's coming down now. Amazon new high. They're still red, but they're coming up now. Good call on that. Dollar General down 4. What do they have? Let's see. Dollar General embark on national expansion. Surpasses milestone of 5,000 stores nationwide with fresh produce. I don't see anything else. Yeah, oil still keeps going up. Where's gold? Gold is a little bit higher than when we sold, or a little lower. It went up higher afterwards. Yeah, I don't know why Dollar General's down 4. That's big, though. Again, I don't even think you had any bad retail numbers. UPS flushing, AXP on the high. CRM still going up there, too. And then Pfizer is now red. That's after 2% gain. Tesla 1.1. So Tesla still, I don't know. Did that Neuralink stuff help him out? DWAC running. Wasn't DWAC negative? And then, yeah, UPS down 8. I don't know where the premiums are at on that. I think some of them are coming up. WDC puts are moving. That's weird because yesterday they had the good news. Remember, yesterday they were up on the Kioxia stuff. Why are these up? So some of the UPS puts are up. Interesting. It just depends on what price. I think the last trades are fucking them all up. Yeah, the bids. Nobody was trading the UPSs, but they're starting to move back up here. You could have got those at 10. Yeah, UPS down by 8.8 right now, or 8.3. Amazon, and then SPY just holding. PayPal on the low. Again, we got, 12 more minutes till data? You got the 140. If you pick those up in the morning, you made like 60%. Like I'm saying, even the 135s, those went up 100. So that one could have been the continuation if they hold. And then where's the GM? I don't know if those broke out. No, those came down a little bit. They were up. UPS dividend. It's at 4.4. Really? That's not bad. That's not bad. Yeah, Pfizer's going down again. Remember, Pfizer don't move more than 1%. So that 2% was exciting there. But same thing on the back end. If that could start to dump a little bit, that could end up being decent. Yeah, Meta's still up at 1%. Again, Meta has till Thursday. So you're going to get Google ad sympathy today. And then they're going to get to run up all throughout there. AXP starting to climb back up again. Those contracts are still up. SMCI gave up a lot. It pulled the NVIDIA. So they beat, again, SMCI was up like, what, 13, 14%? It's already gave up a little bit. Yeah, UPS, I mean, if it pays a 4% dividend, you are risking a little bit of the downside equity, but that's not too bad for the long term. I am not too against that one. And then Pfizer down by 0.3. Is that ZimV? AMD pullback. Bonds are getting a candle here. Again, we got 10 minutes till data. 10 minutes till data. Eli Lilly on the low. The data, I'm just looking for a big move. So to make that simpler for some of you, the number expected is like 8.6 million. So like realistically, any number like a million above or below is probably going to make us rocket up or down. So if it comes in line, we might get a little bit of bond volatility, but then nothing too crazy. But if it does go like 9.6 or like 7.6, we're going to get a big reaction. So again, a lot of jobs is negative, a low amount of jobs is positive. So if this number goes to 7.6, I think bonds and the market is going to rally, and then vice versa. If it goes to like 9.6, then I think we're going to have a pretty bad day. Oh, I forgot about Whirlpool. They didn't do too hot, but they're staying at 4.9. And then the AXPs are coming back up. TLT is up. Yeah, that just popped about, again, almost 1%. Remember, yesterday's like 1 point something. That was a big day. So if bonds can hold up, again, they might move very crazy on the bonds. So some of this may not be guaranteed. Pfizer, I mean, when I have time or when I have a next deposit, yeah, let's see how their conference call goes. But it's definitely one that I've still been liking this year. I mean, at least they didn't guide down again. No, is that, I don't know if that's being too optimistic, but you know, but then again, they lost like $3 billion on COVID vaccines. Next long term, either Pfizer, BABA, or MO. Maybe some of the other growth names, but I'm still liking Pfizer a lot as long as it's at a 6% yield. It's that sweet spot. I do like UPS though now. I don't know, maybe we'll see if it keeps flush in there, but you know, 4% yield, this one's not too bad. You just have equity. It's higher priced comparatively. You know, you're buying it at like a 2-3 year low, and it's still elevated versus like a 5-10 year low compared to some other names. And balance out after the data. Depending on what the data is, we'll see how it balances out. But like I'm saying, if that data, if it's not status quo, we're going to get a big move. But if it is status quo, then it's just going to be a weird get ready for earnings, you know? BABA is risky for the long term. In the short term, you know, that's why I kind of like it for the long term, because I'm thinking 10 years out. But I do think over the next year or two, BABA is going to be a play that could fluctuate a lot in value. But I don't think they're going away for good. Yeah, DraftKings starting to drop down. Netflix working its way up. Meta now. Bro, why won't those metas go up 100%? There you go. Okay, a little bit. We're still like 7 cents off 100%, but my goodness. Those metas are kind of, again, it's because we're so far out the money. But that 405, again, now if you waited a little bit, you might be able to sell a better ghetto spread. It is up to you. Uber pop again. UPS at the low. See if that one flushes. Yeah, Uber starting to move up again. Pfizer now down 0.5%. That's a 3% move top to bottom. That's the crazy part. Airbnb trying to work its way up. They were on fire yesterday. Tesla's still green. Snapchat red but near the high. Disney red but near the high. AMD's red. Nvidia's green 0.5%. High ticker's kind of gassing. Again, we got data in 5 minutes now. 5 minutes. Intel. The puts calmed down though. Remember yesterday they had a bid, but today they got really demolished. Was it AXP was running up? Procter Gambling, you need to go, Habibi. Does the ghetto spread have to have the same expiration? Well, if you do a different one, it turns into a calendar spread, so there's different risk. You may kind of be exposed, but otherwise it's a little different. It's a calendar spread after that. Yeah, Pfizer call will be interesting. That one's right around the corner. ALLY, ally. SYK, PG. Again, UPS is hovering at -8. So it's either going to stay pinned or if it starts flushing, it gets a little bigger there. Good morning, or maybe GM. GM, that one beat right off the open, but it hasn't made a post-earnings move yet. So they're just holding on. Again, the metas keep climbing. So Meta's the one on fire here today for pre-earnings. Yeah, Pfizer, because Pfizer was up 2% and just came right back down. Pfizer's a total cuck. But then again, it only moves less than 1% on all of those. Oh, yeah, 3M, that's another one I like for the long term as well. So, unfortunately, we have to wait till March for the next deposit unless I sell covered calls. So, if I sell an Airbnb covered call, I'll be able to get a lot of money and I could probably buy some stock with it. Home Depot is working its way up. Again, SPY, that wasn't a new all-time high, was it? It literally 1 point below yesterday's high. So you're hovering there. And again, you got the bonds playing along. The dollar's still a little weaker today, I assume because the bonds. And then data in a little bit. All right, I need to go to the bathroom before the data. So follow me on Instagram at the trade in return. Oh, come on. I just had it. So let's see. Maybe I'm not going to the bathroom before the data. Bop, 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 bop. You might hit another all-time high.
Let's get to Jim and stop trading.
Jim Cramer.
From a short seller recently is MSCI, which is the old Morgan Stanley index company. It's now I always say it's not about friends, it's about money. But the man who runs this company, very charitable, Henry Fernandez, whom I do know is a great friend of my wife, family, and I've got to tell you, I was appalled at the charges. It's one of the most. This man has more integrity than almost anyone I've ever met, maybe everyone in business. I've known him for a very long time. He puts up a lights-out quarter. And I think that people who sold the stock because they thought that maybe Henry Fernandez is in any way, shape, or form nepotism favored. I have no idea all the different charges, but let me tell you about the charges they have. They do not carry an ounce of water. And this is the Henry Fernandez I know, monster quarter. Terrific. Everyone in the industry, he is universally regarded as the man who could go to China, decide it's investable, and we all say it's investable because Henry Fernandez is a man who cannot be bought.
Global markets rely on him to a large degree, Jim.
As they should, because he's the highest integrity and a remarkable man. Remarkable.
You're going to be busy tonight?
Yes, I've got the two stocks that are up the most in the top 5 in the S&P are Cisco, that's the SYY kind, fantastic chart by the way, and then Nucor, and that is Nucor. I think is easy shot to go to 200. What a company, and I can't wait to talk to them. And the amazing quarter, just blast off time, blast off. Tell Mary I said hi, and it's her day. Okay, whether we can be skeptical about our EV, absolutely, but this is not the day. If you notice CrowdStrike, big push. No, it's not a high multiple day. Not a high multiple day.
Good point, Jim. We'll see you tonight at Money, 6 p.m. Eastern Time. And to Jim's point, S&P Dow trying to inch into positive territory.
Thanks, Jim. We appreciate it, Jim. All right, you're about to hit a new all-time high, or at least the high of yesterday. You just opened up right there, baby. Right there, baby. Alrighty. 1 minute, ladies and gentlemen. 1 minute till the jobs. Again, 8.6 is the expectation. A lower number is good. What's it called? The lower number is good. A higher number is bad. And then at the money, at the margin, you're just going to kind of do what you've been doing already. Cura, that one wasn't moving in the morning. Damn, that one just launched 18. So that one took off. HD, GM, Meta. Okay, get ready. And then again, Pfizer conference call is going to be starting too, so you might get some moves there. All right, 10 seconds. 10 seconds. Beep, 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 toot. And we're off. Where is it? Let's see, 8.79, 9.02. 9.0, so 500,000 more. Like I said, 9.6 would be a little crazier, but that came there, and then consumer confidence didn't go up, or I guess it came in at estimate about 4 points higher. Yeah, so again, higher jobs report or higher job openings. So again, I think the bonds might be a little bit more sensitive, but everything kind of took a candle there. Yeah, dollar popped. We'll see. It's 500,000. It's not 1 million, but it's 500,000. So it's again, you might get a status quo reaction a little later, but I think first knee-jerk reaction is negative. Dollar came up a little bit. We'll see if that ends up holding, but for the most part, that one's not as good. Again, you could have had good news. It's bad for now, but it's not the worst, if that makes any sense. So again, there is other times, literally just a couple months ago, you had way higher numbers that kind of set you off. The trend is up, though. I mean, again, even 2 million, did they revise the other numbers lower? But it was expected to be at 8.6. So you're not really getting the job market tightening. So it's only up 100,000 from last time, but then people were expecting it to drop 300,000, and it went up 100,000. So there's a wide spread between the two. Yeah, let's see what Michael McKee's saying about it.
During the month of December, 9,026,000 from 8,925,000. So that's a bit of a surprise. The forecast was we would see a drop in job openings. The quits rate is little changed, still at 2.2%, although the number of quits was about 3.4 million, down about 100,000 from the month of November. The other number out is a real surprise, and this is an eye-opener. The Conference Board Consumer Confidence number rises to 114.8 from 108, a revised 108.
I think UPS is going up when the market goes down. You might get some inverses.
Present situation index was 147.2.
So SPY just fell 9 points off of that. Literally, you hit another all-time high, and then just came right down.
Americans very happy with the way things are going right now. The expectations number comes in at 83.8 from 81.9. So a really significant change in consumer confidence that matches what we saw from the University of Michigan last week. I'm just checking here. This is the highest consumer confidence for the present situation since March of 2020. So just when the pandemic was getting going was the last time we felt this good about how things are heading in the U.S. economy. They got to be cheering this down at 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue.
And really quickly, you take a look at this market reaction. You do have stocks down a touch. Take a look at 2-year Treasury.
Yeah, so consumer confidence strong, and then job openings. Again, they're not giving it too much attention on the job openings. You may get a little bit of a slight negative bias, but it doesn't mean we'll stay down probably. It just all depends, but 500,000 above, or again on the spread. But people thought job openings was going to drop. Soft landing. Well, it's just, remember, you have non-farms on Friday and then Powell. The question you should be asking now, how does this data affect Powell? Do you think that this data is going to move Powell around? Does his jobs market, does that affect him? Also, the consumer confidence, is that going to change what? Is Powell going to be bullish or bearish off of this? That really is the question. I do think oil is the sleeper. That's a good question. That's honestly a good take on that. Because oil's still going up. Oil, if anything, is getting a candle on all of that. So literally, markets, bonds drop, oil pops, and then so did the dollar a little bit. Actually, dollar's running now. Dollar went red to green. Cura's taken off. Pfizer's down 1. Well, that's a 4.5% move now. That's kind of crazy. So again, Pfizer's call is going to start. I don't know if you want to listen to Borla bore you. You might get a Pfizer headline here in a little bit, though. The data was bullish. Well, it depends. I mean, 9.6 million jobs is a ton. Or excuse me, 9 million jobs. So it's kind of the consumer confidence is bullish, but again, if the consumer is confident, just remember the whole good news, bad news. How does good news factor into rates and all of that? It's, not the best. It's not bad, though. It does. The longer that stays up, the more likely you'll get your quote-unquote soft landing. However, the jobs data, it's not showing, again, that's a record high when you go look back on it. Like, let me show you. So, like, I don't know. I mean, maybe this relates to consumer confidence, but don't forget, anything above like 7.5 million job openings, we haven't had that since post-pandemic. So, like, literally, you're getting, even though it's came up and it was dropping, and people, it has dropped from 12 million, which was what got everybody both scared and excited at the same time, but it's still a very high number. So that's kind of the issue there. Now, the news was more negative than not. I mean, it was a positive news. You have a lot of jobs available. You have consumer confidence at one of the highest levels. But then again, for what that means for policy and bonds, not necessarily the best outcome in the short run. And UPS will lay off. I feel like you haven't seen layoffs hit, and there's usually that delayed effect. So SPY went down a little bit. It's holding up, though. Again, bonds were the victim, and so is the dollar. And then oil came up off of that. But you're not really moving that much. So remember, you still got earnings. Like I said, slight negative tilt, but I wouldn't put it past the market to brush this off. Again, the positive consumer, negative jobs, but not, again, like we said, 1 million is where you get a real sticky reaction. But we went a little less than that. And it's only 100,000 higher than last time. Pfizer, well, you need that conference call. I don't know if they're going to say anything good. Let's see.
The recent approval doubles the addressable population, which had already doubled this past spring.
No.
We are also looking forward to phase 3 data readouts from
this is for
the
five.
program.
I think it's
in
live
second
right
line HR positive metastatic breast
This is
cancer,
Borla.
and Braftovi in first line BRAF colorectal cancer. We also plan to
already
advance
back
our
at
late-stage
VWAP
pipeline
again.
with phase 3
You're already
studies
brushing
of
off. If it doesn't get
CDK4
past the high,
and post-CDK4/6
then maybe we sell off a
metastatic
little
breast
bit
cancer,
more. But
and
then again,
B6A
bonds are still, everything's still
non-small
green.
cell
The
lung
dollar is the
cancer.
only problem, but it's barely
Building
green.
on Pfizer's potential medicines, the pipeline across breast cancer, genitourinary cancer, hematology, and CRC, our CDK4 inhibitor could be a compelling follow-on to Ibrance. And finally, in the early stage pipeline, we look forward to initiating first in-patient studies of 4 new ADC candidates this year, where we believe we have acquired the expertise to be a leader. Our second priority is to deliver the next wave of pipeline innovation with discovery and development across our therapeutic areas outside of oncology, in vaccines, anti-infectives, internal medicine, metabolic diseases, and inflammation immunology.
Inflammation.
In 2020,
I'm going to just keep this up till they get to a guidance slide. I'll start playing it because, again, you might get a random headline that'll get it moving. And then watch, if we do go lower, like some names like UPS got a candle. That Cura ended up hitting. Tesla, they're still holding up decent. Then Meta's still at the high. I don't know, man. Some names came down off of that, but it's not that big of a reaction. So again, if the market holds up, is that SJM, SLM on the high? Yeah, UPS, the job cuts saved them a little bit, but they gave it up pre-market or right at the opening. Abivai, forgot, they have earnings on Friday. Abivai coming towards the high, RTX on the high, and then SPY working its way up here. Netflix, where's Apple and Microsoft? So the big earnings are just holding on right now. AXP on the high. Yeah, that one's going up there. Again, we need that 205. The Procter & Gamble, too, that one's still up a little bit, but it's moving slow. And then Uber breaking out. Bro, Uber is nonstop. Even from yesterday, that one keeps going. Lucid, they were up 3 in the morning. Now they're up 6. RTX is moving up there, too. RTX is up 1. NVIDIA. So Pfizer moving. What is he saying? A little bit.
And has shown encouraging results in both.
Fed swap trims odd of March rate cut to 35. Wow. No way. Let's see. Yeah, wow. So it says 45, but it's not updated on mine, but the other ZQ is moving. Interesting. So Fed rate cut odds are going down off of that. So they're, even if the equities aren't moving, again, the 10-year and the 30-year are moving, but rate cut odds are coming down. Oh yeah, there's no newswire, my bad. I thought it was up. Where is it? It's not loading. What's making it? The data. So again, if anything, your data, equity land is doing its own thing, even like bonds, but like Fed rate cut odds are getting more, negative off of that. There you go. Do you see now? Yeah. Interesting. Well, remember, yesterday they were at like 50-50. We were just talking about that yesterday. So we were just saying how, like, yesterday it was a 50-50 odds of a rate cut in March, believe it or not. So now it's starting to come down. And now it's at 30. So you have a majority sitting at no rate cuts now for March. And that's one day ahead of Powell. So Powell could change that or he'll reaffirm it. But for the most part, there was a reaction to that data we just got. That did soften up the rate cut odds. Pepsi for the long term. I'm not opposed to it. I like the name itself. Again, I think they've had a little bit of gains recently, but I'm not too. Actually, no, they have barely moved. You're at a multi-year low. I guess a 2-year low near it. So there's always going to be the equity risk, but I like the name. Same goes for UPS. I'll laugh if he's dovish. He did that last January. You never know, my friend. You never know. Powell is a tricky little guy. Pepsi invested in Celsius. Nice. That was very good. And then again, they have a very diverse portfolio of food items. What rates do you want from Powell for extreme bullish? I mean, 0, but if he takes us to 0, I'd be more concerned. I guess, have you ever heard the phrase liquidity is illiquidity? It sounds contradicting, but it's kind of like China. So when China is pumping liquidity, you're like, wow, low rates, a lot of money. But then it's kind of insinuating that it's so illiquid they want liquidity. So it's kind of, again, it's like why are you breaking the glass? So it's like if Powell gets us to 0, that would be a bullish environment. But then why are you going to 0? So where's stimulus payment illiquidity? I'm not following. So again, we got stimulus checks because there was no money moving around. So it was liquidity, but we got it because we were illiquid until it finally worked through. What's your expectations? I'm not following either. So you're asking me what would be most bullish, and now what's my expectation? I mean, I'm waiting. I'm in wait and see mode. I'm either expecting we either get a hard landing or a soft landing, but it just depends on how Powell cuts rates, how he does it, when he does it, and all that. AMD, NVIDIA moving up a little bit. Again, SPY near the low candle. Bonds did not bounce at all. And then dollars back up to the highs. All right, Pfizer Financial Review is no longer Borla.
With that said, I'll start this morning with our full year and our fourth quarter results. Then I'll touch upon our capital allocation priorities.
Talk about guidance.
I'll finish this morning with a few comments on our 2024 guidance and the near-term expectations that set this year as a foundational year to drive our growth potential in the latter half of the decade.
So this should
For
move
the full
Pfizer.
year 2023, we recorded revenues of $58.5 billion, achieving 7% operational growth, solidly in line with our expectations when excluding contributions from both Comirnaty and Paxlovid. The significant sales decline in our COVID products, including the $3.5 billion revenue reversal for Paxlovid, were the primary drivers of an overall 41% operational decrease year over year. And with the expectation that Seagen will be a substantial growth contributor in 2024 and beyond, our full year and fourth quarter results include approximately $120 million in Seagen product revenue after the close of the acquisition on December 14th. On the bottom line, we reported full year 2023
3 Pfizer calls
EPS
for next week.
The
ones that were like just near the money.
A 93% year-over-year decline. And adjusted diluted earnings per share of $1.84,
both ways yesterday.
Down 72% versus LY. This decline is primarily due to a significant decrease in sales for both Comirnaty and Paxlovid, the impact of the $3.5 billion reversal for Paxlovid revenues in the fourth quarter related to an expected return of an estimated 6.5 million unused EUA-labeled treatment courses from the U.S. government, and finally, a non-cash inventory write-off and other charges of $5.6 billion recorded in the third quarter for Paxlovid and to a lesser extent Comirnaty. Now, turning to the quarter, I'd like to highlight
dollar
that
keeps
we
hitting
delivered
another
a
high
solid
there, though.
8% year-over-year operational
And then
revenue
Uber.
growth, again excluding Comirnaty.
I just bought
and Paxlovid.
Pfizer calls for next week.
Contributing to the strong performance were our newly approved RSV vaccine, as well as Vyndaqel and Eliquis, partly offset by lower revenues from Ibrance and the Prevnar family. However, our Q4 results, both top and bottom line, continued to be significantly and negatively impacted by our COVID products on a year-on-year basis. Revenues declined 42%.
And we'll go over that jobs question in a little, JG.
A significant decrease in
got
both
you.
Comirnaty and Paxlovid sales. Adjusted cost of sales as a percentage of revenues increased by 12 percentage points, driven primarily by the $3.5 billion non-cash Paxlovid revenue reversal, and to a much lesser extent, unfavorable changes in sales mix. Overall, our adjusted operating expenses declined 10% compared to Q4 of last year. Adjusted SI&A expenses increased 1% operationally in the quarter, primarily driven by the timing of marketing and promotional activities, including those related to recently launched and acquired products. And consistent with our strategy,
Where did I get those
we have
at?
been focused
14?
on reprioritizing our R&D spending to enhance overall returns. Adjusted R&D expenses decreased 24% operationally, driven primarily by lower spending across both vaccine programs.
They're going over
and certain
what I'm
acquired
waiting for is
assets,
the end of it.
as well as lower
So towards the end, he
compensation
should talk
related
about more
expenses.
guidance.
Both our reported diluted loss per share of 60 cents and our adjusted diluted earnings per share of 10 cents for the quarter were negatively impacted by the $3.5 billion PHILO revenue reversal, which dampened EPS by approximately 54 cents. Continued declines in both commodity and PHILO sales also negatively affected our performance in the quarter. Foreign exchange movements had an immaterial impact compared to last year's fourth quarter. As we are increasingly focused on prioritizing our investments to drive
Mara and crypto's
growth,
moving back up.
Our GAAP results include a $1.4 billion intangible asset impairment charge associated with the Tressimod based on changes in development plans for additional indications and overall revenue expectations. But I will point out that this product is still projected to contribute over $1 billion in peak annual sales. Additionally, we recorded a nearly $1 billion intangible asset impairment for Prevnar 13, reflecting a transition to
all the
vaccines
credit card
with
companies
higher
are doing good.
serotypes
Discover's
coverage.
back up, Visa.
As discussed in prior quarters,
I don't think
our
Capital
capital
One's moving as much, and then
strategy is designed to
AXP
enhance
is
shareholder
holding like
value
right below its
and is
high,
based
but
on
still doing
three
good.
core pillars. First is growing our dividend.
Powell is going to be
Second
tomorrow.
is reinvesting in the business. And finally is making share repurchases after delivering our balance sheet. For 2023, we returned $9.2 billion to shareholders via our quarterly dividend. We've invested $10.7 billion in internal R&D. And finally, we've invested approximately $44 billion in completed business development transactions, net of acquired cash, essentially for the acquisition of Seagen. Our expectation is to maintain and grow our dividend while delevering our capital structure with a gross leverage target of
in the dividend. I'll take that.
And a goal to preserve our credit rating and access to Tier 1 commercial paper. Upon achieving our delevering goals, we anticipate returning to a more balanced capital allocation strategy, inclusive of share repurchases. Now, given that we issued our full
that's
year
at least a good sign for the next. Again, they're talking 24.
Earnings per share guidance on December 13th. Let me just hit a few of the highlights. We expect total company full year 24 revenue.
Doesn't mean it'll pop the stock. For the long term, that's good to hear. Comparative in a world of everybody cutting their dividend.
Strong contributions across our product portfolio. Importantly, excluding commodity and PHILO, we anticipate operational revenue growth of 8 to 10%. We remain confident on delivering at least $4 billion of net savings from our cost realignment program by the end of this year. We believe right-sizing the cost base will put us on a strong
bonds going a little
towards
lower.
margin expansion.
I think dollars
and
climbing again.
increased
Dollars up a
operational
decent
efficiency
amount off
moving
that.
forward. We expect adjusted diluted earnings per share to be in the range of $2.05 to $2.25 a share for the full year of 2024. And as a reminder, this range is inclusive of an anticipated 40 cents of earnings dilution from the Seagen acquisition. And again, with the vast majority of this dilution resulting from the financing costs.
SPY going lower, bonds leading the way down. SYI
Cycling into
SYY.
2024, we have significantly invested in our business to fuel our long-term growth.
Cisco's killing
and
it.
The foundation is set
Cisco?
to deliver on our commitments to enhance long-term shareholder value.
Yeah, dollars up.
We are acutely focused on driving near-term performance while solidifying our growth expectations for the back half of this decade.
Oil still.
And with that, I'd like to turn it back over to Albert to begin our Q&A session.
Thank you. With that, let's start the Q&A session.
Guidance didn't really cause a pop. Nothing new. Dividend was the only good highlight from that.
If you would like to ask a question,
JP Morgan, Bank of America,
star
up 2.
1 on your telephone keypad. You may remove yourself from the queue at any time by pressing star 2.
Bro, Bank of America's up 2, Citi's up 3.
That is star
I think that's off of the
capital
stuff this morning.
And our first question comes from Robin Karnauskas with Truist Securities.
Thank you guys for taking my question. So maybe I'm stupid on this question, but if I'm doing your math for your guidance of margins in low 70s for fiscal year 24, by my math, the margins for other biopharma would have to drop about 60% in order to balance out the other margins. Just help me understand your guidance and triangulate that with your top line and bottom line guidance and triangulating that with your margin guidance. Thank you.
Yeah, so maybe this is Dave. Correct. Our guidance for gross margin, although we don't provide it specifically, we've given some color around the fact that it's approximately 70%. Obviously, our focus going forward is to improve our margin rate and, more importantly, improve our operating margin rate to the bottom line. As we look here at 2024,
there's capital allocation news for banks
compressed
too.
our margin rate.
That it wasn't going to hurt them as much.
As COVID has declined year over year, that has served to, I'll say, delever, if you will,
GE on the high.
The P&L as COVID takes up and covers some fixed overhead. But importantly, what's happening is we are insourcing products that we've recently acquired. That insourcing requires time before we get up to peak yield and performance. So that
Bitcoin's
in the short
running
term
up too.
Dampens gross margin rate, but has a trajectory to improve gross margate rate over time.
Yeah, NVIDIA, where's
secondly,
AMD?
we have
Again,
new launches
AMD's
that are
today
coming
after hours.
online late in Q3 or late in the second half of 2023 and moving into 24. Again, those are not at peak performance yet. That will ultimately improve gross margin rate as we cycle into later years. And then finally, I will say that over the last several years, we have absorbed some amount of inflation within our cost of goods sold. That is an area of opportunity for us as we think about improving performance longer term. So I hope that gives you some color.
Thank you, Dave. Operator, next question, please.
Next, we have Carter Gould with Barclays.
Good morning. Thanks for taking the questions. Maybe another kind of finance question here. Certainly R&D in 4Q was meaningfully below kind of where you guys had set the guide there. How should we think about that? Does it just reflect sort of faster cost cutting? Was it just more an artifact of the later integration of SGen? And clearly you're reaffirming your guide, but just maybe if you just sort of check that box for us, that would be helpful. Thank you.
Sure. Probably not much to read into that. Obviously, R&D came in a little favorable than our expectations previously. Part of this is the fact that we are very focused on our realigning our cost base, so consistent with the program. And then secondly, there probably is some timing that's dampening R&D in the fourth quarter that will slide into 2024 and into 2025. So there is some timing implications to that performance level. But I think importantly,
oil gave up the gains from the data.
Our focus is on delivering
that was the only thing that went up.
Savings of $4 billion. And if you look through the end of 2023, about half of that we've achieved already. We're now focused on
Apple's getting two big candles.
$2 billion or
Interesting.
so as we cycle into
two big candles down and kind of trying to get a bounce.
Objective.
And then again, banks.
Thank you, Dave. We have high confidence on the number that we gave. Let's move to the next question.
Albert Boy, okay, thank you.
Our next question will come from Louise Chen with Cantor.
Stop talking about R&D costs. Thank you. I don't know. Apple's getting big declines right there. Check news on Apple.
Hi, sorry, I was muted. So thanks for taking my question here. Wanted to ask you on your Prevnar franchise, first of all, for the fourth generation PCV, could you give more color on how it compares and contrasts with Prevnar 20? And then just on the Prevnar order timing issue, was that U.S. or ex-U.S.? Thank you.
Thank you. I mean, why don't you take the Prevnar question, and then maybe, Alexander, you can add a little bit color on the...
Oh, my thing just cut off. I think my browser just froze. Bro, Apple is getting clapped. Yeah, bro, Fed rate cut monitor just crashed my shit. Can y'all still hear me? And then CEO, bro, I forgot, you have the GM conference call going on right now, too. Y'all still hear me? I can't see the YouTube. Jeez, bro. Yeah, Fed rate, bro, my thing got clapped. No, we hear you. All right, no, the Twitch isn't having any problems. How do you do it? Okay. That might have fixed it. Clapped? No, it should be back.
And of course, we book the sales when we ship the product, which doesn't reflect utilization. And
Yeah,
then the
I don't have
government
any news on
schedule their
Apple
campaign in their respective markets. The reality is that we continue to have an IP exclusivity in 130 markets around the world. And at the same time, we continue to progress both on the pediatric, as you saw last week, the CHMP positive opinion, and now we're going to go into the final approval and then vaccine technical committees and pricing in all those markets. So that will take a bit of time. But at the same time, we see some positive traction on the adult franchise, where we have launched in over 30 markets.
What's next?
And we see some very good development.
Yo, next immune up 117. Again, banks are killing it.
We used to have very limited access on our Prevnar 13 in countries like Germany or France and UK, and we just received a recommendation from the VTC in Germany that actually
Apple Ming-Chi iPhone shipments likely to decline by about 15% year over year due to structural challenges. That's that Twitter guy, that Twitter analyst.
In increasing vaccination in the adult population.
So that's why Apple's going down.
And Michael, to conclude, what about the fourth generation Prevnar?
Yeah, I'm very pleased that the fourth generation has entered clinical studies. It has a fast track designation from US FDA indicating a unique product offering. And it includes some of the new technology we have developed that gives us a really cutting edge toolbox, whether it's chemistry, carriers.
Yeah, I think that's it. Apple is literally that
and
iPhone analyst in China tweeting.
On the unique Pfizer platform to have potential prevention of both invasive disease, which is the smaller disease burden, and pneumococcal disease, which causes more than 150,000 hospitalizations. And to the best of my knowledge, we are the only one that can address both of them. So we feel very good about that entry.
Thank you, Michael. So to summarize the Prevnar, which I know it is in the minds of all, let's start with the commercial front. In the US, clearly the adult opportunity, we have taken the cream, basically, of the catch-up opportunity. This is happening
by 0.6. Again, watch the banks too, though. They got their upgrades. Bonds trying to recover here. Everything's kind of just flat.
Largely exhausted. We have already 96% market share.
Pfizer going lower.
This is not a market, the adult Prevnar, but we expect that will continue to see growth in the US. Pediatric, very different story because our market share is now growing and we have indications that will continue growing very strongly. So we expect in the US the Prevnar situation to be a strong growth story in pediatric. International, both we expect to see growth because the products have just been launched and then the recommendations are following. So there is a delay in international higher than usually there is in the US. So we expect to see growth in the adult and in the pediatric. I want to reemphasize that we have basically exclusivity of Prevnar 13 in more than 100 countries, 113 countries in NI of tenders. And we plan to convert that.
Pfizer breaks below 27.
And then on the fourth generation, we are moving full speed.
So 27 will be a big level for them.
Will allow us to build a polyvalent vaccine that will really compete very, very nicely as a fourth generation. And
there's a lot of bank news. Again, Wells Fargo, Citi, JP Morgan. Those are running right now. Regionals aren't as much.
We have a question from Trung Nguyen with UBS.
Hi, guys. Thanks for taking my question. Trung from UBS. Two, please. So in your prepared remarks, you noted you took a 1.4 billion impairment charge associated with etrasimod. Can you add more color here? What prompted that reevaluation?
More color here.
And any feedback of how that launch has gone? Secondly, on Abrizo, so can you give us some color on how your
Ravens
contracting
average
has evolved
55
in
million
24
viewers on
versus 23?
CBS, the
And based
most
on that,
watched
what's your
AFC
market share do you
championship
think
ever.
you can capture this year versus the 35% last year? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Why don't you take, Dave, the impairment question, and then I will move to commercial.
JP Morgan highs 177.
Keep in
Now
mind
that's starting to run. Again, all the banks are going insane. I think that's helping us right now.
In peak sales.
Again, the high-low ticker is pretty active on both sides, but those are killing
attributed to this medicine. In Financially, as you look at that medication, there were additional indications that met the financial criteria for an impairment, of which we took in the quarter. Clinically, there's still some work that will be ongoing in support of the asset. So with that,
Tesla's running
so,
now.
Amir, maybe about the
Again, Tesla's up 2.5.
Is doing in the Brazil.
Sure. So I'll start with etrasimod, or Velsipity as we call it. So, just in terms of the product's value proposition,
Yeah, the
we
Metas
think
now,
this is
they're
a very
up there.
promising oral option for moderate to severe.
So
UC
Meta's still not
patients.
stopping either.
It's got
Apple's
strong
going lower
efficacy
again,
that
though.
patients and physicians
Again,
have
negative
been
analyst
exposed
tweet
to.
on
They
expectations.
want to start
Apple
transitioning
going
from
lower.
conventional therapy to advanced therapy. And it gives them an
Meta's not
option
moving, but the
also to
contracts are going
maintain
higher.
once-a-day oral routine, which many are already on, instead of beginning with an injection or infusion. So about 80% of those patients that haven't progressed to an advanced therapy prefer an oral option, but only about 10% of those patients actually get one. So there's a very clear need here that Velsipity can help us fit. And the benefit risk profile for Velsipity is
Pfizer.
also very, very
Thank
strong.
you. I don't think Pfizer may be a dud there. So again, if it breaks 27, it flushes. If it holds, you'll probably just dance around unless they say anything from one of those questions. But even the guidance wasn't too, again, the only good thing that got out of there was them trying to maintain the dividend. Not trying to, they plan to. Next week, I went with a call. I think they're down now. Yeah, they're down by 2 cents, 4 cents on the bid. But honestly, these plays were way more expensive yesterday, so I just looked at it as going as the ones that were already in the money. So hopefully buying them near the low. But they're fading a little bit. Again, if they break 27, that's not going to be good. Remember, when it broke above 27, that's what started that whole run-up. Yeah, Tesla's pumping, and then your boy Apple is dropping. And then SPY's right at VWAP. I mean, it's holding. It's literally just been right near the jobs data and consumer confidence. And then dollar's still up a little bit. Boeing's on the low. Boeing at 200. Retail FOMO on the 490s. I mean, even then, we're just getting ready for earnings now. So that data gave you a little slight negative tilt, and now we're just going to be kind of dancing around. I don't think you're going to get any other update. Biden says he's decided how to respond to attacks on U.S. Biden, we don't need a wider war in the Middle East. Is he talking? Young Biden. Yeah, I'm here now. Yeah, you know what I'm doing? I'm banning all Air Jordans. Yeah, that's what we're doing. We're banning all Air Jordans now. I don't want a wider Middle East war. So we're going to get rid of the Air Jordans. Simple as that. No, I don't think he's live right now. Even Amazon coming down. Again, Tesla, the days where the market's not gassing, we're barely down, though. That's the thing. So even though you could say this is a response to the data, dollar is up, I mean, you're not even dropping below the first little give back candle of yesterday. I know. When was the last time we saw Biden live? Oh, no, we saw him a couple days ago. Remember, he was really hyped. Yeah, talking about democracy and the threat to democracy right before the primaries. Yeah, I was live. Stop playing me. Come on. So a little bit of a cheek lay. Amazon, Tesla's up. Amazon, Apple, though. Meta's been holding up, but that might come down. And then again, Google and Microsoft after the bell. A little bit of a cheek lay here. Where is oil? That gave up. Oil's still barely green. I think gold got demolished, but it's still in the green, though. Which is like $18 lower than the high. Honestly, I do think the Neuralink news is what had Tesla up. Because yesterday after hours, that was doing good. Oh, and when Elon announced, I can't believe it though. So they literally put a Neuralink in a human. So there's somebody right now with the Elon iPod in their head. That's mind-blowing to me. I wonder if he gets free charging for life. That'll be the thing. They're going to charge you monthly to charge your Neuralink. I need a supercharger in my head. Thank you. Literally mind-blowing. Right? My goodness. There you go. PG's coming back up. AXP came down. Where's Visa? They're at the high. And again, all the banks, they came down a little too. But my goodness, bro. Some of these banks really running. Bonds aren't flushing here, so we'll see if SPY... Remember, yesterday there was kind of a lead on the bonds. We'll see if that continues. Procter & Gamble now, new high. You have to pay $9.99 for taste? Oh, my gosh. No. That's wild. Netflix on the low. Again, yesterday it was down and then popped back up, but they just gave up. Netflix was doing a little bit better. And then I think Apple's weighing on it, and then just everything. I think the only thing doing good is banks. Actually, let me get you a breakdown. So Dow Jones, 18 names red, 11 in the green. Most of them are financial plays. NASDAQ 100, 78 names red, 22 in the green. Tesla, Nvidia, Meta are the leaders. And then S&P 500, 323 red, 174 in the green. So you have more names red than not on across every index. Oh, Pulte flipped after being up 4. There's Humana running up. Procter & Gamble. Pfizer's just holding again. It's either going to die at 27 or bounce, so we will see. You feeling better? Your voice sounds better? Yeah, I mean, I'm warming up the Honda. You guys know the vibe. Some of you, I thought you guys would be used to it by now, but, it happens. It happens. The Honda needs to warm up. I need to let it sit and idle. By middle of the day, end of the day, I should be good. That's how you just got to work it out a little bit. I'm still sore, man. I had a great workout yesterday. That's it. Just cold start, bro. Cold start. They don't know. They don't know, man. They don't know. Elon can remote start you. If that doesn't creep you out, I don't know what will. That sounds so crazy. Please don't. Oh, yeah, the job question. You were saying where are these jobs coming from, right? Let me see what your question was. So you're saying what confuses me about the high job openings is where these jobs are at. What are the jobs? What is the median salary? Because in the high-paying tech, you're seeing layoffs across the board. So, I mean, there's many ways to answer this question. And the reality is that I think there is a lot of misrepresentation. That is where I could start off with. Meaning, and a lot of people have talked about this, there's something called ghost jobs. There is a lot of companies that are looking for job openings, but they're not necessarily filling them. The next one, does anybody know number 2? So, and I say reality of misrepresentation. To say it more kindly, there's a lot of, it's skewed. There's a lot of skewed job data. And again, one could be companies that have openings not really looking to hire. Number 2, you guys know, government jobs. Again, I would say about 30 to 40% of all jobs data is a result of government jobs. So even then, you have government job openings. As the government looks to hire and not, it's the same thing. The next thing is that there is a lot of jobs that are not really related to tech. Tech could be laying people off, but, America's a big place. So, and then also, too, these are like companies that aren't necessarily like, again, like private companies. you may not see their job openings as much in the same way of like public companies, kind of like when we get private payrolls versus household. But in reality, I think a lot of the data is skewed. So when we're looking at it and then it's just clear, we are at something happened since the pandemic, and you are still at a record amount of openings regardless. And I just think numbers went up and they have not came down, and then it's all skewed. Again, it leads into, like the job market, I wouldn't want to call it broken, but it's skewed. So where's that data? This is the one chart I had for you. Please hold. Let me find it. Yeah, right here. So to give you more of the weirdness of the jobs market, it even highlights like literally Joe Biden is the worst president in history in terms of unemployment rate, meaning that you have never had a president have this low of an unemployment rate, meaning everybody has a job, but then his approval rating is so low. Because usually when everybody's actually employed, they feel it very different. It's hard to get people to not like a president when you are employed. That just doesn't, again, over the last 100 years or so, that hasn't really occurred. And yeah, there's been changes to the methodology and all of that, but that's to highlight the point, is that you are very skewed when it comes to the data. So I don't think it's the Fox News brainwashing. I think that's unfair to, again, Fox existed when there was Obama. You had CNN and Trump to go the other way. It just, the fact is, I don't think the jobs are accurately reflected in the economy. And that's why people are asking this question. They're saying, where are these jobs coming from? Why is it like this? Why is it like that? I think it's all just a result of everything else. But yeah, Obama wasn't as bad as Truman. I don't know if you're seeing the chart. So again, I could name you, like Trump was worse than Obama. You know what I'm saying? So how come Biden would be lower? Again, Clinton was even around the Trump, Obama did better than the second administration of Clinton, and that's because he was getting head in the Oval Office. You know what I'm saying? So I don't think that's fair to blame Fox on this result. I would rather blame that we're going through a huge anomaly in employment and what's going on in this country right now. It's much more different than anything we've seen. And some people have brought it up before, is that there has been, we're just getting a huge shift in the reporting of data and other things. And I think that's playing out in terms of employment. That's why, some people are like, I can't get a job, but there's 9.5 million job openings. You know what I'm saying? So, but I think to blame the news media on the opposing candidate or whatnot, I just think it's missing the mark on this. Again, I'm not trying to blame anybody. I am just trying to highlight, though, there is something going on with the jobs market to the point where even if you have the lowest unemployment rate in history, it's not translating through as you have seen at other times in history. And that's why maybe we are getting a little bit of a skewed data result when it comes down to, hey, what are these jobs really showing? High paying jobs and inflation. It's wild though. It's getting but then again, what is the answer to it? I could give you another answer to all of this. It's lagging. That's it. Maybe it's all just lagging. And that could be it. All of the data changes, what's going on, how it's skewed. Maybe it's 1 year behind, 2 year behind, but for the most part, I mean, it's quite the phenomena, to say the least. That's what's confusing you. What is this really showing? I mean, it could just be like makeup. You know what I'm saying? So eventually the makeup will wash off. Or again, maybe the way makeup washes off and is not that bad. But it just definitely, it's a filter. I guess it's the puppy dog filter or whatever girls and guys use these days. So with all the macro, what is Daddy Powell going to say, hawk or dovish? Well, the market is now priced out March rate cuts. So if March rate cuts aren't priced in, Powell may be dovish, but at the same time, just like last time, anytime Powell is dovish, what happens? It's you got to think about it. So even if the market, like right before the Fed, kind of prices what Powell wants, and then Powell comes in dovish, what happens? Yeah, the market gets a little too aggressive. So that's the paradox. I don't know if Powell is going to learn from that mistake or if he doesn't care. Because last time, anytime he agrees and says, yeah, market's where it should be, everybody starts going a couple steps ahead. And just like it's like taking advantage of the nice parent. You know, he gives you a candy bar, you're like, I want two. And that's kind of where it's at. But as of now, looking on the macro front, I mean, rate cut odds are calming down. Powell doesn't have to be as aggressive. But then again, the theme over the last month and a half from every Fed member, it has been more aggressive. So we'll see. But I think it's pretty hard to tell. Honestly, I think Powell's strategic ambiguity is helping him a little bit. But then again, he hasn't really complained about the market going up. Biden says Iran responsible for supplying weapons in recent attack. PGR new high. Progressive, they've been running from earnings. PG holding up too. All right, I'm going to sell the Procter & Gamble $200. That was 30 cents to 200, a little bit below 1,000, but I don't want to push it too much. We'll get some gains out of that. And then I'm still holding the AXP because those expire on Friday. I am still in an ES short, the one that homie told me was going to print it in the opposite, but then I still have the Russells to the upside. But the short is down more than the Russells for now. It just depends on how the Russell's been moving. Yeah, honestly, you might not care what the market does. His job is stabilize employment and price stability, a real economy where things can stick. I kind of agree with you because he really hasn't shown like he's too concerned with financial conditions. That was more of a 2022 thing, and he has gone far away. Apple keeps dumping. So Apple now down to 188.53, down 1.6. On Roblo, I don't think they had earnings. I think the earnings is in a couple weeks. Where is it? Yeah, Roblo is February 7th. So next week? Or is that in 2 weeks? Yeah, next Wednesday is Roblo. Now, rates in dollar have not come to play in 24. They're moving, though. And that's like, we're still in a weird holding pattern from the last Powell. So, again, remember, the last time he unleashed the rate cut idea. and started talking about it. And ever since then, the market has been stuck in that mindset, and the data has not moved big enough to change it. If anything, it has supported this idea of a slow crawl towards Goldilocks or your soft landing. So nothing happened. We were up. We're still kind of up near the highs. We hit barely a new high, and then job openings came out a little bit more aggressive, and then we started coming down. Yeah, and then banks keep going nuts. They had updates on like both a bunch of upgrades all the way down to how some of those capital requirements are going to affect them. People are saying it's not going to be that big of a deal, and a lot of banks are hitting 52-week highs right now. Credit cards. Well, again, a lot of them had good earnings, and then I think it's, again, part of the capital requirement stuff with banks. Is oil coming back up? That was the only thing really holding. Yeah, oil's back up to 1%. Bonds trying to bounce a little. Let's see if the bonds end up leading the way. They did yesterday. Yeah, dollar. But then again, the dollar, it could react later to data or Powell. But for now, people are ignoring it. And that's what we're saying is like there's been a lot of move in rates and dollar, but they're keeping their eye on the story, and they're saying, you know, that'll all work itself out. But again, that's why Powell and the Fed are so important moving forward. Or we need the data to, whichever one happens first. Either Powell moves or the data moves meaningfully, and that's what we're looking at. Levi, new CEO. Riley on the high. Yeah, Eli Lilly. Levi's going up. McDonald's, B&B holding 150. Yalla Habibi, still down today. It was up a nice amount yesterday. Uber came down a little bit. Hilton's on the high, so more travel plays. They might be going. Boeing on the low, so is SPR. Watch Boeing below 200 again. Pfizer earnings seems decent. Well, yeah, it doesn't really move too much on earnings. It was decent, but I thought it was going to hold up green. I did play, but the 27 mark, I mean, it's still kind of, they reaffirmed their guidance from last quarter. So in a weird way, it's still like, although it's stable, it's not as if it's anything, mind-blowing. And again, they are still receiving a lot of pressure from the vaccine business slowing down heavily. Not too bad. Visa's still going up. Again, Pfizer 27, either big flush or big bounce. Maybe not big bounce, but watch for the flush. I think those plays won't hit then unless we get the move end of the day. Where is it? PayPal. And then bonds bouncing a little. So is the market. Dollar still elevated. Visa 52-week high. MasterCard as well. Again, MasterCard has earnings on Thursday, right? Qualcomm, I don't know. That's on Thursday. So we'll go one day at a time on them. Yeah, Pfizer's lower than pre-vaccine days. Well, they're losing like $3.5 billion a quarter on it. So people are expecting them to lose money, but again, they took back, vials from the government, and then now they're just not making as much on them. Again, the demand has just dropped. I mean, a couple years ago, everybody was getting one every week. Now, has anybody gotten one recently? I don't know. You tell me. Coin chart looks hideous. Banks look amazing. Wasn't crypto names up in the morning? Oh, they're all dropping now? Yeah, Beto, Bitcoin, they're all starting to flush. APA on the high and that for oil. Are you betting on the cancer medication? I think that and some of their gene editing stuff or their gene therapies, those have the long term. And then again, they still have a nice portfolio of drugs. It's not as if that, but again, the vaccine just helped them a lot. I've said that word so many times today. I hope I don't get banned, even though we're talking about Pfizer earnings. Welcome to 2024. But maybe it's not 2022 anymore. All right, there it is. Pfizer below 27. Those plays are going to dud unless it bounces, but I don't know. Below 27 is not a good sign for them. Oh, I forgot. Holy from yesterday. Well, again, just a little bit below their target. I mean, wasn't it like $4 of upside? Who was the other one? Was it Kava? No, Kalu? I think that was the biotech in the morning. What was it? Cura. That one was only up 2% in the morning. How low can Pfizer go? Can it hit the 25s? Well, another dollar would be a pretty big move. Again, like even if they close down 1.7 today, this will be their biggest earnings move in a year. So for them to go down to 25, that'd be another, they'd be down like 7% on the day. And I don't know if their earnings was that bad. But maybe over the next couple of days, if nobody upgrades it, people don't like it. But I don't know about today. But if you play those and that does hit, those will pay out thousands of percent. EA on the high, don't they have earnings coming up? Aren't they today? I think EA earnings are after the bell. Apple keeps dumping. Apple's down 1.8 now. Mom gave you an extra $2,000. What would you buy in the long term? I still like Pfizer. Otherwise, again, I think 3M still, they had the bad earnings and they're down. We talked a little bit about UPS, but at the end of the day, what is in your long term now? That has been the number one question we've been talking about, because if you, depending on what you already have built out, use your portfolio to kind of guide you on where you could put the next play. Where is it? Tesla's on the low now. They're giving up. Where is long term? Let's load Mr. Long Term. Fidelity Active Trading Pro. Wow. You have old crap. So you don't have any, like, do you have any good blue chip name? Like, if you don't have, like, a good anchor, you know, we've been talking about, like, Coca-Cola and Pepsi. Those have been some names. What's another one? I like Starbucks and Nike. UPS is kind of a decent one as well, too. Yeah, long-term giving up some of yesterday's gains. JP Morgan, Meta leading. I don't know if those Airbnb puts were there. You stupidly sold them. So, yeah, try to look for then the highest quality name you could get then. You know, remember, building anchors will be key. It sucks because some of the anchors are still kind of up there, but I do generally like the idea. Abivai is our top. Abivai's up, though, maybe after their earnings if they do bad. But again, I think UPS has a good dividend. I mean, their earnings wasn't good, so you run the risk of it kind of selling off. But that's the same thing for, like, Pfizer and 3M. But Coca-Cola, always a great start. Yeah, MO, Pfizer, 3M, Starbucks. Ford, I don't like Ford as much. I don't know if that one's on there. You kind of throwing that one in there. But Nike and Hershey's, yeah. Because Ford, if they cut their dividend, that'll suck. But I do have Ford in like a longer swing trade around these prices. Treasury to sell 60 billion in 4-month bills, 95 in 4-week, 5 billion in 8 weeks, or 5 and 90 billion plus 5. Why not VU for an anchor? It's just up there. That's it. So, like, even at least Coca-Cola, you're getting a better price, but VU is all-time highs. So that's my only problem with, like, yeah, I think the ETFs, when they come lower, you could grab it there, but I do like the names that are still not hitting their all-time highs. That's something I'm like, so Coca-Cola is like kind of right there in the middle. Even the Dow, I like the Dow better, but even the Dow's at all-time highs. Is there any ETF at all-time highs that isn't, or ETF that isn't at all-time highs? XLF just hit a 52-week high, but they're getting close to it. You already had that chance a little bit ago. Maybe the Russell, but then again, small caps for the long term, maybe. Yeah, IWM would be the only one. But again, I think that's very, I don't know. Again, that could move a lot, both for better or for worse. I wouldn't buy ARK. No way. No way in hell. For the long term, I would pick apart ARK and find the growth names that you like in there, but I wouldn't see myself buying that for the long term. KRE is a value play, so it's not as like an anchor. So KRE is a low price. It can move up a lot, but you do want that quality. Again, like I'm saying, like Coca-Cola is not going anywhere. Pepsi, even UPS, some of these names, they're never disappearing, and they're not at all-time highs. XENE. Xenon. So bonds have recovered a little bit. SPY came down, but they're kind of matched up for the most part. All right, home builders at all-time high. I feel like the home builders are crazy. Yeah, they're even higher than the SPY and VU. Yeah, the Dow's not bad, but Dow's, again, all of those are all-time highs. So if you want to pick and choose, but then again, it's up to you. I mean, you could go for the ETFs, get your diversity and safety. You may be buying them at all-time highs. Just hopefully you're not the type to sell out when there is a downturn. And then, let that thing do its work, and you don't even have to think about it because the risk is, picking and choosing. Let me see. The Fidelity, I don't know if it has the breakdown. Rate cut odds, you Google Fed Rate Monitor tool. It's on investing.com. Trying to see the Fidelity has like a break. I'm not used to it yet. What is it? CCOI on the high. And XHB moving around. Apple's still dying, bro. This thing's down 2% off a damn tweet. I'm still in the Pfizer calls. Yeah, we just got them. So I'm either going to lose, what, $40 on them or they're going to hit. But as long as it's holding 27, I like it. But they're not moving at all right now. They're not doing anything. Nexi going crazy. TBBK. Yeah, this one, we saw this one earlier. It was up only 100 only. Now it's up 170. What's TBBK? Did I get cut out? Do you hear me? My E-Trade just died. Can you hear me now? I see the chat still working. That's weird. Anybody's E-Trade just go down? Mine just got clapped. Am I bullish on FanDuel? I have DraftKings. So I know, isn't FanDuel like an ADR? But I only have like one deposit on them, I think. A little bit more. And we're down on them, but now with the covered calls, we got a good gain. But I do like I like a small bet on the industry. Your platform is down. I'm back. My high ticker's moving now, but E-Trade's kind of moving. It's being weird. I mean, the high ticker's working. TD's still up. No new high. You already hit a new high of the day by like 1/10 of a point or something. Or like a quarter. Banks are still going. My goodness. Come on, E-Trade. The high ticker is still working, but the rest of my charts aren't loading up on E-Trade. I blame the Neuralink guy. No. All right, my E-Trade's back. Hopefully the charts load up. Those little greens turned red already. Again, Apple weighing. Bank still going. HD on and lows on the high. Euro closed in 17 minutes. Still early. Still very early. What is the volume? Volume 14 million. By hour number 2, though, actually kind of low volume. Kind of crazy. Now my E-Trade just disconnected again. What is this, Habibi? Yeah, very odd combo holding up the market. Autos and banks. Most names are red. And then again, I do think you're getting a little bit of that bond boost there. But, you know, tech ahead of earnings. That's all going to change, though, after hours. Again, Microsoft, Google, AMD. It's going to be a big one. The same problem. I don't know. My high ticker is still working, but then my Thinkorswim and everything else is doing good. And then let's see. Save. Oh, yeah, they filed something on the deal again. And now my thing's connected again. Market going up. Save is running up here. Up 7%. Can Meta justify this valuation? It depends on their earnings, but, I mean, they make a lot of money. As long as they don't spend it, that company has a lot of cash. You know, I wouldn't want to call them like Apple, but, you know, as long as Mark Zuckerberg isn't going nuts, they still always have a lot of money. Meta till earnings, I might. It depends how these next earnings do. Like, so Google pretty much holding Meta after today. That play can move around a lot because depending on Google's ad revenue, it's probably going to get that thing moving. Meta's going to be on Thursday alongside Apple and Amazon. Thoughts on Apple earnings? I don't know, man. Apple has found a way to keep hitting highs, but I wasn't really impressed with the last two Apple earnings. I don't know. You guys tell me, but as I recall, it was like wasn't it like their first quarter of like negative growth? Or they had like 2 quarters in a row of like not so much, but then again, with all of the hype and their cash and everything else, services did good. They did surprise on other segments, but I don't think Apple even has a high bar right now. It has a high valuation, but I don't even think people are, you know, I think analysts have been very favorable to the company kind of regardless. Yeah, was it 4 quarters of decreasing revenue? Possible war news? No, I don't think, because again, I don't think Biden's going to escalate the thing. He might do sanctions on Iran. But at the end of the day, you know, like from Saturday to Monday, there's some of that more war hype, and you could see it in oil. But, you know, if Biden did escalate that Iranian thing, then it would be more negative, but not for now. What is AZO and O'Reilly cooking up? They've done good, again, with used cars and parts. I think AZO has done better than O'Reilly. I think these guys have been all throughout this whole thing. There's been a lot of money on auto parts. That's why it's weird Advanced Auto Parts is down. Yeah, but O'Reilly's been killing it. O'Reilly Auto Parts. MSCI conference call. I don't know if there's that many people following them. They killed it, though. I think they got to even benefit off the other ones. Oh, my goodness. I already wanted to yell this morning, and now, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, you have Bradley Frizzle and the Peach. Oh, my goodness. Oh, no. Oh, my goodness. I think that might have just brought my voice back. I think I might be ready. Oh, my gosh. Are you kidding me? Bradley Frizzle. Way to hold it down, my guy. God bless you. Happy Tuesday. Happy earnings. Oh, my goodness. We out here, baby. We out here. Mm-hmm. My goodness. My goodness. Are you kidding me? Multiple years, and he got the Jets back. They don't know, baby. They don't know. God bless you, Bradley. How you feeling, man? How do you feel about the earnings, Mr. Peach? How do you feel about Microsoft, Google? Yeah, they don't feel you, bro. They don't know. They don't know. Some people don't know. If you know, you know, man. The most consistent in the game. More consistent than any president, than any Fed chair, than any treasury. The man, the myth, the legend. What do they know about that life? Mm-hmm. My goodness. Let's go. We out here. Activities, Peach. It's there, man. It's there. It's blessed. It's blessed. My goodness. My goodness. It's exciting. Just bought Microsoft 405s. Whoop. Microsoft, I play pre-earnings on them. Sometimes they get clapped, but we will be doing earnings previews later. But then again, I mean, Microsoft, I feel like a lot more is riding on Microsoft than Google. But then in a weird way, I feel like everybody downplaying the Google. So we'll see. How do you feel about Tesla? I think it's getting driven by, what's it called? I think it's getting driven by the Neuralink thing. I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. But for the most part, it seems like as the market kind of calming down, when other tech names go down, they've been going up. Yeah. Italy's economic minister. No, that's not important. And then SPY popping a little bit now. So you're above VWAP. Bonds are getting to the lower end of the data, but again, they're still up 0.25%, and that's following yesterday's reaction to the Treasury. NVIDIA, I mean, you got a couple weeks till NVIDIA earnings. So I don't know if you're excited or not about that. Maris up on the high, 52-week high. Again, Para's up. You had that. Oh, I thought Para was up because of the NFL stuff. Brought to you by Tesla. Drive with your mind. While charging. Charge your brain. Charge your car. Oh, Procter. I got out of it, and of course it rips. But then we got a good gain on that. That's still wild to me, man. There is literally a human out there with a Tesla in their head. Whatever, a Neuralink. I don't even understand it. That's crazy. Like, you know, Apple Pay, you know how you have to, like, double tap the home button to pay with Apple Pay? Imagine you just, like, double tap your temple. That's crazy. And then you stare into the eyes of the cashier and just double tap your head. That's insane to me, bro. I don't know. I'm assuming that's a feature. I don't know if that's how it works. But that's what I'd be doing. I'd be like double tapping shit on my head. Yeah, that's crazy, bro. Pelt's plans to fix Disney includes bundling ESPN Plus with Netflix. Again, I don't know. He's not on the board yet. He just owns a stake. I wonder how that's going to move it. But Disney already coming up a little bit. Everyone said blink twice to purchase. They're like, calling my bank. I have the Neuralink, and I made $10,000 of unauthorized transaction. It said blink to purchase, and I blinked. I didn't mean to blink. I ended up buying everything I looked at in the Amazon store. FSD for my brain. I could work while sleeping. You're going to have the weirdest dreams. But, like, what does it do to your dreaming? Have they studied that? I feel like that's the, like, unintended side effect. Because I've been having weird dreams lately, and, like, I don't have something in my brain. Like, imagine you just start getting the most gnarliest dreams. Like, that's, I can only think, I don't even know, man. Lucid dreams. No, Tesla dreams. We can't call it lucid. Copyright infringement. What? Can you still get in the shower? I think you can. You just have to wear earplugs. Otherwise, you'll fry your brain. I don't know. I'm making all of this up. I have no idea. I'm not really the guy to ask about putting shit in your brain. You know what I'm saying? I think you could do that through books and knowledge. You know what I'm saying? But I don't know about like a implant. I've never had any implants in my life. I've had a hernia. Maybe that counts, but then again, it's just like a mesh wire. SPY is breaking out again. I don't know if I want to say bonds are leading the way, but SPY has recovered more than the bond market. And that Disney Pelts news didn't move it up as much. Bonds or dollar still elevated. That's the only problem. No, Pfizer coming up a little off the bottom. Where's ups? This is the culmination of Elon's plan for world domination. Well, it's scary. I hope you don't get an implant because of Elon. Because, like, do you know how many people, like, do you know how many Democrats bought a Tesla, like, 5-10 years ago? And then Elon turned into a Republican? Imagine you're like, yeah, I'm going to get my brain implant. And then Elon shifts back to, like, an extreme liberal. Oh, dude. I'm just saying, I don't know. I'm saying it could go both ways. It could go both ways, man. It could go both ways. So you better watch out. That's the only issue I have with it. Is if you buy it because of Elon and like where he stands on things, you're gonna I don't know, man. Disney, it's barely down, but yeah, that Pelt stuff. Dude, it's crazy, though. They really won't let him on the board. There's more. I think most of the board members in Disney don't even own the stock, which is kind of mind-blowing. Well, Humana's coming up. Is this higher than the other day? Yeah, Humana's kind of breaking out. We got, like, what, almost 100% on those contracts? Yeah, Disney's starting to move. AXP pushing. I got out of the Procter Gamble's too early, but that one's still doing good. Procter just moves so slow. It's amazing how the man that bought full electric vehicles to the market is actively shit on. I feel you, man. Imagine what Soulja Boy has to go through. You know, Soulja Boy did a lot of things, and they don't give him the respect he deserves. So I feel Elon Musk is like the Soulja Boy of like the stock market EV world. Just tell Soulja Boy, I told you. Elon Musk, I told you. Hop about the bed, charge my Tesla. Take a look at Twitter, say what's up, what's up, what's up. Yeah, I'm trolling everyone. Oh, so I could understand. Bro wears Baphomet jackets. Amen. Amen. Yeah, Humana's doing good. Again, we still got the AXPs. So we'll see. We'll get into earnings, baby. Got a little bit more time. A little bit. A lot of time, actually. It's not even... Actually, it's Euro close right now. So bonds recovered pre-Euro. Now you got your boy, the market at Euro close. So yesterday, we went straight up after Euro close. I don't know if you guys recall that. But where was it? Yeah, like right here, Euro, it's kind of looked the same. You had the drop-off manufacturing data, and then we had Euro close, and then we went up, chilled out for like maybe another 30 minutes, an hour, and then you went crazy, and then Janet Yellen in the Treasury Fund bunch came in. My humor's like yours. I swear we knew each other in another life. I'm going to go out on the limb and say we know each other in this life. What's up, man? You know what I'm saying? Like, yeah, maybe we just grew up similar, man. I feel like a lot of us have very similar experiences, and that's it. And nowadays, like, is like what you find is like, I don't know, man. Like, I'm really unfunny to a lot of people, so you just might have psychological issues like myself, or you don't get offended easily. That's it. Because some people, that's it. If humor is like, oh, Elon Musk is I don't know. I don't even know how to. I don't know. But I don't think Elon Musk likes me. Like I've made fun of him and I've supported him so many times. It's just like, and I don't trust him at all. So I don't know, man. I don't know. Yeah, Euro liquidity. We'll see. I mean, we went up yesterday. The only problem I have is bonds are not recovering. But again, we were talking about yesterday hitting the bond market a little bit harder. So we will see. JPM, bro, keeps going. More volume on AXP. Humana. Did you ever meet Elon when he was your neighbor? No. I didn't even see. I saw his wife. And then I told you the only other. I never really met anybody. Like, I lived next to some famous people, but, like, I mean, we didn't talk. The best was I saw Jennifer Lawrence walking her dog. I really wanted to just roll down the window and go, Peter! 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 And I really, really wanted, I really wanted. You had no idea. You have no idea, bro. I was so tempted to. She would have laughed. Maybe, but it wasn't, I just kept driving. Man. I had to go. Yeah, Pfizer going up. Dude, those plays are right at where we bought them at. So if you bought them a little lower, you could have got 40%. But I'm down with them. I mean, maybe we get lucky on them. At least they didn't drop below 27. Did you ever think you were going to hit rock bottom? Yeah, several times. I would even argue I kind of did hit rock bottom at times. Especially, going through very big highs and then not preparing and planning and not being aware of stuff and then giving it back up. There's nothing worse about getting a big W and then shortly after not having it and then getting hit by like 10 more things. That's why y'all should look into taxes for sure. That goes a long, long way. But that was definitely a moment for me. Again, I think success is like every chart you see. Like even NVIDIA. But your life is probably going to play out like a NVIDIA chart. You're going to have a lot of ups and downs, even though you're only focusing on the ups, every up has a very big down. So it just really depends. But, God is good, man. Finger to the sky. Pfizer. Bro, banks are insane. Meta dying. Interesting. Everything went up and then they went down. And that's after they were leading. Humana still keeps running up. So those plays are under 100% right now. Come on, little guy. Actually, let's see those hums. Humza. You want your time, your long term to look like the use over time chart for the word pixelated? I've never seen that. I feel like you have, though. I feel like I've never Googled what that looks like. Bank of America, banks are running again. Again, that's dominating the high ticker over here. My goodness. I make weird connects, brother. That's a good, I'm sure how, I mean, I'm kind of curious. Let's see. I like it. Is this what you're talking about? Pixelated? Yeah. Why does it get used so much now? Very interesting. I'm down with that. It peaked in 2015, though. And then people in Utah are very interested in the word pixelated, and Idaho. I don't know if that's a good sign, but what the fuck? Why is Bukkake? What the fuck, Google? Come on, are you kidding me? Yo, what is this? Why is that number right next to it? Pixelated, man. Yo, come on. And then they're like Adobe Illustrator. What? Nah, that's weird, Google. I think we just found something even weirder. Yeah, that's a number. It's a breakout topic ahead of that's insane. All right, man. The F is I don't want to say it. You know, I had to explain that to my girlfriend once because she'd be saying some words in German sometimes. I'm like, what did you just say? And my girl, you know how many things my girlfriend has asked me? She's like, what does that mean? I'm like, ah, shit. So I had to explain it to her. That's crazy, bro. Isn't that where they cook the food and fry? That's a mukbang, I think. Oh, shit. Humana popped, and then I sold the contract. 360. I got 100% on the Humana. Again, it expires this week. But that one's kind of... Damn, the Humana's running right now. We are going to be playing some earnings today. We're going to go over them. And we even got some money back today, so sold some Humana. I still have the other ones. I got 200 back from the Proctor. ANET scammed us. We should have had 1,000 on that one. But maybe we'll get, or not ANET. What was it, first 5? We'll see if we get lucky. But yeah, we're going to go over the earnings around like 11. Damn, those Humanas keep ripping. I sold out 360. They're at 390 now. But that's over 100%. Wait till you have kids and they learn words on the school bus and ask for an explanation at the dinner table. I'm just going to read them the Bible. You know what I'm saying? So I'll keep them pure, but at the same time, the Bible has ridiculous stuff. You know that? But I'm mad. My mom would never tell me what a concubine was. I figured that out on my own. The Bible is pretty crazy. Bible has a lot. The Bible is like a rated R movie, and then I wasn't allowed to watch rated R movies. Am I gonna make your kids do real estate? You better do real estate, you little. No, man. I don't even know if I'm gonna have kids, bro. So we'll see, bro. We'll find out. But I have not really planned out their lives. I still can't believe that pixelated thing. And then pixelated be searching up pixelated. Like, I want it to look like the use over time chart. A little Josh answers, Junior. Yeah, but like, I don't know. There's a good chance my kid is gonna hate the stock market. What if he comes out like my sister? You know, that's it. And then he just becomes like, and he wants to like join Greenpeace. I wouldn't be disappointed in him. I'd be like, that's down. I'm down with that. Merc, M-U-R, not M-R-K. But again, we're out of the Humana. Those are good, though. Humana keeps ripping. Again, I've sold out these options. Both of them fucking rip, PG and Humana. But PG, you could have got another couple dollars off of that, or another like 30, 40 bucks, not dollars on the option. No speakers or meetings. I don't know if there's a little bit of data. We had real estate data in the morning. You already got the job numbers. Dallas Fed Services already came out. No one reacted. You got crude numbers after the bell, and that's it. So no, nothing today. Tomorrow you're gonna get mortgage applications, ADP employment, and then the ECI employment cost, and then Powell, and then Treasury refunding. So tomorrow's the big day. All right, we're going up here. Interesting. Yeah, Tyler just sent me this one. Mr. Michael Tyler. This is Microsoft Copilot use over time. That is kind of crazy. So it says it's literally at 100. So that's like the top. So even over the last quarter here, that was their last earnings and it came down. But everybody is talking about Copilot. And that's from a Google platform. We play Pump It Up at 5,000. And then bonds are recovering now, so literally bonds need to get back up to the data level, but SPY's already right below there. They're both doing pretty good. Again, Euro close has been pretty good for the market, even the pre-Euro close. Humana, Pfizer. I mean, Pfizer's kind of doing decent right now. If we could get above there, maybe it kicks into gear. You got like, what, 10, 20% on the Pfizer at the ask? I hope that one works out too. We got to get lucky, though. Got to get lucky. But if those do come, if that comes up back to open, that's it. Then it's going to be a good day. Because, again, those are like, we bought them cheap. But, again, I do think we need a little bit of luck on our side for that. Something pushing the Dow, it's the banks. So literally, that's what we went over earlier. Like right now, the Dow, you have 15 red, 15 green, but literally JP Morgan, the leader, Visa, Amex, Goldman Sachs, and then that's it. And then Microsoft, the rest is like Home Depot, Procter Gambler, Travelers, and Procter Gamble. So the Dow is benefiting off the banks and financials. Baba is coming back up here. Airbnb, now go, yalla. No, okay. Starbucks on the high. And then Tesla a little bit off the bottom. GE keeps hitting 52-week highs. Yeah, financials are doing amazing. Well, I'm telling you, like when we were doing nothing, they were up. Bank of America is up 3.5% right now. Anytime the banks move like this, it's kind of unreal. I'm surprised the regionals aren't getting more juice off of it, but every bank right now. And now SPY back to break even. NASDAQ and Russell, only things red. And SPY is now recovered all losses from the jobless claims. And then bonds are a little bit lower. Did the dollar come down? I said, young dollar, you just need to come down. I said, young dollar. Yeah, bonds came up a decent amount. Yeah, CLF, who was it? GM, MSCI, those are the best earnings. We had first 5, but then they hoed us. Yeah, Bank of America now. Again, I got out of my Bank of America plays with a profit. Last time they ran above here, so they're killing it. And then again, JP Morgan's a couple dollars now. It's like $2 from all-time highs, but it's holding a lot better here. Tink on the high, TNK. I didn't sell FFIV. No, I'm holding it. I thought that one was going to hit. Again, even I kind of want to go for a double dip, but literally like pre-market yesterday, those went in the money. It was looking good. I don't think it got any analyst activity, but I think it should be up more than 2%. You had 100% in the morning, and then it just failed. And bonds, we'll see. Dow's been green right there. Watch SPY and Russell. Yeah, Pinterest, because again, all these social media companies, if even Snap's been getting a good look, Meta, again, Pinterest had a good earnings last time too. Bank of America, more of the banks and financials still going up. Again, card companies too. ECB Nagel says German economic outlook isn't great. And then SPY is approaching the high of the day, which is also the all-time high that yesterday that we hit and this morning. DraftKings on the high. Didn't they come down earlier? Yeah, they are up 0.5. IWD. SPY's ripping. There it is. New all-time high, Chattadonia. 492,968. Remember, 4,930 to 4,932. That's a level, and then if it goes higher, then you're looking at 4,940, and then 4,950. So 10 points at a time. But on that note, I'm going to go to the bathroom. Follow me on Instagram at The Trade-In Fraternity. Good morning. Get ready for more earnings. We're going to go over everything in the next couple of hours, so be here around 11 or get the stream alerts if you're a lagger. And I love you, and good morning, and I will BRB.
You know, I do have a lot. I don't know. I'm not supposed to talk about my particular holdings, but I do have a lot of crypto. Yeah.
All right, Chris Dixon, founder, managing partner over at A16Z Crypto, with a book out today. Great to have you on the program. Thank you.
Thank you, Caroline.
Now, coming up on the show, TikTok testing out a new feature that will help further a push into e-commerce. Got all those details next. This is Bloomberg Technology.
Come on, Bloomberg Technology. Young man, you don't need to feel down. I said, young man. There you go. CNBC hasn't
Spending for big enterprise players. Do we expect those cloud numbers to slow down as AI ramps up?
You know, that is a good question, because I remember a few quarters ago, we were focused on CapEx, right, for all of them. And that's basically buying the GPUs and getting the infrastructure, updating it for generative AI era. And you had, like, just a few weeks ago, Mark Zuckerberg, right, saying that he's going to be stocking up on GPUs and chips for their development. So that is something that could maybe take the markets by surprise. I mean, for Facebook, Meta, at least we do have those operating numbers and some of the CapEx behind us. But if we hear more of that from the hyperscalers, the Amazon, Alphabet, and Microsoft, that could be interesting, because they still don't have like those specifics on the generative AI revenue. And it feels like Wall Street has given them a pass for spending on the back end for the compute power for generative AI. But we're at this weird place where Wall Street still wants efficiency, right, as we've seen from Alphabet. So we'll see. That will certainly play into it.
We're going to know a lot more in about 4 hours. Dee, thank you. Deirdre Bosa on tonight's big start to mega cap tech earnings. When we return, the CEO of steelmaker Cleveland Cliffs is up next. Stock is up after a revenue miss. Upbeat outlook driving some of those gains. When we're back in 2.
Yeah. Commercial clap. I'm sorry. I couldn't stop. I wasn't able to. Oh, man, we missed push-ups, too. I wanted to stretch right there. We'll have to wait a little bit. Damn, those Humanas are still going. Humana now $4 on the bid. So that was a good one. Oh, shit. No, oh, no, I'm looking at first 5. I was like, those Pfizers went up. I said young Pfizer. I think that's like, what, 30%? A little less on Pfizer, though. So if that could keep going, Pfizer, we maybe get a little lucky on that one, hopefully. Inshallah. Commercial clap, don't worry. SPY hitting new highs every day, but 90% of the stock's red. With a random few bit. That's because, like, 2000, the year 2000, 39%, or I believe 29 or 30% of the S&P is in 7 stocks. So it's the other like 70% having to fight for it. Josh's year-to-date bathroom breaks, 118. That's not bad. What's the math on that? 118 divided by 30. 3.9 bathroom breaks a day. I'll take it. Yeah, it's not bad. Not including weekends. That's great. That's it. And then how much? Like, if I spend like what? Like maybe like 1 minute times 1. I spend like 3.9 minutes. So times that by 3. So I'm spending like what? 12 minutes? Not bad in 7 hours. Like, if this was California, I'm required a 15-minute break every, like, 4 hours that I work. So, I don't know. Maybe we need to step these numbers up. We need to step these numbers up, man. It's the law. It's the law. Rookie numbers. MTG, Visa, all the credit names too. Again, MasterCard, AXP, and Visa, either at 52-week highs or a little bit above it. Again, AXP is a little bit off of it. The AXPs came back up though; they're a little bit above $1. The alerts. Wait, what? The news feed here. We have Stock Market Live. You could get it. You got free long-term alerts in the first link, and then the stream alerts as well. And then we're going to go over all of the earnings plays around 11, I assume. Maybe a little earlier. I still got to brew. Actually, it may take a little, maybe around 11. We'll do some PHILO. And then I got to brew up all of the previews and see what we got and go from there. Costco. MMYT. AXP still going up. Where's Tessie? Netflix. So again, Bonds and SPY both kind of chilling out. Bonds have not recovered though, but SPY has. I didn't look into Whirlpool into detail, no. I just saw it was like a miss. 6% was right what was priced in though. ECB Nagel says inflation is absolutely moving in the right direction. You sell cover calls on any dividend stocks in the LT? Yeah, not on dividend stocks. No. Usually I don't. I mean, I've sold a covered call on Abivai before. And like, let's say Abivai tomorrow, if they have a really good earnings, I would be down to sell a covered call on Abivai because we're up a lot. And then you could just sell something way out there. But I've done covered calls on Abivai, but I don't typically do it on dividend stocks. Just usually they don't pay enough. So like sometimes the dividend stocks, the premiums, the stocks aren't expected to move as much. So you don't really get that much premium, and it's not really worth it to sell a covered call if I can't get a high price on the strike and then a high dividend. I mean, what's the point? I'll just sit there and collect my divvy. But I have done it on Abivai. I remember in the beginning I sold covered calls on Abivai, and then I would buy a share and use it as like a ghetto dividend. This was the chart that Pixelated was talking about. That makes more sense. And the relateds aren't that bad, yeah. All right, I feel you. I was like, you want like a high chart in 2015? I'm like, I guess. I like that chart. I like it. Amen. That one is work safe. That one. I'm surprised Google even had that on the other one. Umana won't stop. 414 now. Amazon's on the lows, surprisingly. Again, even Microsoft not doing that well. I really think banks and financials are lifting us up. Ethereum up almost 3. Isn't Bitcoin down? I guess Bitcoin's barely up. Marriott on the high. Come on, Airbnb. Follow your cousins. Go to the promised land. Booking's barely moved the last couple of days, though. And then Expedia's down. U.S. says renewal of Venezuela oil relief pens fair elections. Fractal Health Guts plans to go public. You could find the IPO. Somebody said Guts earlier, but what? I don't like that ticker. Sounds disgusting. Fractal Health, though, that sounds familiar. VWO. Oh, Baidu trying to work its way up. So is Baba. Tesla's holding up. SPY going up. More candles on Baba. So Baba might go green. Dow, SPY still green. NASDAQ and Russell, only thing down. Bonds are holding up, but bonds, I don't know. I feel like they want to die at any minute now. And then SPY, we hit one new high, and then we're like right back above the level. Amazon's flushing. Well, yeah, the market brushed off the data. The data was weird, like I said. Until we get a job list, like a job openings that like shoots up or down. Because I don't know if you guys remember. Any other time, like remember when the jobs shot up, we died. When the jobs dropped down by almost 1 million, we rallied. So as long everything, even to start off the year, most of this data has been status quo. So like you even see how we kind of started off the year right now. Nothing has moved. It's been within like 200,000 jobs. So the expectations were kind of wide, and people thought it would have been a lot lower today, but it came in higher. But that high isn't much higher than what we got last time. CL is PG rocketing. I knew I made the sacrifice for y'all. Take it, embrace it. Starbucks on the high. AXP, they're coming down. They're up 1 though. Yeah, oil's still up like 1.3. Costco going crazy. Oh, where's ups? UPS and Whirlwind. I forgot about ups. That one kind of just holding down there. Not really doing anything exciting. Would you say the job should confirm a rate cut, or does it think that they could wait? I think it confirms that it doesn't. It should mean that we don't get a rate cut in March, alongside everything else. So, and then ultimately the non-farms on Friday. But with all the data we've gotten recently, it makes sense why now we're pricing in less odds of a rate cut for March. Right now, I believe the odds for a rate cut in March has now dropped to 35%. Previously, yesterday it was at 50, and the week before that, I think it was at like 50 or 60. Pfizer started to dribble back down again. And then SPY tried to make another move up. Mega cap earnings. I think they're going to be decisive for the market as far as plays. We'll see. The only problem with the mega caps, they all moved a lot. So you got to think about it. A lot of those names, they just moved pretty big. So every other earnings that has got us kind of hyped up, like even Meta, like we're up 100% on Meta, and they don't report till Thursday. So I do think all of the options will be up there. But then again, 2 standard deviation. We probably moved already a standard deviation and a half following the first couple of weeks. Rate cuts for end of the year are still pricing in 6 rate cuts, meaning that we'll be down to 4% from 5.5 right now. So that's down from 8 or 7, but it's the December cuts are still pretty up there. If rate cuts were the reason the market all-time high, then why the rate cuts go away? Because December is still there. So the speed of rate cuts, that is disappearing, but the market is still stubborn, thinking we are going to get 6 rate cuts by December, and then right as they started to disappear, everybody started getting big earnings and focusing on that. Curious to see how much Meta lost on VR. Quest 3 was a flop. I saw a cool video. You could play the piano with the Quest 3, but I've never bought a VR headset. And then again, aren't they just starting to release the Apple one? Quest 3 is sick. Yeah, I've seen a lot of cool things with it. I don't have a use for a headset, but like anything I've seen look pretty dope. I feel like they'd be good for learning things. Like, can't you put one on and like you could load up like instructions how to fix a car or something? Doing the 3-day training, new to stocks and options, small account. Do you have a long term? So again, we've been doing a lot of options gambles. They've been hitting, again, even when they lose, you just need one that really does the work for you. But when it's all said and done, we've been saying, man, just don't underestimate the long term, and hopefully you don't gamble with money that you need, and be wise about it. But if you get a long term and you balance that with your trading, you are going to be good, my friend. Anything else will be a very volatile journey. Nvidia's breaking out right now. A new 52-week high on Nvidia. What time is it? 9. It's still early. Yeah, as SMCI did the Nvidia, though. It's sold off after the earnings. It might be able to come back up. But remember, they were pricing in 50, and now it's up only $15. Senate banking chair urged feds to cut rates early this year. That's coming out right now. Senate banking chair urges Fed to cut rates earlier in the year. Very interesting. And then Nvidia is going crazy. Bonds are getting a red candle, though. So again, SPY looks like it's getting volume. Dollar is back to break even. Xi promised Biden China wouldn't interfere in election. Thanks for the promise. I appreciate the commitment. Can we calculate pricing moves on mega caps? Yeah. I mean, didn't you just ask me about this? I told you around 11. So either be here around 11, give or take. If you're worried about missing it, get the stream alerts so you don't miss it. Otherwise, we're going to operate on the same schedule we have for the last 2 weeks with every earnings. Okay, Papa? Tesla on the low. And then UNP's running up. We had those, but those didn't make any moves. I don't think. Yeah, those are clapped. Where's those ups? Ups not moving. Pfizer's still kind of holding on, but it dribbled down a little bit. Nvidia earnings is in a couple of weeks. So that's the thing. It's like we're getting hyped up on all the mega caps. But Nvidia doesn't report till I think end of the month in February. There was a gambling report saying that Americans are gambling more and placing higher bets. The debate is it signaling a strong economy. The counter is that people are getting desperate. I just think gambling has become more popular. And then again, gambling is not what it used to be. Like if you gambled 10 years ago, people looked at you weird. Nowadays, you gamble 10 years ago, you probably have an Xbox Live account, or you're in college, or it doesn't matter. Like everybody at your work gambles probably. I just think it's been more assimilated into normal culture. On it, that's what I see every day. I'm telling you, it's just not even nobody even cares now. Gambling is a personality in a weird way to some. It really is. It's a good way to put it, but it's acceptable now. I don't know how to describe it. Like I told you, I got beat. I got slapped by the first time I went to the casino when I was 18, and I signed up so I could get the free buffet. And when it got shipped to my house, they shipped the card. My dad slapped me. They told me not to gamble. They got nowadays. Now I guess I'm an adult. They don't care, but even then, it's like back in the day, bro. Gambling was bad. Even if you had a conservative culture, bro, gambling was not nah, man. Mm-hmm. People see sports betting going to the casino as different. Never thought about that. Yeah, I guess. But trading isn't gambling. It is, but then again, long term isn't gambling. See, and that's the paradox. I wish if there was a long term for gambling. Imagine you could place a 10-year sports bet that they'll just play games, and it paid out little by little. But yeah, I think trading always had that stigma. Trading was always viewed as gambling from the 90s. So after the tech bubble and everything else, how many people lost their shit in the 2000s? Don't ever underestimate it. There was a lot of people lost their careers. People started their career and lost it, but there's the long term is in the same arena, but it's much more different. Players should be able to place bets on their own team. I mean, hey, if politicians can trade on the stocks that they influence, we should let the athletes bet on the teams they play for. Walking outside is a gamble, so become a hermit. Okay. Tell me you're addicted to gambling without telling me you're addicted to gambling. Everything in life is a gamble, Josh. So don't breathe. So what are you going to do? Not breathe? Because everything is making you breathe, so you're gambling anyways. So I don't know what you're saying. Seems like everything is a gamble, so I don't think my gambling is a gambling problem because school has problems on tests. So does that make school a gamble? Mm-hmm. Yeah, exactly. Okay, you win. You win, man. You win. No, the banks had a lot of upgrades today, and then there was like the upgrades were talking about how the banks are going to do a lot better despite the capital requirements that are coming into place. All right, SPY coming down. Bonds dropped a little earlier, but again, the bonds were a little, the stocks were a little bit higher. Defense Department Kirby, we are making progress on hostage talks. Spain Sanchez loses crucial vote after Catalan partners rebel. Bro, how is there still hostages? Hasn't this been like 3 months now? 2 months? These are short-term renters at this point. They're about to, like, that's insane. It's been months. No updates on RAD, honestly. They're still going through the bankruptcy proceedings, but we haven't heard anything in a while. DraftKings. Amazon keeps going lower. Remember I was saying I want to wait till Amazon comes down. Yalla, yeah, Amazon. AMD flushing. These Amazons are still juiced. Yeah, those Microsoft flushing now too. So bonds are holding up a little bit better, but a lot of things just took L's. Microsoft's in the red now. AMD just plummeted. Even Tesla, they're still in the green. And then again, is Apple still down too? 1.6. Yellow does mean let's go, exactly. E-Trade showing unconfirmed Rite Aid earnings. They may still have earnings, but again, I think the number one driver is how they come out of this bankruptcy. But that still is going to take a couple of months. So again, right back down to VWAP. Bonds didn't move as much. But again, we hit 49.30. So again, 49.33-ish, 32, and then 49.40, then 49.50. Those are levels to the upsides. We have 500 shares of Hakax. What's that? I have no idea what that is. HCAX? Yeah. Oh, is that a mutual fund? And then you're from Europe. What do you think about a portfolio of 80 VWCE, 15 QDVE, AI robotics? Are these all, what's it called? Are these like Vanguards? And all like, or what's it called? Not mutual funds. What am I thinking of? Yeah, if you guys have those, I mean, those are going to do the work for you. As long as it has a good history, you know, the process is a little slower. But as long as those have them, I mean, you'll be good to go. But it's just really about when you get in and how long you plan to hold. Yeah, I don't think these will load up for me on a chart. Peloton for earnings. Do they report? If it's on the schedule for today, we will go over it. So where is it? So today we're going to go over Microsoft, AMD, Alphabet, Starbucks, Skyworks, Juniper, Match, Lending Club, EA, and CP. And then Boeing, Novo, Philips, Roper, MasterCard, Thermo Fisher, Boston Scientific, Hess, and these two will probably skip. So those are the ones we have for today. Oh, Desi. And then SPY's coming down here. Again, bonds are holding, which is good. But SPY and bonds will match up at like 490.90. Oh, Peloton already got earnings? Yeah, the Peloton TikTok collab. That's what brought it up the other day. So I think that's kind of already priced in. But, I think Peloton is a buyout target. I don't know what their valuation is. But I don't see Peloton as a company. Yeah, it's worth $2 billion. Oof, I don't know if how much they'll buy it for. But I just see Peloton getting bought out by somebody. They're just really expensive. But I don't know how they're going to do as like a growth company. Damn, Humana's running still. I don't know if TikTok will buy them. I mean, TikTok has the money. Mutual funds. It's just going to do the work for you. If you want, you could switch to one of the bigger like Vanguards that have a lower one. But mutual funds are they should be slow and safe. It just depends what they're investing in. I would just look at the history of it all. So as long as the expense ratio is below like 1%, and even then, that's kind of high, you should be good. But at that point, it's dependent on what you kind of want for your personal strategy. Where's gold? Go back to 2053. The Peloton bike's overrated. I just think they're expensive. Like, the bikes have came down in price, but like, you need to buy shoes. You need to like sign up for the $15 a month. You need to pay a lot for it, but people really do like the community. Like, how many like people love it, bro. They love the whole like, keep pedaling, you got this, everybody turn up with me. Let's go. Crank that soldier boy while riding. You got this. You got this. You going to back down now? You going to back down now? You see a reflection in the computer screen? You going to give up on him? Keep going. Keep going. I don't care if you're vomiting. Vomiting means success. Less weight. Let's go. Let's go. People love it, man. They really get behind that. Like, that's what really people be signing up for. Then they got, like, different classes. They got different things. Like, it's crazy. Lululemon wants Peloton and Apple. But Peloton's expensive. So right now it's at $2 billion. Even if maybe somebody would offer them double, give them $4 billion. Meta's now flushing, bro. All of big tech is dying right now. Welcome to earnings. This happens, though. It's not like, again, they've all kind of ran up. So maybe they're calming down here. But kind of out of nowhere, they all just gave up. I'm still in the metas where they came down. They were just at 100%. Now they dropped down to 80, but we got like 60%, I think, on those. Yeah, Lulu doesn't want Peloton. They learned the lesson with Mirror. But Mirror wasn't as like popular. Like, that's the thing. Peloton, like, it exists. Peloton's not as popular, but Peloton did good in branding. And then not to mention they have like, thousands of active users already. Midday. I don't know if they're... I think we had Kirby headlines earlier, but I don't know if they're scheduled to talk right now. Oh, shit, they are?
In nature that would deliver on meaningful reforms and resources that would help us secure the border. And
all right, well, I'll queue up
that's
the
the
press.
stated goal
I'll queue up the earnings
of both
for
Republicans
now.
and Democrats in Congress.
So we're
What's standing in the way? We don't think politics should.
What's the White House's view of this House Homeland Security vote that we're expecting today to impeach Mayorkas? They argue that he has refused to enforce immigration laws.
I don't know that I can respond to that any better than Secretary Mayorkas did in his letter to the committee this morning, where he laid out extensively everything that he and the department have done to be responsive to the committee and their requests, the testimony, the documentation. all of the things that they have done to be responsive to this committee. Now look, there is an active process underway. President Biden, Secretary Mayorkas, Senate Democrats and Republicans are actively talking about bipartisan, meaningful policy reforms and resources to help secure our border. House Republicans could be working with us on that as part of that effort. Instead, this is what they're doing today. We think that the American people would much rather see Democrats and Republicans working together on Congress, on Capitol Hill, and with the White House to deliver on what we need to do, the action that we need to see to secure the border.
A couple logistical questions for you, Olivia. First, the call that the president had with service members' families, that was this morning at the White House?
That's correct.
Okay. And when the president goes to Detroit this week, will he be meeting with Muslim and Arab American leaders when he's there?
We have not confirmed other travel this week.
Is there any other official business that's taking place on this trip to Florida?
The president has 2 political events today. I refer you to the campaign to speak in more detail about those, but don't have any additional official events to discuss on the ground here in Florida today. Obviously, the president is continuing to stay in touch, as you've already heard from Admiral Kirby, with his team here, his team on the ground about the for critical national security updates on the border negotiations, economic news like the consumer spending data we just got this morning, and more.
On the call with the Gold Star families, how much time did he spend on the call with them? Did he have any reaction after the call that he conveyed to staff? And is there anything you can tell us about what specifically he told the families?
It wasn't 3 separate calls. I am happy to try to get some more texture from those calls that took place right before he arrived here. He conducted those calls right before he left the White House this morning. I don't have a duration of each of those calls. I'm happy to try to get more that I can share out of those for you. But certainly, as Admiral Kirby described, he was, expressed his deepest sympathies for their loss, his pride in their service, and his hope that he could be there for their dignified transfer on Friday.
Getting the earnings previews while we listen to this. It won't be out later.
Let me just come back to you with that.
Is the campaign fully reimbursing the White House for today's trip since there are no official events? Do you have any?
There are well-established guidelines that we always follow. We've done trips in recent weeks and months that are all political, all official, or a mix of both, and in every case we follow the letter of the law in terms of the cost sharing that council dictates.
Is that normal protocol for the president to ask the Gold Star families if it will be okay for him to attend the dignified transfer?
I believe that is normal protocol. Something respectful to offer to these families if they would want the president to be there.
The Federal Reserve is meeting tomorrow. You're going to have a jobs report on Friday. Do you think we're going to hear from the president on the economy this week? And just where does he think the economy stands now compared to 6 months ago? And does he have a personal view on whether interest rates should be reduced?
I think you hear from the president a lot on the economy, so I'm not sure that will be any different this week, but I don't have any specific sets of remarks to announce at this moment in time. Certainly, we think it's a huge deal that consumer spending continued, or consumer confidence continued to grow today for the 3rd month straight. It's a good sign that people are starting to feel the impact of the economic progress we've been seeing and are starting to really internalize that.
Talk a little bit about the decision with this trip today to go to particularly Jupiter, which is kind of one of the hearts of Florida, Trump country, and that Trump has a golf course there. Is the president taking, maybe a little pleasure in tweaking the former president a little bit about going into his home turf?
I can't speak too much in depth to these campaign events since I wasn't involved in planning them or putting them together, so I'd refer you to the campaign there. I just don't want to get too close to crossing the unchecked line here.
But has the president told you, have you spoken to the president about these stops, and has he said anything about whether he plans to say something about Trump?
I would leave it to the president to speak to this. I cannot, as a federal official, speak about campaign events, unfortunately.
And there are reports that House Democrats being investigated by the DOJ. Any White House comment or reaction? There's a House Democrat being investigated by the DOJ. Conflicting reports on who exactly. Has the White House been following this? Any comment or reaction? I think it's Cori Bush.
We're seeing the same news that you are, but certainly on anything related to a DOJ investigation would refer you to them as they're independent in this respect.
President Donald Trump has been nominated for the Nobel Peace Prize for his work on the Abraham Accords.
Yeah,
you have any response?
Again, nothing
other than
happened
this is
there.
news to me.
They're talking a little bit here, but
I had not heard that yet, but
I think this
no,
is
I
all
don't.
the
I
tech
don't necessarily
names
have,
kinda just giving up
an
here
immediate comment
ahead
or
of the
reaction to
earnings.
that from you. For you. Anything else? Okay. See you guys on the ground.
Is there somebody from the campaign on the trip?
Sorry?
Is there someone from the campaign on the trip who might gaggle?
On the ground.
Okay. Great. Thanks, Caitlin.
Did it just end? I think it just ended. All right, I got a lot of them done. Still got a little bit more. So I don't know if we're going to hear from them again. Seems like there's a big day today. EA Sports. It's in the game. Earnings going to suck. No, I mean, I feel like this has happened every time with Microsoft. You tell me. I feel like I have very prone memories of literally Microsoft dumping right ahead of the earnings, the day of. I remember being up on the pre-earnings ones, and then they just sell off. I think you're just getting the a little bit of a pressure valve.
The President of the United States, accompanied by the...
So, yeah. My goodness. All right, I got most of the earnings, though, for tonight. We'll have to wait a little bit again, around 11. We will do another one. We'll go over all the previews, but I was getting them queued up just in case I didn't have any time. You know, I didn't want to leave you hanging. Down 2.2. Thought we get earnings continuation. Well, it's going to take time, like I've been saying. I think it's going to get to 600, but when, I don't know. That's the thing. You're going to have to deal with the back and forth, but, you know, if you're putting yourself on a time limit for when it's going to go up, that's going to be a wild ride, but that's why I ghetto spreaded my calls instantly. But I do think Netflix, you know, it's going to work its way out, but right now there's a lot going on, and now you have this pre-earnings with, you know, $10 trillion of market cap reporting, so I think it's getting caught in the wind of it, but I think Netflix is going to work itself out. But, again, if you're, like, trying to say, I need it this week, then, yeah, there you go. You already ghettoed it. I'm being impatient. Yeah, then stop crying about it. You'll be good. If there's no risk, I'm going to keep playing them until it expires, right? So if it expires, I'm going to go for another one, try to get my money back. So the idea is it's going to be a game of musical chairs, I think. But, you know, let it do what it needs to do. And even in a weird way, this helps out the ghetto spread. Oh, 9:30 push-ups. Let's get it. I don't want to forget. Great reminder, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, we're live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open. Drop your thumbs up on the video. Make sure you're subscribed. The market's going down, and you need to get down and do push-ups, baby. We've been here for 3.5 hours. We got 3.5 hours left to go. Sitting is the new smoking. Get beside your desk. Do 10 push-ups. Can't do 10, you do 5. Can't do 5, you do 4. Can't do 4, you do 2. Can't do 2, you do 1. Can't do 1, you get our knees, do a push-up, plank the worm, anything. But get the body moving. Then, optometrist's recommendation, stare at object 10, 20, 30 feet away. Go blink, 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 blink. Relax those pretty little eyeballs. Blink, 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 blink. Oh, feels good, baby. Feels good, man. Feels good. That's it. Now, drop the shoulders, man. Some of you guys got trauma traps. All of the issues in your life, you're holding that pressure in your shoulders. So please relax your shoulders. Fix those trauma traps. Chest to the sun. Flex the core. Tuck the hips in. Market flushing even more. Chest to the sun. Legs in front of you. My goodness. Big candle. All right, and then relax the jaw a little bit. Go. Breathe in really deep. Go. Breathe out with your tongue out. Do the dragon breath. Go. Oh, man. There's a big red, kind of. I mean, we're at 490.60 to 490.18 in about 2 minutes. You're going below yesterday's levels. Again, this is going to be a one little baby level. And then if not, we're going to get back below 49.10, 49.06 or whatever. I think this is just pre-earnings jitters. That's it, man. That's it. All right, man. Get the body moving, man. I got to do my resist. Oh, I did back yesterday, and I'm doing resistance. This hurts. I think I might just do push-ups. Bostic took profits. Ooh. What about calls? It happens. It happens. You know, I think I did back yesterday, so I'm gonna actually hit my push-ups. I usually do my back workouts. It's time, baby. It's time. Push up. Hurry, quickly. Yeah, push-ups still eat. I love push-ups, though. Push-ups are great. I don't know if there's Iran news. They're saying concerns about dire and rapidly deteriorating human situation in Gaza. That's all I see, yeah. Nothing else. I got to do the wall stretch now. Hello, Chatadonia. Like that. Tell the people that 40 water is back. All right, then we get a little balance in and we good. We good. The market will balance too. It'll figure it out. All right. 31 sit-ups. Core is good. I might need to do core workouts. If I'm still sore tomorrow, I'll do some sit-ups. Sit-ups and crunches. I'm down. Hershey's on the high. Spreads on Hess are ugly. Hess Corporation. I'm still here. I'm being quiet. I'm focusing on the balance. I already did a minute. I'm going for a minute and a half. On the weak foot, too. That's the crazy part. We out here, Chad. We out here. There it is. Okay, next leg. Apple news. No news on this. Again, I really think it's pre-earnings jitters. Seems like all the big tech names, because again, a lot of these names have moved crazy since the Netflixes and everything else, you know? So I think it's just kind of giving it back. I've done this with Microsoft before. I remember playing, I think it was last quarter, we played Microsoft. We're up pre-market, or we're up on the pre-earnings, and then eventually it just flushes the day of earnings and then cucks everything. And then again, then it makes its moves. I like Amazon. I think Amazon could be very good. If they do good, they're lagging behind every other mega cap company. I think it was 1 or 2. I think 2 quarters ago, 2 quarters in a row, Microsoft did that. I vividly remember Microsoft selling off like the day of earnings. So again, with Microsoft, even AMD, and remember the data we had today. It's not like we had good data. The first part of this day was bonds getting destroyed, and then the market on the data, we bounced up above it, and now we're coming down. But I think all of this is AI jitters. If Amazon beats, does that put more negative pressure on UPS? It could, again, because they have their own freight stuff, but they also benefit from it too. We good, man. We got our push-ups. We got our lifts in. We got our balance in. We good to go, Habibi. Good to go. How's S&P up? It's down right now. A little bit. The only thing up is the Dow. And that's probably because of all the bank stocks. Well, you just had a little bit of a earnings vomit right there. A little bit of the earnings jitters. Pfizer coming back down. Ups ain't do nothing. We playing any earnings? I will find out in a little bit. I have some ideas, but we will see where it takes us, my brethren. We will see where it leads us. I think today, like out of the big ones, I think like Skyworks, that could be one to watch. And then Juniper, maybe even EA. And then tomorrow morning, a couple. I like Novo. But I have to go through their previews. I haven't looked yet. And then I got to see what they're pricing in. Procter Gamble, of course, he runs. He runs without me. Do you truly believe it's not how much money you make, but how much you keep? Yes, 1,000%. However, like I've said in the past, though, it's like, you know, you could only save based on what you make. So I do think you should still have an emphasis on trying to make more money. Because, again, if you could only save 10% of what you make, if you never increase what you make, you're always, how much you save and how you build wealth will always be limited. But at the end of the day, I think both. But at the same time, you know, if you make a lot of money and you don't have any control of your expenses, then, I mean, what's the point? Again, I know a lot of people who make hundreds of thousands of dollars a year and they're pretty much broke. I mean, that's something you learn in real estate. Like, again, you could even, I think even Lending Tips made a reel on it. Like, there's people who make $150,000, $250,000 a year, but then they spend $270,000 a year. So at that point, you could be making $250,000 a year, but if your expenses and what you buy is more, then you start even using credit cards and all that, it's like you could spend more money than you make. So at that point, you could be living paycheck to paycheck with a heavy income. Well, no, it's not always for tax purposes. That's the crazy part. Some people, that's just how they go about it. You get a job, you get a high-paying job, they buy a car, they buy a nice house, they spend this much on entertainment, they buy some clothes, they want to go travel. There's a lot of different things. Bridgestone says it was rated by EU antitrust watchdog, BRDCY. Berdusi. Badusi. Doesn't the world run on debt, though? I mean, yeah, but I mean, you could still, doesn't mean you have to. I guess. Microsoft. Iron Condors, I mean, if you look at the earnings lately, if the premiums are high, Iron Condors might hit, but you know, if we get any one of these earnings blows it out the water on big tech, that will cost a little bit. Mark $40 off of Microsoft partnership. Oh, that's the penny stock one. 40 cents. This thing's pumped and dumped a couple of times. My E-Trade keeps tripping out. Do. BA sub 200, screaming buy for the long term. I don't know. I mean, would you have bought it last year? Remember, last year it was trading at 180. So that's kind of that's the thing that trips me out. If it was lower than last year, I might agree with you. But other than that, I'm kind of like, it was cheaper earlier, which is kind of, and they didn't even have these issues. Mets. Shake Shack on the low. Then SPY coming back up. See if the bonds give up. But otherwise now, bonds and stocks are kind of matched up. Stocks are a little lower. No, the FOMC is tomorrow. So we have today is Microsoft, Google, AMD, Starbucks, and a couple of other big earnings. And then tomorrow we're getting Employment Cost Index, Jerome Powell, and then the Treasury refunding. Ups is going up. Look at that. I mean, it bounced a little bit better in the morning. And Pfizer's still a little lower. BABA. Yeah, Boeing was at 180. That's why I was like, it's kind of a trip with all this bad news. It's still higher than the beginning of last year or end of the year before that, which is nuts. Remember Boeing at 90 in 2010. Remember when they're like, we don't want the government money. Like, damn, son. The government was going to bail them out, and then they said no. How can you tell when stocks and bonds match? I'm just going off of, like, the chart. So, like, you could kind of eyeball it for today. So, like, they were moving kind of hand in hand. The overlay kind of shows stocks are a little lower now. But I'm using this data point. When the data came out, how low did we go? So, again, bonds, they were at the low. SPY was a little bit lower. Then SPY went above the data. Bonds never did that. My plays for earnings, I do not know yet. Probably around 11 we'll go over them. We got a PHILO in a little bit, and then we're going to cover it. Costco on the high. When Costco going crazy all day? I was speaking a little bit. Like I was checking something. Very interesting days. I was looking. I just got sent the artwork. I was looking at it. Very interesting. The art world, man. The art world. Green or red, it doesn't matter. Well, everything will change by after hours. That's going to be the key with all of it. You know, again, Microsoft, again, cloud, Google advertising, as well as the AI. So we'll see how it plays out. But both of those, I mean, again, kind of high-powered. Some people are downplaying Google's impact with AI. So some people are saying Google isn't going to have too big of one, even Meta as well. But I do think, you know, Microsoft, the cloud, what Tyler sent over earlier with the, what's it called? What was it? The Microsoft Copilot searches. And that one's up there. What's the best instrument to trade oil without futures? I want to say USO, but sometimes it's CLAP, but I think that's probably your best bet. You could probably get behind USO. Anything that attaches to the like actual spot price of oil. That's what you want, because sometimes like the oil companies will move with oil, but sometimes they'll do better or worse. It just depends, but it's not as direct. New nonstop. Oh wow, that one did kill it. That one barely moved in the morning. Shouldn't Google, Meta lose money investing in big in AI? They spend money, but some of them are already making money. So like Microsoft and Copilot, and they're already selling that. So they are investing a lot, but they're also making a lot. And then don't forget about the cloud with both of them. And then Google, there's other segments. So that's why if you wanted to separate everything, Microsoft, we're looking for cloud. If you wanted to separate everything from AI, Microsoft, we're looking for cloud. Google, we're looking for ad spend. And then both of them are going to kind of sprinkle AI on top of it. So that's what we're looking for. But Microsoft has more AI than any of them. So that's where they're going to get their own little thing there. And then Bond's still going down a little bit. Microsoftian. All these earnings are today. Yeah, AMD's today too. And not just pure AI. I guess chips. I guess, is it pure AI? It's data centers. So maybe that one's less of a pure AI. Maybe I'm misspeaking on that. So we will see. But today's kind of flying by. Again, it was a little slower here. Though we're doing decent. Google should have more AI, but as of late they haven't. But people are kind of downplaying it too. So if Google could kind of make an AI comeback, people will like that. Because again, remember, it was just about, 2 to 3 quarters ago, people were worried that they were going to fall behind. So again, people have been talking about Bing a little bit more. But the general idea is that, some people are worried that Google and what was it, MindBody? What do they call it? Google Mind? Hive Mind, Google Mind, Mind Control, Google Mind. What was it called? I thought it would come back to me. Remember they have a unit, Deep Mind. Yeah, Deep Mind. It's like your mind, but it's deep. Yeah, Deep Mind. Remember they were kind of early on like supercomputers and AI, but They fell behind on it, and that's what people are looking for. And then there's Bard. Yeah, Google made 4 times what Microsoft did with their AWS, their cloud. But then Google's like exposure to cloud is minimal comparatively. So like Amazon and Microsoft, they shit on Google in terms of volume of like customers and how often it's used. They have cloud, it's soft. Like Google makes more money off of YouTube than cloud. And then literally I think you meant Amazon? I would say Amazon is very great. Both of them, Amazon and Microsoft, kill it. And that, but Google has a cloud business, but it usually loses money. Or it's not fully profitable, and I think it's less than $2 billion. I think it's like 1.3 billion, I believe. I could double check. How come DeepMind is an AI but failing? I think they just went a different direction, or again, they spent money, kind of thought they were in the lead, and then kind of took it easy. But, ChatGPT is what started everything. We've had AIs and stuff for a while and machine learning, but this whole like chatbot idea and how OpenAI did it, that started the arms race. And then pretty much if you worked on something opposite to that, you were behind, right? Imagine you were working on like a computer manufacturing thing for AI, and then your boy OpenAI comes out with it with ChatGPT. You're now 10 steps behind. If you spent all your money, talent, and all your time working on something else, you were in the opposite direction. So that's how a lot of people fell behind. And then Microsoft comes in, and then they start working on it, and then there you go. AMD pop. YouTube is underestimated. It's the modern video library. I don't think it's underestimated. It's just very mature. So, like, again, YouTube's been around for, almost 20 years now? But, like, it's making, like, $7 to $9 billion a quarter. That's insane. But, it's there. It helps keep Google up. It's a big part of it. The only issue is, like, YouTube, may, just like kind of how Google thought they're in the lead and then they got threatened by AI. There's always the room for competition. Like TikTok, don't underestimate what TikTok has done. They came out of nowhere. Wall Street Journal plans layoffs and restructuring. Source, Wall Street Journal. Okay, they got the scoop. Trading options, jamming out. Life is good. Thank you, Jesus. Trading stock options, watching my money grow. It's a good one, man. It's a good song. It's a good song. SoFi dumping, spies dumping. We're coming down a little bit. This is where Tesla proves they're more than a car company. I mean, Elon just put a damn chip in someone's brain. So I think that's a good start. Now we're a brain company. What the What do you mean? You gonna put it in my head? A chip? What happens if there's a chip shortage? Yeah, Apple's coming down. Microsoft, AMD, that little pop did not last. Pfizer's even coming down now, too. All right, I'm going to go to the bathroom real quick. And then we're going to do some philo and then earnings previews. Y'all ready for this? Bow, down, 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 down.
Of the aisle, I'm Joe Matthew in Washington, joined by Kaylee Lyons. Kaylee, it's great to see you. I missed you yesterday, and we've got some stuff to figure out here as the president heads to Florida to raise money.
He has to raise money, which just speaks to the fact that every decision he makes now is political because he is running for re-election, and he has to take that into account as he decides the appropriate response against the attack in Jordan that killed 3 U.S. troops. The president, when speaking to reporters today, says he does not think we need a wider war in the Middle East. That's not what he is looking for, but he also wants to hold responsible those who perpetrated this attack. And as you said, Joe, he says Iran supplied the weapons to the people who did it.
Yeah, we're going to talk to Hagar Shamali about this coming up. A voice of authority on this, former director for Syria and Lebanon at the National Security Council, and someone we've learned a lot from over the course of this process here, with much more to follow later this hour, Kaylee. But this is our top story today as we try to figure out the way forward here in Washington and Wall Street, for that matter. Why don't we check in with Charlie Pellet before we get the ball rolling here in politics? An update on trading from New York. Hey, Charlie.
Well, hello there, Joe Matthew. Hello, Kaylee. We have got the Dow higher right now. S&P retreating from yesterday's record, but still holding above that 4,900 mark. Down 10 points right now, 49.17 on the S&P, lower by 0.2%. NASDAQ down 137, drop there of 0.9%. And to be sure, we've got the Dow holding on to a gain now of 0.1%. 10-year yield 4.08%, with a 2-year now yielding 4.38%. Gold lower a little change, down 13 cents the ounce to $2,033. Bitcoin up $222. That is an advance of 0.5%. Bitcoin now at 43,400. West Texas Intermediate crude up 1.5%, 77.94 a barrel. Big earnings after the close of trading. Bloomberg Radio and Television, we've got you covered when we hear from Microsoft. That stock lower ahead of earnings, down 0.7%. Also after the bell today, we will be hearing from Alphabet, parent of Google, and right now we have got Alphabet shares down by 0.8%. Job cuts at UPS, United Parcel Service, down now by 7.2%. Rival FedEx delivering a loss now of 1.3%. So again, recapping, we are looking at a mixed day for Wall Street. Off records, S&P still above 4,900, lower by 10 points now, down 0.2%. I'm Charlie Pellet. Joe and Kaylee, that is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Right, Charlie, we appreciate it. Welcome to Bloomberg Balance of Power. Kaylee, the president has just touched down in Florida. There were some questions about whether he should have stuck with the schedule today, knowing that.
I like that guy. I like Charlie. Good voice. Good voice. I was into it. They got the He's like, yes, hello, I'm Charlie in the Business Flash. The NASDAQ down 0.9%. I like that. I like that. Mm-hmm. You're right, Pfizer. I'm with you, man. Long term, and Abivi's going up, so that's doing our healthcare damage. And Umana came back. Mm-hmm. What happened? I think earnings just, giving a little bit back. As Nigel would say, everybody's moving from the watering hole. The big dogs are coming in. Nobody wants to make any sudden movements. It's normal for the animals to scurry when the big dogs are arriving. Have no fear. This is normal in the habitat of earnings. Trust me. You'll be okay. Don't you worry here. Don't you worry. The Dow Jones, they're feeding just fine. Exactly. Exactly. Thank you. I reclaim my time. Have a wonderful day. Goodbye. I've been taking a vacation. A lot of rules out there. I've been collecting unemployment still. I don't really have time. And then I had a certain reaction to certain things. I'm not really allowed to talk about it, but you understand. I still have a PPP loan. I took out a $20 million loan for my animal business. Yeah, I make animal feed now. It's beautiful. Yeah, not many issues. Don't you worry. Don't you worry, though. Everything's well in the watering hole. Josh has been taking care of it just fine. I have the Amazonians on Thursday. Be patient. SPY new low. I don't know. Maybe this will be a good time. Maybe this will be a good time. We'll see what happens, Chatadonia. Let's see what's about to happen next, okay? PFGC. SYY on the high too. Costco 701. 52-week high. I don't know if Biden's going to be talking. I hope he does when I'm done with PHILO so I could get the rest of the earnings previews. So we'll see. But, oh, look at the green candle. Had a good time, baby. Maybe it does work out. Ladies and gentlemen, I hope you're feeling good, man. I don't know. The market got a green shoe. It's PHILO time. Maybe we get one of those PHILO bounces. Again, I think today we're getting a lot of earnings jitters. Couple of things moving around here. Again, we already got to react. We even had the data today, but now you get a PHILO, man. Now we got to talk about. I like today's PHILO. Today is not as biblical, but oh man, I hope this hits your spirit. Okay, I hope you feel this one in your soul. Okay, this one is a good one. And before I get into it, honestly, it kind of relates, you know, like I'm telling you, man, I've been proud of y'all. You've been running up the PHILO. Again, y'all been running up the personal growth. But, you know, personal growth is a very interesting topic. You know, maybe I should start off the PHILO by telling you this. You know, there's a double-edged sword of personal growth. You know that? You remember the first time you started like learning about things, you're like, oh, I want to read more. I'm going to do this. I'm going to live like this. And you start making improvements, you know, and you start getting yourself in a new positive routine. You know, it's amazing. It really is. I'm telling you, some of y'all, you haven't done it yet. And I really hope some of y'all do get to enjoy it. And some of you get to do it for your first time. And I really hope you are motivated and inspired, you know, to get yourself in a positive framework, you know, where you're running, you're chugging, you're doing things, you know what I'm saying? You're getting into it, doing things that are good for you and having that momentum. But what ends up happening, you know, and this is where I've seen people fall off the train of personal growth, is that you start getting into new habits and new habits that are good for you. And before you know it, you turn it into a checklist. And then you swap one thing out for the next. And even though you're doing good things and good behaviors, you now got your own little checklist. And then what starts happening, you got this little checklist. And then if you slip behind on one thing or this and that, then guess what you start doing? You start using it against yourself. And then you're like, oh, I'm not this. Oh, I didn't do this. Oh, I'm this. Oh, I'm falling behind. Oh, I'm not this. Am I doing that? Oh, my. And then before you know it, bro, it's just a bunch of stuff that you start using against yourself. So don't forget, one of the final stages, or as you move on in this self-development journey and personal development and self-improvement, don't you ever forget how important self-acceptance is, my friends. Oh my God, this is just the intro. This ain't even what I wanted to talk about. This is me to just encourage y'all and tell y'all how proud I am of some of y'all who've been making moves on the PHILO. You know what I'm saying? But for real, I hope you always accept where you are at, accept where you are on the journey, what you've been doing, both good and bad. I really hope that at the same time, you know, that you learn to love where you're at. And that's why, too, take pleasure in all of the wins, big and small. Take pleasure in even the failures, and don't hurt yourself because of a failure. You know what I'm saying? And use it, and just don't forget, though, these are all of the fuel that you could be using to help you. Yeah, it's part of embracing life, man, and where you are and how far you've come and where you are still going to be going. You know what I'm saying? I get a amen. You know, I hope that hits some of y'all very timely, though. But for real, man. So I'm proud of a lot of you, man. And that's what I have to say to that. And I want you to keep going and understand there is more to it. And it's more than just having a checklist and doing just this and doing that. And, you know, like, dude, love who you are and understand how far you really have came. And at the same time, man, just take some pride in everything. Every aspect of it, not just one thing, and don't get prideful and puffed up, but like, you know, you there's so many steps to it, and there's so many things that are being revealed to you every day, and I really hope you never lose sight of that, okay? So, that being said, today's PHILO, I don't have a Bible for today's PHILO. Oh no, but I do have something I need to tell you about. Okay, this one, it sucks because this one is a double-edged sword. I love this thing. I love this thing that I am going to be sharing with you today, but I also hate it. Are you ready? Have you guys ever heard of the Trojan horse? Do you know what a Trojan horse is? I'm already waiting. I'm going to give it 5 seconds for a bad condom joke. Have you ever heard of the Trojan horse? Do you know what it is? You know the story, they get the gift. Yeah, the wooden horse. It was a gift. But inside of the horse was a bunch of soldiers. It was used to take over the city. Yeah, you know what it is. Great, awesome. So do you know what Trojan horse I'm going to talk about today? Today I want to talk about the Trojan horse of logic. Oh, man. I'm going to clap for myself. Y'all don't feel me. I know you don't feel me. I know you don't feel me. The Trojan horse of logic. Wow. I'll just tell you right now. So, again, I'm not even pulling out a Bible, but I hope this hits some of y'all. You know why? Because a lot of us are hiding behind the Trojan horse of logic. Honestly, some of you are right. You are correct. You know why? There is no reason in this life to be happy or positive. You are right. You're correct. The world is an awful place. Look around. We have wars, people killing, you have mass inequality, you have people who still treat each other like animals, people who think they're better even though we bleed the same blood. Bro, it's insane. You are right. Why would you be happy? Why would you be positive? Look around. Look at how we have to live. You wake up, go to work, you got to do this. Rinse and repeat for what? You're right. You are right. And if you think you got it bad, there's even worse. And there's so much evil and heartbreak that we don't even get to see. But you're right. You know why? Because that makes sense logically. Logic really says there is no reason to be happy or positive. Logic really says, why would you be positive? Look around. You know that? I'm telling you, I love logic. I did not get here without using logic. I don't think, regardless of my beliefs, man, without logic, I don't think I would be here in the same way. I do think there's something bigger than logic, but logic is important. That's what I'm saying, man. I love this, but this is where logic fails. I hope you all get this. We hide behind logic to not do something. We hide behind logic to not take action or to do things that are going to help us the most. I don't know if y'all feel me, man. Like I said, you're right. There's no reason. You're right. Sometimes it is childish to believe in better and bigger. Why? Because when you start thinking like that, logically you're like, but look at my situation. Look at what's going on. Look at how am I going to go over that again? It's always, the enemy reminds you of reality, just like we talked about. You got an invisible God, but a very visible problem. But like, think about it. It is childish to believe that, maybe. To always have hope. That's why people get annoyed when you encounter some super positive people. I don't even think I'm positive like that, but I know some people. I've met people who are so positive it bothers me. Or at least it used to. And I know I've given that reaction to some people where they're like, shut the F up, Josh. I get it. Oh, my gosh. Man, some of y'all, I say things and you're like, well, there's the optimist. I think some of you have called me that. No matter what it is, like, oh, well, there's the optimist. Isn't it funny? Why? You would think being an optimist is a good thing. No, it's people say it condescendingly. They say it as if it's, oh, well, you're just a child. Oh, well, you don't know what the real world is like. You haven't seen it. Mm-hmm. I mean, you're right. It is childish. But you know what else it is, too? The contrary is depressing. Y'all don't feel me. Do y'all hear me on that? Do you realize that's the other side of the coin? You're right. If I could agree with you that sometimes it is childish, or that, yeah, there really is reasons where, logically speaking, why would you be happy? Why would you want to be positive? Why would you want to have a goal? If I could agree with you on that, can't you agree with me that everything is depressing then? You are signing up for a subscription to depression. You tell me. So I'm telling you, man, the Trojan horse of logic, it's a great thing. It is a great gift. It really is. I want y'all to be thinkers. I don't teach you stuff and show you stuff, and we go over the world and history and what's going on, how you could use it. The logic of the long term, bro, that's amazing. But it is a double-edged sword. Logic can also, and it can and it will be used against you in the court of life. So I'm saying, man, the path of logic and logic alone is death. Logic without anything else in your life, oh my goodness. That's what Uncle said. Alive but got no passion, that's how death gon' feel. Well, I love that line. But I think it relates. At one point, I only had logic. I'll tell you that much. And all it was, you're alive, but you don't have a passion. You're alive, but the things that would make you passionate, the logic and reality behind it, you would not pursue it. Why? Because it's not logical. Again, for me to be here right now, the day I had an idea where I said, I'm going to go on YouTube, I'm going to stream. I'm not going to charge anybody for anything. We're going to vibe out. It's not logical at all. If I wanted to pursue that passion, if the first time I got to interact with Chads and I loved it and how people treated me, both the good and the bad, logically, I would have not done any of it. Makes no logical sense. If you live on logic and logic alone, you will not pursue a passion at all. I hope you realize that. That's why you have some talented, very wise, logical people who will never live up to their potential. Because their logic talked them out of their passion. Their logic talked them out of the steps they wanted to take. The reality. And I'm not discounting the reality. I'm just telling you the outcome. Because I think you could see how that's a reality as well, too. You're right. Why would you do certain things in this world? Oh, nothing's going to change. Nothing's ever going to change. Sometimes, again, I get that logic. But then the outcome is also the same, too. It's kind of self-fulfilling. So, Jad, all I'm here to tell you, man, use your logic. I want you to use it. Be wise, grow, learn. Again, my people die for lack of wisdom. Learn, baby. Understand this world, man. Common sense, too, bro. It's big. But use your logic to help yourself and to help others. Do not use your logic as a crutch to be depressed. Do you understand? I don't know who needs to hear it. That's why there's no Bible involved in this. But I'm just telling you right now, do not let your logic become a crutch to be depressed. Because guess what? You have every reason to if you follow logic. I will say that again. You have every reason to be depressed if you are only living on logic and logic alone. You got to find the balance of life, man. Use your logic to fuel your passion. Use your logic to get you places, to do things, but but keep moving. Do not let your logic stop you. Because at that point, it's death. It really is. And I've been there. I'm saying there's a reason why, the way some people react to me, and they're like, oh, how do you know this? I'm not talking knowledge. They're like, man, you played this game, you did this. Wait, you like all of these facts, and then you believe in a sky daddy. You could go down the list, man. It's because I've realized there's more than just logic in life. And the times I followed the logic, I didn't do much. And it was sad. So I don't know how many people are using this as a crutch to be depressed. You don't feel good. You wake up in the morning, it all feels the same. You need something other than logic. I'm not telling you to get rid of it. I'm not telling you to be a fool or be unwise. No. I'm just saying, man, logic, it has the ability to kill hope. It has the ability to teach you things and show you a lot. But it will also kill hope. So, Chad, be happy, my friend. Maybe that passion you have, maybe look at it again. You know what I'm saying? Just maybe look at it a little different. Acknowledge the reality of the world and everything else, sure. But, like, for real, just, like, look at it from a different light. Okay, assuming the logic and the reality of all of that. What if you did take the first step? What if you did try something? What if you combine the logic with something else in life? There's a lot of things. So, Chad, I hope you all learn something from this. I hope you carry it with you. And don't ever forget it. Because you got something that's going to take you a long way, that mind of yours. But do not let it kill your passion. Do not let it kill you. Because by the looks, the reality is it will. Again, you look around, it's sad. It's a sad reality. But that doesn't mean we have to subscribe to it. So please, my friends, you can fight a little bit of the depression with a little bit of hope, a little bit of faith, anything but the logic. But you will use the logic as well. And on that note, I hope you take that one to the bank. That is your philosophy, ladies and gentlemen. Make sure you guys are subscribed. We're live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open. Drop your thumbs up on that video. You're on mobile. Press hot chat. X out the chat. Hit the thumbs up button. Second link, nightly watch this and main channel. First link, Scream Alerts Bootcamp and Real Estate Course. And that is it, my friends. That is it. That's your PHILO. Yallah. Oh, man. What is this? State Department briefing. Homeland Security. All right, let's see. No Biden? Thank you, man. I hope it helps, bro. Like I said, I don't know. I hope it hits you. Because, again, it hits me as well, too. You know, and it's always a great reminder, man. And that's it, man. Otherwise, it's easy to get depressed, bro, especially in this world. But at that point, man, that could be logic and logic alone. Maybe we got to venture a little bit outside of it and let that be the fuel to some other things. All right, I only got like 5 or 10 previews I need to pull up. Oh, Gonzalo, baby. Heard. God bless you, my friend. Let's go. Horn. I didn't want to get that. The other one gets crazy loud, bro. Amen. Throw logic out the window. No, man. I'm just telling you to roll the window down. Oh, y'all don't feel me. You could keep it with you, but just let some other things in, dog. You know what I'm saying? All right. I'll give you this uncle comes out tonight. Amen. And then we're going to get our jams. Earnings jams. I have so many downloads of these earnings. My goodness.
The whole idea of spiritual warfare is not what you think when you watch some movie like The Exorcist. Spiritual warfare is much more subtle, and it's much more tricky.
It's a call, baby. Yeah. It's a letter to the people, I'm penning it like I'm Paul. It don't matter about the evil, it matter about the God. It don't matter about the weapons, it matter about how you armed. All that matters is the weather, when weather to bet the farm. I ain't gotta see it to believe it. If it's signing, then it's needed. And my eyes don't need a reason. I won't even try to explain it unless it say I got a feeling. I'm gonna sing my praise like David, but the king is still a killer. Listen up and go and get the tropes. Hope you know you ain't scared of them, they scared of you. And I know you might be scared to take that point of view. You see them arrows in my back? Yep, son, that's gonna happen too. But the harvest on the way, you gon' barter every day. That means you have to make a trade, either life or it's the grave. The result will not remain, every day will bring a change. Kinda funny and it's strange how the hope will pave the way. You hearing what I say? The only difference between you and them comes down to faith. There's a difference in the man who believes in a better day. Cause once you believe it's past, you willing to wilt away. We was never willing to be the same. We want it all in the long run, they want it all today. My father is really awesome, don't bother with giving snakes. Regardless, I can't control it, so either way, giving thanks. Yep, you could take that one to the bank. A leader without a rank, a speaker without a face, a people without a race. They eating without a taste, they scheming without a safe. The meanings have been replaced. Another time, another place, we could talk about it. Keep some oil in them lamps, don't get caught without it. Want them once, want them twice, they never talk about it. If you never get a second chance, then that ain't meant to happen. What I understand is you ain't trying to understand. Take 100 grand, then 100 undergrads. Pay them all to make a plan, but they couldn't comprehend what it means to never die, but somehow still be born again. It's a letter to the people, I'm penning it like I'm Paul. It don't matter about the evil, it matter about the God. It don't matter about the weapons, it matter about how you armed. All that matters is the weather, when weather to bet the farm. It's a call.
Oh man, it comes out tonight, baby. I think 9 p.m. Pacific time, 10, 11, 12, yeah, midnight. You'll get it at midnight, East Coast. So Pacific, you guys will be sleeping. Maybe, I don't know, you could wake up to it as an alarm clock. It's up to you. It'll be out on Uncle Answers. It's Paul Freestyle. I just call Paul. It's a letter to the people, I'm penning it like I'm Paul. It'll be good, man. It'll be good. So I got a couple more to queue up here. I was doing them while they replied. I didn't even get to go pee or anything. We just getting it ready, though. It's going to take a while, though. We got a lot of earnings. So we are going to go over a ton of different names. What is this? State Department? I'll give you State Department. I don't know. You guys like State Department?
Murdering people in their beds, regardless of whether they're, they are suspected or...
He looks kind of concerned.
Known terrorists.
So,
is that okay with you guys?
So there was a lot in the premise of that question. Obviously,
Powell
do know that they went into.
Well,
hold on. So let me say that
if you did think that, then you would be condemning it, right?
We certainly would, but I would say that Israel has said that these were Hamas operatives. They have said that one of them was carrying a gun at the time of the operation. So I'm not able to speak to the facts of the operation. You'd have to pass some kind of legal judgment, know all of the facts of the operation. But as a general matter, they do have the right to carry out operations to bring terrorists to justice, but they need to be conducted in full. So we want them to conduct their operations in compliance with international humanitarian law. We would generally say that we don't want them to carry out operations in hospitals, but under international humanitarian law, hospitals do lose some of their protections if they are being used to for the planning of terrorist operations, for the execution of terrorist operations.
The actual hospital building does, but I mean, going in disguised as women and doctors and whatever is something different, and then going in and picking out people in particular rooms and particular beds and killing them seems to be something different.
So again, not able to offer an assessment without knowing all these facts. I said some of the facts that have been presented by Israel are that one of them was carrying a gun and that they were planning to carry out or to launch terrorist operations. So you would have to look at all of those facts to make a specific assessment about this operation. But in general, we do want to see hospitals protected. It is important that no civilians were harmed in this operation. And as I said, we do believe Israel has.
How do you know that?
There have been no reports of civilians who have been harmed in this operation.
Can I follow up on this?
Go ahead, Said.
On both points, but on this particular one, I mean, Israel occupies the whole West Bank. They are under their control. They don't need to disguise themselves as medics and go into a hospital and kill people, which he called non-civilians. They are actually civilians, but that's beside the point. So,
so that is very much.
Dude, this guy's getting ripped.
But before
they
you
need
call
Kirby or the other
that
dude.
Israel has is a member of Hamas.
He doesn't look prepared for this.
That is very much a question that's in dispute.
It's a political organization. I mean, you may disagree with their politics, but that does not make them militant.
I would very much disagree with that. They're a terrorist organization, as have been designated by the United States of America.
But that's an accusation of the occupier, a military occupier. They are making the accusation. I want to ask you, is that a conduct befitting a state or a group of gangsters to go in and kill people, assassinate them as they sat in their beds? Is that the conduct of the state? Will the United States ever do something like this under similar circumstances?
I'm going to first of all note for the record, because it is important to note for the record, that Hamas is a brutal terrorist organization that carried out the brutal murder of 1,200 people on October 7th, and there are members of Hamas, in the West Bank. And in addition to carrying out the brutal murder of 1,200 people on October 7th, has hid behind civilians in Gaza and been responsible for the death of many, many Palestinian civilians who they use as human shields. So before we talk about the people who died in this operation, I think it's important to talk about who Hamas is. And it is not a political organization, Hamas. It is a terrorist organization that has carried out terrorist acts to kill civilians, and has said it wants to continue to carry out those terrorist acts over and over again. And that context is important because Israel has the right to carry out anti-terrorism operations to bring members of Hamas to justice. But as I said, we want them to be carried out in full, Said, let me finish, in full compliance with international humanitarian law.
I'm asking you, is this a conduct befitting a state that controls every single person in that whole territory?
We think it is appropriate that they have the ability to bring members of Hamas to justice. But as I said, it needs to be done in compliance with international humanitarian law.
Let me ask you on the UNRWA thing. Now, you're cutting off aid at a time when several human rights officials are really warning that Gaza is on the verge of starvation. I mean, it's a real possibility. These people are facing famine and starvation, and you cut off aid, because there is allegedly 12 people that are members of Hamas who have done this and so on, out of 12,000 employees, I mean, nobody talks about 158 employees employed by UNRWA that were killed by the Israelis. But, I want to go back to the issue of famine and the likelihood of starvation, famine, and so on. What is your response to that?
So the humanitarian situation in Gaza is dire. You have seen us focus from the beginning of this conflict on trying to improve the humanitarian situation. You've seen the Secretary travel to Israel to press Israeli officials to allow more humanitarian assistance to flow into Gaza. We have a special envoy we appointed who is in the region working every day on increasing the amount of food and water and medicine that goes into Gaza. And you have heard us say, and the Secretary traveled and met with members of UNRWA in the region, how important the work that UNRWA that UNRWA does is to Gaza and to civilians in Gaza. And it's important that work be continued. And I would say it is because that work is so important that it is also important that UNRWA and the United Nations take this investigation seriously. I note you said allegedly, and that is very much true, but UNRWA found that the evidence that was presented to them was credible enough that they fired 8 of these employees and have suspended 2 others. And so we think the work's important, but this is an investigation that needs to be conducted thoroughly. There needs to be accountability. If appropriate, there need to be remedial measures to ensure that this can't happen again. And there's no reason that the United Nations can't do this investigation quickly. And in fact, because of the important work that UNRWA does, it's important that they can carry out this investigation quickly.
So what would be satisfactory for the United States and its allies to sort of say, okay, aid will resume?
So I will only speak for the United Nations, or for the United States, not for other countries, but the steps that I just outlined are what we want to see. A full investigation, and as we said in the statement we put out on Friday, and we have said since then, we welcome the investigation that the United Nations has launched. We want to see accountability. We've seen initial steps to accountability, and that UNRWA has fired 8 of the employees.
Thank you. That's your daily warmongering while I get earnings estimates up for you. Don't worry, it's over now. Actually, the situation's still ongoing, but now we get to focus on earnings. Welcome to Wall Street. How are you doing today? How are you doing? Are you ready? Are you ready? Earnings. So, Chattadonia, I hope you're ready. You got a lot. This might take a while, honestly. So, even that being said, excuse me, we are ready to get into our earnings previews. We're going to make some earnings plays. But I'll tell you, there's a lot. So, you might want to save some of the budget because, there's a lot to shoot from. So, again, if you go $50 here, $50 there, by the end of it, you might spend a lot of money towards the end. So keep in mind, don't be afraid. We'll come back to some of them, you know what I'm saying? If we see any that we like, we'll be able to go through. And honestly, so again, like last week, the last 3 days, we missed all of them. Then 2 of them came back. We got to make up a day or two. Pretty much, I think we lost like 1 day off of after closing out of the PG and all of that. Yesterday, we had some good ones with first 5, but then that faded by the morning. And then we missed out on the GM one, which kind of hit there in the morning. And then even MSCI, but that one was expense, Habibi. That one was expense. You know what I'm saying? So, above all else, though, like I've been telling y'all, man, when it's all said and done, I put this on the stream alert as well, too. You do not have a high probability with any of these plays. We are specifically looking for the lower probability plays if they have a low enough price. Are you following? So that's one thing you got to realize. It is the probability. None of these plays are supposed to hit. Now, if you have a different idea, if you have any sort of okay, I like this company, I think the cloud is going to do good, yibbity yabbity boo, you know what I'm saying? Then you can apply where this is going to go. In general, here's the deal. The first number that I read out to you, that is the expected move. Most of the plays, they have ended up at the expected move. We are going for if they go outside of it. So hopefully these strike prices can help you find better plays on all of them, okay? So be smart. Don't gamble any long-term money. Don't gamble any money you need. And by me using the word gamble, I hope you realize these are all gambles. Oh, my goodness. So, Chattadonia, I hope you're locked and loaded. Let's get into it. The first one of the day, good old Microsoft, bro. You got Microsoftiana. So let's pull the chart out. All-time highs, multi-trillion dollars. Oh, man, this thing's killing it. This one's killing it, man. My goodness. So here's the deal. Microsoft, they're expecting revenue of $61 billion. Cloud 25.29 versus analyst guidance of 25.1 to 25.4. So they're kind of on the lower end. Azure growth of 26.8 versus 26 to 27. And remember, that has been lower recently. Gross margin expected to be 68.1. Operating expenses 15.5 billion versus 15.5 to 15.6. Operating margin 42.8. Operating income 26.17 billion. EPS $2.77 a share. Cash from operations 17.6 billion. Share repurchases 5.9. Are we gonna get that? Oh shit, we may get you may get share repurchase updates if they didn't give that last time. And then ending deferred revenue 44.6 billion. Next quarter is expected to have 60.97 billion. Gross margin 68.2, operating expenses 16.9, operating margin 40.9, and operating income of 24.93. EPS is expected to be 265. Cash from operations 26.94 billion. Share repurchases 5.96, and ending deferred revenue 43.82. Since last quarter, October 24th, Microsoft is up 22.5, S&P is up 15.2, and XLK is up 23.5. Near-term options imply a 4.9% move. Last 4 quarters, gain of 3, loss of 4, gain of 7, loss of 1. Revenue has beaten 17 of the last 20 quarters, and EPS has beaten 19 of the last 20 quarters. Not so bad. So honestly, it's pricing in 4.5. They've moved about there. Last quarter, they didn't move as much, and a year ago, they did not move as much either. So let's see. Now, this is when we go and say what is priced in, this is where the stock is expected to go. So this number that we're going over right now, let's see, 407.5. We'll use that, about $9.25. $19? $19.25. That's about fair. So right now, based on the options chain, after earnings, Microsoft is expected to move $19 up or down. Are you all following? So if you want to make a play within, like hypothetically speaking, if you bought this $410 call for $8.90 and it moved as expected and you got up to $4.19, that contract would be worth about $1,900. You would make just over 100% on that contract. Why? Because that would be the expected move. That's what people are expecting. They're willing to pay $8 to make $9. That right there is the current odds of at the money expected. Are you all following? So to get our 2 standard, the unexpected move would now be if we doubled that. So what would that be? 19.25. Times 2, that leaves us with 38.5 minus 407.91. Damn it. So the downside move would be 369.30. So the unexpected move, and then we're going to go to the next week contracts, 369. So 73 cents, not too bad. The percent expected, you got to do the math on there. So right now, if it's what, 19.5, 19.5 divided by 407.80, about 4.7% is priced in right now. That's what's expected to move. So we're looking to see if it went 8%. So again, what was the other one? Was it 370 or 367.5? That would be to the downside. And then again, let's see now, 407.85 plus 38.5, 446 to the upside. What the hell is this? 446. 139. You're paying a little bit more for the calls. So I think the puts are a decent price. But if you want the calls, you're going to be spending like $1.39 to like $102 if you wanted to push it out a little bit. So 440 to 365, I think those are your numbers. Or 367. Both too much. I don't think the put is that bad. 367 was right back where it started. So if you get a bad earnings, and it could account for Powell, you might get lucky on that. But I don't think the put is that bad, honestly. But still 75. Again, for a $400 stock, again, it's just Microsoft. It's not dropping down there. I think it could. It was literally at 367, or I guess it was a little higher 2 weeks ago. So again, this little run-up, that's what kind of makes it a little bit better. But we'll see. We'll come back to that after we see any of the other plays. But that would be an 8% move on Microsoft. Hasn't moved 8% ever. The biggest earnings move last year was 7% gain 3 quarters ago. The yield curve inverted a little bit more today. So that one is for Microsoft. SPY right below VWAP. Next one is AM Dizzle, the fan favorite. AM Dizzle. So AMD kind of already dropped a couple days ago. AMD's already what? $13 off the high. So revenue on AMD expected to be $6.13 billion versus guidance of 6.1 plus or minus 300. Non-GAAP margin 51.5 versus guidance of 51.5. Non-GAAP operating 1.74 billion. Non-GAAP operating margin 21.6 and EPS of 77 cents. Next quarter revenue expected to be $5.73 billion. Non-GAAP margin 51.4. Non-GAAP operating $1.73 billion. Non-GAAP operating margin 20.8 and EPS of 67 cents. Since last quarter, October 31st, AMD is up 79%. S&P is up 16.6. XLK is up 23.1. Near-term options imply a 9.5% move. That's expensive. Last 4 quarters, 10% gain, loss of 7, loss of 9, gain of 13. So it has moved there. It hasn't moved double that. But yeah, AMD does move a lot, but it is pricing in a lot. Revenue has beaten 17 of the last 20 quarters. EPS has beaten 15 of the last 20 with 4 in line. Forward quarter revenue has beaten 9 of the last 20 quarters. So yeah, 18% would be 2 standard deviation. That one's going to be really expensive. And then even if it kind of like Netflix, keep that one in mind. You may have a better time playing the post, but we'll see. So 170.48, we could use those. 8, 15, $16. So $16 is what's priced in. That is the expected move. You go to 186 or like 154, that is priced in normally. That's already what's on the option chain. So we're going to need $32. That would be what? $202 to the upside? 186. So those are more expensive than Microsoft. And that's for 2 standard deviations. You're paying that much. And then $32 to the downside would be like what? 138? Yeah, 138, I think. Correct me if I'm wrong. Let's see. Yeah, 138.5. Those are 39 cents. That's not that bad. Comparatively to the call. What's the only problem? There's only one problem. This shit has already dropped 10% in the last 4 days. Puts ain't cheap if they don't hit. Well, yeah, but that's, again, 2 standard deviations are paying $1.80 to the call side. So, I don't know. I feel like that one is just, it's not supposed to hit. It's not like this is like, yeah, that one's going to go through, but at the end of the day, that one, the risk to reward is really good on that. Let's see. Those are going for 28 cents the other day. Actually, they kind of held up. They dropped very easily. But then a couple days ago, they were going for $3.82. So I'm down. I'm going to grab one of them for $39. Give me a $39 top. It's up 50% on the day. So that drop today did not help you out. And you're buying it into the low. Now, I grabbed one AMD. I'm not going to go with the calls. Oh, wait, was I on the weekly? No, yeah, I'm on the next week's. So I'm grabbing one put. Again, not just, like I'm saying, the same 2 standard deviation call is $180. You could get more time if that makes you feel comfortable. That would be $50 if you wanted to spend a little bit more money and get you another week. Again, the only thing I'm keeping in mind as well is that we have Powell, but I'm keeping it small, $39. I'll do the first one. I grab the calls. I won't lie. No worry, baby. Like I said, use these prices to guide you. Whatever play you want to make after that, don't let me hold you, baby. Don't let me hold you. Or by time, 1 standard deviation. Well, that is. I mean, like I said on the Microsoft, do you guys understand? If you know what's going to be priced in and you see how these names have moved, do you realize how you could apply the strategy? So, like, what do we say? We're pricing in, what, $16 for earnings? Let's say you go with there, like, bro, if you buy a 170 and this goes up to 160, or let's say you get a 172 and this goes up $16, this contract is going to be worth what? It'll be at 188. So you'll have this $8 will turn into, I think, at least $17, $18 on there. You may lose some of the premium, but literally you could at least double up, make 150%. Same thing to the downside. If you think it'll drop, but not a lot, and you think it'll drop to maybe, again, 150 or something like 154, 160, then if it goes to 160 and you buy a $9 contract, these will go up $10 in the money if there's a little bit of time left on it. So if you don't want to play 2 standard deviations, but you still want to play it, you could use what's priced in as a guide. So, but that's why I don't want to spend that much money on these earnings plays. Like I'm saying, we made a lot of plays. Even if I lose on all of them, I'm down $200 on a day for 5 different plays. So in my mind, I'm just trying to keep it small. Again, we close out the Procter & Gamble. That's $200 back. You get the AXP. I haven't sold that one yet. It's like, but that one still has $100 there. You're able to make up your losses a lot quicker if you don't spend a lot of money. So again, with earnings, the back and forth, it's all on how much you're really willing to put down there when it's all said and done. AMD's down 4. Yeah, so I only bought 1 AMD put for $39. So that's AMDizzle. What's the next one we got in the queue? Alphabet. Google. Google woogle. All right, so they're right at all-time highs. But Google, they're expecting $85 billion gross revenue, services 76, advertising 65, Google search 48.8, YouTube 9.2, and then networking properties 8.6, cloud cloud 8.9. That's good. I thought they were lower. Hedging gains 20 million, TAC loss of 14.1 billion, net revenue 71.3, operating income 23.78, operating margin gap, it doesn't say, EPS 159, cash from operations 23.93 billion, capex 10 billion, free cash flow 14.68 billion. Since last quarter, Google is up 9.5, S&P 15.1, and XLK 22.4. Near-term options imply 5.5% move. Last 4 quarters, loss of 10, gain of 6, loss of 0, loss of 3. Revenue has beaten 14 of the last 20 quarters, and EPS has beaten 13 of the last 20 quarters. Signed up for stream alerts and everything. Where do I get the alerts? If you put your number in, you should be getting them within 24 hours, my friend. No worries. But they should happen. If you don't get them after a day, let us know. But if you put your number in and it's good, you should receive them. So it has lagged the SPY, believe it or not. Even though Google, remember though, Google was kind of struggling from all of the AI stuff. So let's see where we're at right now. 152.5. We'll use the 152, $7, $8. Says $8. I'll go with 8. We'll do 6. So $8 is what's priced in. So again, if you think it's going to move $8, it goes to 160. These contracts will be worth what? $7.50. So these contracts will go up under 100% if it goes up to 60 or 160. But $8 is what's priced in. And then both ways would be $16. So that'd be what? 168? 66 cents. And then APP's dying. What would it be on the downside? $1.36. 43 cents. So not bad. Let's see how these have moved. What's the upside? Was it 168? Yeah, 168. The implied move is by using the at-the-money straddle price. These have already doubled up over the last couple of days. And then what was the other one? Was it 138 or 137? Yeah, 136. So the 137. These have came down. So you're getting a better deal on the put. And the calls are a little bit more up there. A smaller price is kind of expensive there. I'm kind of down, though. They haven't had a good move in a while. I'm going to go both ways. This will probably be our $100 play. We'll go with the 135. A little further out. So not a recommendation. We're going 167.5 and then 135 on the downside. And it's only expected to move $8. $135 put at, where we spent $35 for that? On shares, if the stock is low, you could go with the shares. So again, like why I wouldn't want to do share or wait till the earnings comes out and then trade the shares after hours. But the only difficulty is shares is that if you get caught on these, again, I mean, if it's near all-time highs, that's the risk you're running. That's about it. But if it's a stock at the lows, I don't know which ones are at the lows that report today. Maybe Starbucks. You could probably justify Starbucks. They're a little lower. So we'll see. Matt says 9. It's the strikes are a little apart. The TOS says 860. They were just at 152, so I just used these ones. Well, they did kind of move up a little bit there. 7, 8. Oh, no, it's for next week. I was using the 152. Oh, so $8, $9. Oh, maybe then did we go closer? Maybe that helps us out. Yeah, but these are saying 860. You had 170 and 134. You could use those if they're cheaper. If that's the case, I think they become a lot cheaper. And then what's the next one now? We're going to go with Starbucks. AMD, I just grabbed a put. So Starbucks, this is one maybe with shares, like you're risking the downside, but you know, they've kind of moved around, but you do have the China exposure. No Microsoft play. Might come back to it, but I spent $100 on Google. That'll probably be the one. So Starbucks comps are expected to be 7.2%. North America 5.8, international 13.2, revenue 9.6 billion, operating margin 15.9, EPS of 93 cents. Full year guidance comps expected to be 5 to 7%, US 5 to 7, consolidated revenue at low end 10 to 12, GAAP and non-GAAP EPS 15 to 20%. Price history since last close, November. Starbucks up 1.4, S&P 15.5, and XLY up 11. So last 4 earnings, gain of 9, gain of 1, loss of 9, loss of 4. Revenue has beaten 13 of the last 20 quarters. EPS has beaten 15 of the last 20 quarters with 1 in line. So they've moved big over the last year except 1 quarter, and they're pricing in a decent amount. Starbucks used to not move on earnings, too. That's the crazy part. Starbucks priced in a quarter last one. Did you get next week? I believe so. I got February 9th, 167.5. I got Goog L, not Goog. I don't know if that's it. I'm in Goog L. I got that for 65. It's still the same price. You know, I have ordered a lot of Starbucks this month. Or more than last time. I feel like we get a higher win rate but less return if we did Iron Condor between the strikes. Yeah, you would, but then you would just be taking more risk. That's all. The only advantage of this strategy that I'm doing, I will take losses, but literally we have not lost more than $280 in a day. And that's off of every single play missing. So if you wanted to do Iron Condors on all of these, you could make a lot of money. How? Because all of the plays that end up cucking, if we go through and you see 20% priced in, and it doesn't end up moving, you're going to make money on all of that. But then what's the problem? Any one of those that miss, you're going to have to pay out the risk on there. I think on some of these big names, that'll be minimum $250 a play, right? If the strikes are $2 apart. So it's up to you. Like I'm saying, the number one thing, regardless of how you want to play it, you could use these prices to get an idea. At the end of the day, it's either it hits in line or it goes outside of the margin, and then usually we're hitting. So, but the prices have been on point, but how it actually moves every time, that we cannot control. So Starbies, 94.15. We could use the 94s. 581. 586. It says 570 now. We'll go with 580. Roblo getting clapped. Like bad clappage. Yeah, just down 4. They were up a little bit more. I still got those covered calls. So 580. You already do the calculation. Oh, wait, no. Wait, 580 is, what's it called? We need 580 times 2. So 11.6. That's a lot for young Starbucks. Minus 1160. 82.54. $82.50 to $105.70. $0.30 for the 105s, and the 82s are 20 cents. So you can play that one $50 both ways, give or take. It doesn't. That's a big ass move though. So again, Starbucks did have a giant earnings last time, but they had like a recovery growth story involved, but they used to not really move too crazy on earnings. So there's a high chance of a cuck on this one. Let's see. China like helps them and then hurts them at the same time. What was it? 82 to 115. I might come back to that one. Let's see, because like I said, we have a lot of plays this week. So we don't want to spend. What was it? 105? Yeah, I'll come back to that one. Get the 216. It's 4 cents more. Maybe a little bit better. Remind me when we come back to that one. But those are the prices. We'll save that one for now. No play. Just because, like I'm saying, you still got a bunch of other companies here between tomorrow and right now. And then SPY coming down. This is Skyworks. A little Raul. All right, Skyworks revenue expected to be $1.2 billion versus guidance of $117 to $125. Non-GAAP gross margin 46%, non-GAAP operating 30.3%. Cash from operations $646.3 million. EPS $1.95 versus guidance of $1.95. Revenue $1.04 billion for next quarter. Non-GAAP gross margin 45.5%. Non-GAAP operating 27.3%. Cash from operations $473. EPS $1.52. Price is 3 since last quarter, November 2nd. Skyworks is up 19.6, S&P up 13.3, and XLK up 20.1. Last 4 quarters, gain of 2, loss of 1, loss of 5, gain of 13. Near-term options imply a 6% move. Revenue has beaten consensus 18 of the last 20 quarters with 1 in line. EPS has beaten 14 of the last 20 with 5 in line. Forward quarter revenue has beaten 8 of the last 20. Forward quarter EPS has beaten 9 of the last 19. Where is it? Skyworks. 580. Yeah, 104. 585. 580. We'll do 585. So 1170 would be both ways. Plus 104.9. So 116.6 to the upside. 40 cents. U.S. seeks 3 million barrels of U.S. produced sour crude for SPR for June delivery. What's coming out now? And then 104.9 minus 1170, 93.20. So you'd have to go for like the 94. You could go for the 93. It'd be a little bit out of there. So $80 both way on Skyworks. They moved big on one of those earnings. Again, they're related to what? Like Apple phones and shit? Do they have AI? I think that's the real question. So Skyworks, not too bad. Again, kind of the same price as Starbucks. Starbucks is a little cheaper in terms of share price, so you're getting a little bit more bang for your buck. And this one's related to tech. The next one is Juniper Networks. Oh, did they get bought out? This one we might skip. Did Juniper get bought out? That sounds familiar. Yeah, Juniper was wasn't it HP? Yeah. So Juniper, I don't yeah, we shouldn't play it. I don't think it's gonna move at all. The next one is Match. Match.com. You know, Tinder. Some of y'all use Plenty of Fish. Do any of you use Plenty of Fish? Does that still exist? I don't know. Plenty of Fish. There's plenty of fish in the sea. And Hinge. Yeah, I think they do have Hinge. Oh, not Hinge only. Okay. Match.com. Christian Mingle, anybody? You used to use POF, Plenty of Fish, back in the day? You met your wife on Plenty of Fish? Wow. Well, there you go. Your mom used to use POF? How do you know? Did you see her on the website or did she tell you? Either way, I mean, that'd be awkward. If I saw my mom on a date, I'd be like, that's crazy. And then what if she saw your profile? Yeah, you go get grounded. I use Egyptian Christians only. Don't say that. What if my mom thinks it's a real website? And she's like, why don't you go there? I'm like, Mom, I have a girlfriend. And she's like, but it's not your cousin. What? What the fuck, Mom? No, man, that's crazy. That's crazy. How you going to say something like that and say no offense, bro? That was so vicious. And you're like, no, you're worse than Will Ferrell. I'm going to have to time you out for 24 hours for that, man. That was vicious. This guy just said the most offensive shit. He's like, no offense, man. Clearly you meant offense by that. What do you mean no offense? That's not even, that doesn't work like that. Who taught you that you could just do that? Anyways, this is my fault for making a plenty of fish joke. I thought it was nostalgic. Jeez, man. Yeah, come on, no offense. Fuck all of you. What? Can't say that, sir. I've just said it. Fuck you. No offense, offensively. Anyways, speaking of plenty of fish, parent company Match, they are expected to have $861.3 million versus guidance of $855 to $865. So analysts are on the higher end. Gross margin expected to be 70.5, adjusted operating income 309.1 versus guidance at 305 to 310, adjusted operating margin 35.9 versus guidance of 35.7 to 35.8. So analysts are bullish. Analysts have raised guidance and they expect margins to be higher than the company. 15.36 million paying clients. Revenue per player or payer is 18.36 cents. Tinder direct revenue $492 implies 9.6% guidance versus 11 year over year. Price history since last quarter, November 1st, up 9.7. S&P is up 16.6. XLK is up 23%. Near-term options imply a 9.9% move. Last 4 quarters, 15% loss, 1% loss, 3% loss, and 5% loss. Oh my goodness, they just have gone down for every earnings of the year they have dropped. Yo, we're ripping up here. PayPal initiates company-wide layoffs according to reports from Information. PayPal layoffs, we're getting I don't have numbers on it, but it's hitting the Information. PayPal layoffs. That's the news that we wanted. So now those options we bought are up 50% from the other ones. We're already in that play, so we get to ride those out a little bit. But layoff news hitting on PayPal. Okay, back to Match.com. They haven't had a good earnings in a year. Let me know when you get the amount of people laid off. That'll be the decider, but you're pretty much getting the layoffs confirmed. Remember, that was the main set of news. We don't know the percentage yet. I haven't looked into it. I could double check. No, I'm doing earnings and news, man. There's a lot going on. Said 2,000 people. Isn't that like 10% of their workforce? So they might be able to go as high as like 65. I don't know if I've confirmed it. They brought it up last week, and then they had that event, and then Homeboy didn't say anything about it, and then the stock sold off. We bought the calls because remember I said that was the news we're waiting for, and now it's getting confirmed. JP Morgan 52-week high. Subscribe to the Information. Where is it? PayPal on Tuesday, latest company to cut jobs. Human Resources told staffers in a meeting. Oh, is this paywalled? Yeah, it's paywalled. I can't read it all. But that's the headline. Rumor 15 to 20. I think it would be 10. Or someone said 7, but don't they have like 20,000 employees? 7% of layoffs have been confirmed by PayPal, according to information I've gathered. Announced January 30th, 2024. Cutting 2,000 jobs or 7%. So a lot of Chads are getting that. All right, so it's kind of 7% is good, but we'll see if it turns into sell the news, but it kind of already sold the news. So we'll see. So match 37.5. We're right there. So 192, that's like what, 250? Or no, 350? Seems about right. So $7 up or down. So that'd be like what, $44 to the upside? And then that's expensive for the stock price. It has moved a decent amount though. And then what? $7 to the downside, 30. 11 cents? It's not just a cheap stock. That's the only problem. So it can move multiple percentage points, but matches, it's kind of expensive for what it is, but there is kind of a decent amount of upside on that. PayPal starts company-wide layoffs information. So it is confirmed. So $7, I don't know, match? That one's kind of enticing. It's expensive, though. It is expensive. I say 45. It's like I got 44, but for the price of the stock, you're paying a lot of money. Like that's not a cheap one. This shit can move though. I'm gonna get the cheaper ones. I'm gonna get the $20 call or the $46 call for $20, 19 cents. And then I'm gonna grab the put. For 11. So $30 both ways. I'm down with that. It's cheap. But the upside there was it used to be a lot higher, and then that thing should move like 7%. So but again, it's not pricing in that much. So I went a little further out to save some money. I grabbed the 45, I think. Or no, did I go further? I went further. I went 46. For next week. So we'll see. All right, that's match. That one's cheap though. I like again just like the AMD. I don't really have too much confidence, but $30 both ways on a stock that was trading a lot higher. It's really expensive though for what the price of the stock is. That's the only downside, but I do think it's a lower float and can move. The put was a 30. No, the put's almost, that's like 20%. I think a little bit lower. All right, next one is Lending Club. Not Lending Tips, Lending Club. These cheaper ones are usually priced in a ton. So again, Lending Club was trading a lot higher there. But Lending Club, they're expecting $182 million. Provision for credit losses, 39.9. Non-interest expense, 139.8. Consolidated efficiency ratio, 76.6. EPS of 1 cent. Revenue next quarter expected to be 187.0. Provision for credit losses, $42 million. Non-interest expense, 138. Efficiency ratio, 74.2. On EPS of 4 cents and loan originations of $1.52 billion. Since last quarter, they are up 71.8. S&P is up 16.8. And XLF is up 20.4. Near-term options imply 14.6% move. My goodness. Last 4 quarters, loss of 3, loss of 21, gain of 1, and loss of 11. Revenue has beaten 14 of the last 20 quarters, and EPS has beaten 16 of the last 20 quarters. My goodness. So that's pricing in a lot already. 14% to break even. I don't really like the cheaper ones. They only have February 16s. So $1.33, so literally $2.60. It'll be like, what, 10, 11, 20? So 10 cents for that, and then $2.60 would be $6 flat, 10 cents. So 11 or 6. It's up to you. I think that one you might be able to go shares. It is a little higher, though. But, again, it's a smaller. 100 shares might get you more flexibility. Okay, the next one we have is Electronic Arts. We're getting to the end of today. The end of today. Which ones have I played so far? Did I just play Google? No, I did another one, right? No, Google and Match. So 97, we've at 103, and then $30. So not bad. Not bad. Okay. EA Sports. It's in the game. Brought to you by Tesla. Play video games in your brain. Brought to you by Neuralink. Link your brain to your Bluetooth. Safely tested on monkeys. Sorry, I thought that was necessary. Okay, my bad. I'm sorry. I didn't. I have too much fun with earnings. Anyways, EA, they are expecting net bookings of $2.4 billion versus guidance of 2.25 to 2.45. Non-GAAP gross margin expected to be 77.1, non-GAAP operating margin of 40.7, non-GAAP EPS 293 versus guidance of $2.70 to $3. So EPS guidance is on the high end. So is their revenue. Analysts are expecting a little bit more. GAAP EPS 88 cents, cash from operations $1.05 billion. Net guidance for the full year, net booking 7.3 to 7.7 billion. Since November last quarter, they are up 12.6, S&P 15.5, and XLK up 21.3. Near-term options imply 4.7% move. Last 4 quarters, gain of 4, loss of 7, loss of 1, loss of 9. Revenue has beaten 13 of the last 20 quarters. EPS has beaten 16 of the last 20 quarters. Forward quarter revenue has beaten 5 of the last 20. Bro, banks are all running right now. I think we're about to hit a new high. You're kind of going crazy back up here. Bonds went a little higher, but not too nuts. What is that? PayPal still ripping? So layoff news getting it. Again, we have calls already, so those are up 50%. We'll take them. We'll take them. Or no, just under 50. All right. So EA, their pricing, it looks like $7. 137.50 right in the middle. 690, 720. We'll just go with the 7. We'll say $14. Well, that'd be like what? 140, 151, 151. Rom, pineapple juice, and EA microtransactions. No. Okay, 151. Oh, they start splitting it up by $2. So be careful. That's a lot more expensive. These are $1 apart, and they're going like 10 cents different. Boeing flushing on the low right now, below 200. So these 152s are a little bit more pricier. You're spending a lot more if you kind of think, unless you get filled really low. So 151, and then what we said 14 to the downside. That'd be like 123. 30 cents. But they'd have to give up all of their last earnings. The puts aren't that bad. I think the calls, if you could get that other one, it's decent. PayPal news is layoffs. That's why they started going up there. Yeah, Starbucks, we're going to come back to that. We already ran the numbers. I just wanted to see what other plays I'd like more than it. Because I've spent $130 so far. We only have 2 plays, Google and Match. So, yeah, I don't know. I don't think the puts are that bad. I might come back to that. But that'd take a big move, but you might hit on that. I do have Thermo and NVO, yes. So the final one for today after hours now is CP, Canadian Pac. So they're expected $3.67 billion, non-freight 74, operating ratio 59.6, revenue per carload, loss of 0.8. Oh yeah, AMD put, that's the one. I am missing one. 39 cents. So yeah, I forgot to calculate that. Am I more long than short on Match? It's about the same. I spent $19, $20. I just like Match because it's cheaper, has the ability to move, but it is pricing in a higher amount. So I'm not too I'm not confident in any of these, honestly. Again, I mean, neither should you be, but at the end of the day, I'm kind of just trying to see exposure for lower price with maybe some optimism if we get lucky. Again, I think AMD, I went with the cheap one. I think the downside is a lot cheaper on Match, but again, you're limited by how low it could go because of the share price. And then Google, I think, may be able to surprise either or it's going to absolutely cuck. But CP, since last close, they're up 10.3, S&P 16.9, Industrial 16.3, implying 2.7% move. Last 4 earnings, 0, 0, 0, loss of 1. Revenue has beaten 11 of the last 20 quarters with 1 in line. EPS has beaten 10 of the last 20 with 2 in line. No Microsoft. I think Microsoft we play after. They're kind of expensive. I did like the puts on Microsoft, but even then, it's still going to run you $70. That's why I like Google. I played Google both ways for just about $50, a little $55 technically. What's the other one? CP. So 340. 335. So 680. So like what? 85.90, $30, 680, 73, 72 and change. Yeah, but it's not expected to move. So far, the railroad plays haven't hit. So not too bad. But those are the price. I don't know, CP, if anybody wants those. It would just be both of those 10-cent options or the 85s and then the 72s. Yeah, railroads are stable. I used to ride the Amtrak every morning. You know, I got a million miles an hour. I'm a million miles on the train. It's good. I used to sit there and say, Joey, how you getting to work? I said, I'm going to go work on a railroad. I'm going to hitch a ride on a train. We talk about it at the dinner table. Come on. With dignity. Anyways. Now, it's time to move into the morning. So that's all the plays. I don't know. Maybe we still need to come back to Starbucks. But we ended up taking AMD, Google, and Match. Those are the 3 out of like 10 over here or something like that. So not too bad. But now we're going into the morning for tomorrow. All of these companies report in the AM. And we're starting with Bobo. Bobo, the no-door clown. So Boeing expecting $21.18 billion in revenue, operating margin gap of 0.06, commercial airplanes loss of 2.9, defense and space loss of 1.1, global service and support gain of 15.9, free cash flow 1.91 billion. Price history since last quarter, Boeing is still up 12.3. S&P up 15.1, XLI up 14.5. Options imply a 4.8% move last 4 quarters. loss of 3, gain of 9, 0, and 0. Revenue has beaten 10 of the last 20 quarters, and EPS has beaten 5 of the last 20 quarters. Looks like we're pricing in $9.55. Seems about right. So that's like 19 bucks. So literally $2.19 or $1.71 or $1.81. Oh shit. Oh, that's kind of expensive. 61 cents. Or 68, 180, or 182, either or. This one would be the one in the money. So puts are a little more expensive. And then calls, I mean, they still got a pretty penny. So 220 to 181, 182. I don't know. SPY's about to break out. Again, bonds are working their way. Bonds above the level. Bonds are almost there. Again, SPY's barely above the Jolts jobs. Those are for the next weeks. We haven't done TMO yet. So that's for Boeing if you want those. I think I'm going to pass on Boeing. Too much drama. Too much drama. All right, next one for tomorrow mornings is NVO. This one, your boy, Ozempic. There you go. Ozempic. Oh. They haven't moved in a while, honestly. I think it's been around this price for like a quarter, went a little higher. I don't know if they have any crazy earnings moves. So NVO, this is provided by the company, and this is in, what's it, DKK? I don't know. What currency is that? DraftKings dollars? What is it? Where are they from? New Zealand? What is it? New Ireland? No, it's New Zealand. Denmark. Definitely DKK. Denmark krone. The Danish kroner. Kroner. I feel like you could order that at Starbucks or at Costco. Maybe the kroner. So expecting 63.35 billion, operating profit 25.6, margin 40.4. They're expecting diabetes and obesity, 58.9. And then here's all the segments. It's a lot of them. Rare disease treatment, 4.4 since last quarter, November. They're up 9.2. Stocks Europe is up 11.3. Last 4 earnings, gain of 3, loss of 1, loss of 3, break even. Revenue has beaten 15 of the last 20 quarters. EPS has beaten 14 of the last 20 quarters with 1 in line. So they don't really move that much, honestly, off of earnings. 3% move, give or take. Let's see, NVO. $108.60, right there in the middle. 560, looks like 610, 620. We'll go with the 620s. So 1250 for 2 standard deviations. 1250, that'd be like what, 121? 50 cents, not bad. And then 1250 to the downside. $96.10. They were just there. So 121 or 96 is. The puts are cheaper. Puts are, every put is cheaper. My goodness. So you're spending $50 for the call, and then the puts are 25 cents. It's like the puts lost weight. No? Okay. I tried. You get it? Because it's like Novo and then... No, I get it's not that funny. I get it. I know. I feel. I was shooting. I was trying, man. I'm down. I'm going to go one way on the puts. I like me some Novo. The call, I don't know. I'm kind of tempted to grab the call too, but they don't really move. Maybe if we got like a super duper cheap one. But once these once these start moving $5, it just changes all of them. They don't really move though, but it's Novo. Yeah, you can go for Lily. I mean, what is that pricing in? It's like, what, $6.25? It's 5.7. So they don't even move like that. You're kind of paying a premium on there. Yeah, honestly, I don't know. It's pricing in a lot. They are underpacing, but they haven't moved more than 3% in a year, even with all of the headlines. These ones you get a little bit of time. These things are juiced. I'm going to grab really far out the monies. Just so I don't spend that much. Just in case on the upside. Okay. I grabbed the 130 for February 16. You could have got the puts for cheaper, but honestly, I call it 16 cents. And then I grabbed the 96 for $24 for next week. That's for Novo. What was the call? You don't have to call. It's okay, Gert. 130. Novo over Bobo. Indeed. Indeed, my friend. Yeah, the Metas and Disneys, those are still up. Not bad. All right. I went alphabet both ways. Yes. All right, who's the next one? Roper. I don't know if you guys like this one, but it showed up on the list. I figured we'd do it. They both lighten the load on airplanes. My goodness. I'd rather lose weight than adore, though. You know what I'm saying? That's it. I don't know. Do they both kill people? Maybe just Boeing? Sadly. I don't know why I'm laughing so hard at that, but it's a sad irony. I think Boeing has killed more people in the last 3 years than Ozempic. So that's, I don't know. You tell me. It's kind of funny, but not really. PayPal to cut workforce by 9%, affecting roughly 2,500. Yeah, PayPal's still going. So Roper, it's expensive. Roper expecting $1.58 billion in revenue, EBITDA margin 41.5, operating income 459.8, EPS 434 versus guidance of 428 to 432. So analysts are bullish on Roper. They're up 13.9 since October 24th. S&P 15.1. XLK up 22.1. Near-term options imply 3.9% move. Last 4 quarters, break even, gain of 4, gain of 5, loss of 2. Revenue has beaten 12 of the last 20 quarters with 1 in line. EPS has beaten 19 of the last 20 quarters. Forward quarter EPS has beaten 6 of the last 20 with 2 in line. Humana, we butchered that one. Dude, both Procter and Humana, I would have way more gains on those. So they're pricing in $26.30. Very nice. I got like 23. There's just so $23, $46 to the upside. That'd be like 605. Very expense. It's okay. 510. Yeah, I don't know the spreads if you could get one. You're up again, those other ones hit. PayPal news is hitting the wire again, yeah. They're saying 9% of workforce. The metrics, they're right there on TD Ameritrade. You can use the plus or minus, and then we just take the at-the-money straddle price. You add them up, and that's the one. That's what is priced in. And then we use our strategy by doubling it to see if the price of the unexpected is lower or not. But, you know, what's priced in is usually the at-the-money straddle price. CVX. So, yeah, Roper, I don't know if y'all are into that. If you're into Roper, it's up to you. Next one is MasterCard. And now all of the credit, MasterCard's hitting 52-week highs already. So, again, AXP, MasterCard, they've all been going crazy. There's only 16 minutes, though. But damn, we already spent 45 minutes on these. Time flies when you're having earnings, huh? No? Okay. MasterCard. What's in your wallet? No, the other one? Okay. Revenue expected to be $6.48 billion. Operating expenses $2.85 billion. G&A $2.39 billion. A&M $240. Operating margin 55.9. EPS of $3.08. Since last quarter, October 25th, they're up 13.5. S&P up 16.8 and XLF 20.4. Near-term options imply 3.3% move. Last 4 quarters, loss of 6, loss of 2, gain of 2, loss of 1. Revenue has beaten 18 of the last 20 quarters, and EPS has beaten 18 of the last 20 quarters. So they're hitting 52-week highs, but they're not pricing in that much at 3. But then besides last quarter, they haven't moved too much. So 445, 446, we're getting what, $13? Add the 50, yeah, I'll add 50 cents. $13.62, that's about right. So that'd be 27.20, I believe. 27.20. So that'd be 160, 473. Maybe I need the calculator for this one, just in case. $26.20, 472.13. We'll take it. Those are $1.14 or 70 cents. Kind of expensive to the high side. Minus, what do we say it was? 26.20? 419, so the 420s to the downside. 92. Yeah, you're not playing this one cheap. You're going to need some money for that one. Yeah, it's up there. I mean, it's already moved a lot. It's a big name, though. I mean, for what you're paying, I guess it's not that bad. Man, why did Humana got a homie? Oof. Humanas are at 520 now. We could have got it. That would have been 200%. UPS, that's old. That Pfizer headline. No, Pfizer back to the lows. So, yeah, MasterCard, I don't know. It's besides last earnings, it hasn't moved a lot. But then again, like the run-up, the last earnings don't make it move too crazy. But that run-up is kind of insane if you're into that. All right. Next one, TMO. Thermo Fisher. Is that for all the people who go fishing? Okay, I'm really good at these bad jokes. Anyways, you're just it's already had its little bands, TMO. So let's see what we're working with. TMO revenue expected to be $10.73 billion. Organic growth loss of 7, adjusted gross margin 42.2, adjusted operating 23.4, EPS 564. Since last quarter, October 24th, they've moved up 20%. S&P up 15.1 and XLV up 9.4. Near-term options imply 4.1% move. Last 4 quarters, loss of 5, gain of 1, loss of 3, gain of 3. Revenue has beaten 18 of the last 20 quarters. EPS has beaten 18 of the last 20 quarters with 1 in line. Well, let's see. They don't really move too much, and it's expensive. 2180 expected. Oh, you're like right in the middle. $21.60. We'll go with $21.50. So $43 both ways. It'd be like $5.25. Still $1.30. 42 would be like 110. 610. A little outside is kind of cheaper. Let me see. Dude, they're killing it, though. They're outpacing. Oh, these are for next week? No shit. All right, I got one for 45 cents. It's like one extra out the money. I'm down with that one. Yeah, that one has 2 weeks. I like the price. I'm gonna just go one-way puts on Thermo. It's a big bro. $700, $600 stock almost for $40, and that is 2 standard deviations. I just got a good fill on that. I don't know how. I guess they lowered the ask already. So not a recommendation. You will lose money. And then we got NVO for 25. How much you spend? $30, $41 on NVO. Abbevie on the high. All right. We got 2 more left. BSX. Remember, these ones are for the morning. BSTX. Yeah, SPY's fighting with green. Russell came back up a little bit. NASDAQ's actually the worst on the day. So Boston Scientific, they're expecting, let me get the daily. So Boston Scientific, they're expecting 9.6% organic growth versus guidance of 8 to 10. Revenue 3.59 implies 10.8 year over year versus guidance of 9 to 11. Gross margin expected 70.5, operating 26.7, EPS 51 versus guidance of 49 to 52. Since last quarter, they're up 22.3, S&P up 16.8, XLV up 10.1. Options imply 3.3% move. Last 4 quarters, 0, 0, 0, and 3. Revenue has beaten 13 of the last 20 with 1 in line. EPS has beaten consensus 15 of the last 20. Forward quarter revenue has beaten 6 of the last 16. And forward quarter EPS has beaten 2 of the last 16 with 2 in line. Well, wicked smart. Boston Scientific. So price in 230. It looks to be, it's like 220. 440 both ways. So 65, 60, 30 cents. What, 50, 58? No, 57. $50 you want to play both. 57.5 or 65. And that's for February 16th. I don't think they move too much. Damn it, Humana. That one's in the money. Bro, I saw both of those damn early. Them in the Procter Gambling. Why they do this to me, man? Look at Procter Gambling and then Humana. That one in the money would have been very good. Humana. All right. Final. I don't know. I don't think I'm going to play BSX. Hess. Oil, if you're into oil. I don't really like the oil place. We'll just go. Oh, that's Guess, not the Hess. Is it the Guess or the Hess? How you say? Hess. Hessington Oil? Does that mean, what's his name? Michael? Was it Mike Ross? Does he work for him? All righty. Where is it? Yeah, Mike Ross, right? He saved her. So they're expecting production 409 million barrels a day. Average realized price, including hedge, $76.95. NGLs 21, gas 451. EPS $1.46. Next quarter production expected to be 436 million barrels a day. Cash from operations before changes 1.21 billion. CapEx 1.08. EPS 165 since last quarter. October 24th, they're down 8.1. S&P up 15.1. XLE down 4.4. Near-term options imply 3.8. Loss of 1, break even, gain of 1, and positive 3. Revenue has beaten 15 of the last 20 quarters. EPS has beaten 18 of the last 20 quarters. Let's see. Where is it? Hess. I don't think I'm going to play the oil ones. It says 452. It's an expensive stock. Not about right. I see 580, Habibi. Where did they get 470, 450? Oh, that spread is wild. That's why. You're right on that. So maybe I'm getting 560. It's pricing in 4. We'll go with $5. So $10 either way. 154 to 134. 134 is 90, expensive as hell. 155, 9. What the hell is going? Yeah, I don't even think that's playable, let alone just very illiquid. Interesting. UMP still going. Yeah, that's a weird one. All right. Chattadonia, I think that's it. Maybe let's take another gander at Starbucks. What were those? Was like 83 to like 105? 82 to 105? It's okay, girl. I'm gonna be your earnings time. You don't have to do standard deviations. Starbucks. Starbucks is just deceptive because it really don't move on earnings. It usually have this little earnings move ahead and then kind of does its thing. I can't remember the other time Starbucks had a big earnings. Let's go back to the preview. I'm still in the AXPs. Those came back up to 140. So we good on those. But we only have till Friday. And I sold out the PG for 200. Then we got rid of a Humana. They've moved good on the last two, but then they sell off prior. That's the tough one. I'm still in the ups. Yeah, those ones didn't hit. They held a little bit of a bid. Like, you could get some money back. Now you can only get 11. You had your gains in the morning for a little bit. I don't know. I think I'm going to burn Starbucks because what are we at right now? We spent 103 on Google. Let's see. Today's grand total for earnings. 103 on Google. $30 on Match. $39 on AMD. 45 on TMO. 41 on NVO. And then I think the last play was 45 on TMO. Why do they all rhyme? So 303. It's a decent amount, but we made a lot of plays. So maybe that TMO pushed me over the 300 mark. Oh, EA, that one's a decent one too. I kind of like the EA. Only to the downside. Let me see. Match, I did both ways. They were cheap. But cheap but expensive because the stock price is really low. Yeah, and then the Starbucks, didn't someone say the Starbucks Februarys were cheaper? Or the next week? So it would have been like 82, 83, 24, 25, 40. Oh, yeah, they're a little bit. The puts are a little more costly. Calls are like the same price. So February 16th, you might be better off on Starbucks. Starbucks, it needs to like really shock. Starbucks could be very deceptive. I think we'll cap it there. $300 for plays for today and tomorrow. We got to Google both ways. Match, AMD, TMO, NVO, TMO. TMO, NVO, TMO. Oh, wait, I already put TMO twice. Hold on. Oh, never mind. I think no. We need to recalculate that. I didn't spend that much. So Google, AMD, Match, NVO, and TMO. Yeah. I have 2 TMOs on my list. No. We good. So let's recalculate that. I'm tripping. So 103 on Google. I was gonna say I think I spent a little bit more. 30 plus 39 plus 45 plus 41. Yeah, I spent 258. AMD, I only grabbed the put. That's it. So we're done with the plays, though. You got to be here. I want y'all in the game on it. We go over it. Otherwise, it's 2 standard deviations. So if you have paid attention to the tutorials and whatnot, I grabbed 1 put. I didn't spend that much, but it's just 2 standard deviations to the downside. Delta expanding Delta 1 fleet. Timu sounds like TMO. KCMO. Yeah, G's been popping all day. I'm hoping it keeps running and some of those dead contracts come back to life. Inshallah, Habibi. And then AXP still working its way up. We should have done the double dip. It's crazy because it's higher, but the contracts aren't up as much. Didn't those contracts go up to like 250? A lot of Tech 9 references. Today we had 151 and now TMO, KCMO. It's only fitting. NVIDIA, no lending club. I think that's it, man. I think we're good. What time is it? Oh, it's power hour, baby. 50 minutes remaining. All plays have been finalized. Any options, trade, strategy play for tomorrow, not financial advice. Watch for the post earnings. I think Microsoft, AMD, Google, all the big ones, those should be good post earnings. You know, remember, Humana, that was a post earnings. That one hit, and that one's even running now. But in general, you can get some good ones. So other than that, waiting. And then after hours, there'll be like Qualcomm tomorrow and a couple of others. So just what we did today, we're going to do it all over again. Hurt your feelings buying that put. It's probably smart AF, though. It's not. I mean, nothing about these plays are like again, I can't express it enough. Like, bro, I have 5 earnings plays for $250. You know what I'm saying? So, like, nothing here means anything. That's why I'm telling you, don't be taking if you only have $200, I wouldn't throw all of my money down on them. But, like, even then, like, none of these plays are supposed to hit. Even if they do, it's just going after a higher risk to reward. But in general, like, again, somebody brought it up. You could do iron condors on all of these plays and make a lot of money. Let me tell you, besides risk to reward, there's something more important on all of these plays. Can anybody tell me what it is? Again, I don't like options are you know, they go both ways, but it's like lately I'm still not the biggest fan of the options. What am I doing? There's one thing I value above all else. It's not time. No. Just one word only. Yeah, there it is. Exposure. That's it. Not only am I getting exposed to these plays and I got like little hands in the cookie jar, but if anything, if all of them go wrong like you have witnessed, it's not going to hurt. So again, like one of those days where I mess up, one play is going to hit for it. Like again, and again, we're coming off of the TSM, the Nike, the FedEx, and all the other plays ahead of it. One play will make up for one whole day. So I'm not really trying to fall behind too much, let alone I'm not getting aggressive. Even if I have money or anything like off of the other ones, everything's cheap. I'm just getting the smallest exposure. My risk is very minimal on everything that I'm doing. Even if I go wrong one way, it hits, you know, it's not that big of a deal. So it's not like if I'm going after like one idea, or if I'm like, you're like, why are you grabbing the put? You think it's gonna go down? No, I don't think it's a lot of money. That's all. Like when it's all said and done, my exposure level is very, very low when it's all said and done. 5 plays, 6 plays, $250. That's a 99-cent store. You know, I'm going for the bargain bin. If they don't hit, they don't hit. If they do hit, then awesome. And then even the post earnings, we could get a little bit better of deals there. But it's not really, we're not betting the farm, as Uncle would say, huh? The standard deviation strategy, go look up how I turned $600 into $7,000. Type that into YouTube, type the trading fraternity, and you'll see the video that explains all of it. And we're going to be covering these every day. So tomorrow, Wednesday, Thursday, even for Amazon, all of the other ones, we're going to be doing all of this. So get familiar with it now. But the idea, it's not supposed to, we're not hitting home runs. I'm trying to hit base hits. When I'm trying to go 3 strikes, if I get 3 strikes, I still get another at-bat the next day. So you got to think about it. Some of these plays, Google, even the big ones, like, bro, we could drop. I've dropped way more than $300, $400, $500 on one single plane. That's it. You did Iron Condors on AMD, EA, Google, and Match. Risk to reward is insanely terrible. AMD being 2.18. Well, that's because it's expensive. That's what I was saying earlier. So, but you have a higher odds, right? So the risk to reward may be shit, but the odds of you winning are much more higher than me hitting. So my odds of hitting are less than 20%. I'm probably shooting 10% maybe, but then my reward is way higher. But like the Iron Condors, you're going to hit most of them. Every play that I miss, you'll make money on an Iron Condor. But then it's reversed odds in terms of if you get clapped on the Iron Condor, you're going to pay $250 a play most likely versus losing 20, or our average play is about 40 to 50. So yeah, 100%, man. If you guys I like it. Using paper trade accounts to test some of what you could do with this, I like. Well, SMCI is cheaper now after hours. That could be another one. If you're into this one. 2 standard deviation, your hit rate should be higher than 10. I don't think it would be, and because some of them I'm only going one way. So then that'll cut the probability in half. So like again, there's been 3 plays that I played one way and they literally hit 1,000% on the other direction. Sadly. How much fee? I'm paying like 20 cents, I think, for the contracts. So a lot of them I'm only buying 1 or 2 contracts. So the fees are quite minimal. So again, I'm paying $1 extra for every 4 plays. You missed on every play except Procter & Gamble and 3M, and I'm still positive 40. Yeah, that's how it should be. Again, that's if you're getting a lot. Don't forget, you could always just walk away and keep a bag if, on any of those days. But we're still doing good. It's not even like that. Even though it's like you wake up, you're like, damn, I missed every play. They're all cheap. And all the 1 plays that we hit that went and again, if you maximize, even Procter & Gamble's still going higher. I fucked up on that one today, but still got just under 1,000. And then if you held that 3M, that would have fucking brought you home. And then the TSM right before, then the FedEx, then the Nike. So it's like a couple of these hit, bro. You should have some cushion. And I wouldn't play them if you don't have cushion. That's the thing. I went both ways on Google. Yeah. So with all that being said, it is time for me to go to the bathroom. If I have a commercial break, I could use a buffalo chip. Do I got any buffalo chips? I can reward myself with a buffalo chip. Reward me. Oh, I didn't even charge y'all likes for this. Oh, fuck. Good thing we got 1,000 likes. So God bless y'all. God bless y'all. You know what I'm saying? I got them buffalo. It's a protein chip. I worked out. I deserve it. I just hope I don't get heartburn. Mm-hmm. So where are we at? Skip ad. All right, outlook for oil. Is it a commercial?
Long term. I don't see any change from a long-term perspective, and I think they will go
Costco,
forward
Buffalo,
with the
bro, they hit.
capacity increases that they've said.
We have to ask the question over what timeline. In the short term, we don't need 30 million barrels per day. There's ample spare capacity because OPEC Plus have cut production. Saudi Arabia, even producing 12 million barrels per day, could bring back 3 million barrels per day.
But to reassess timing and look at the situation is clearly understandable, and as I get more information, we'll work with them and understand what it means. And as you look at international markets, we continue to see international markets be positive for 2024.
Those are highlights from our own Alex Steele and her interviews out at the Baker Hughes annual meeting in Florence, Italy. Now, JP Morgan is out with its own commodities outlook. The firm sees Brent crude trading in a wide range, $70 to $90 a barrel, gold ending the year at $2,300 an ounce, and a year-end target for U.S. nat gas of $4. Joining us now is Natasha Kaneva. She is head of global commodities strategy over at JP Morgan. Great to see you again.
Thank you for having me.
And last time you were on, you recommended the sell-off in crude as a buying opportunity with a price target of the high 80s by May. And we have seen crude oil move up quite a bit. Brent oil now at 82.79. What I'm curious about is, given all the geopolitical tensions that have been rising of late, why isn't that having more of an impact on crude oil?
Well, first of all, thank you for having me. So you're absolutely correct. The price is up almost 14%. It's $10. So we estimate that $5 out of that is actually just pure fundamentals. Fundamentals have been improving. Demand so far has been actually very good and above what the historical seasonality would suggest, but $5 is the geopolitical premium. And of course, what is happening in the Middle East, this is a very visible and clearly growing threat to the global energy markets. But as absolutely correctly was pointed out, actually, we do believe that the risk of escalation is actually limited, just because the main parties in the region actually have very strong incentive to avoid a larger confrontation in the region. And the argument we're making actually is that so far they have acted accordingly. The second point to make is that, of course, all those issues in the Red Sea that we have been witnessing, that all of that could be handled by just a bigger reliance by the Gulf state producers for pipelines, but also rerouting, around the coast of South Africa.
I do want to talk about the Gulf state producers, because Saudi Aramco surprised the oil industry by announcing that it will not proceed with plans to boost production capacity by about 8%. It didn't actually give any explanation. Why do you think that is?
Well, we cannot comment on individual names,
Sure.
but again, our outlook and our view since November 2022 actually has been that demand will be great, but non-OPEC supply will be even greater. And if you look at our balances and our price forecast, actually the balances for 2025 and for 2026 as well have been over, we're witnessing an oversupplied market. So the argument is we don't need additional capacity as of now.
Is there enough discipline there that you think that we will actually see that supply capacity come down? Enough discipline among the OPEC plus
Among
members.
the OPEC. So far, we see limited signs that actually production has been cut, according to your own numbers, guys, but at the same time, it's too early. We're still only in January.
This gets us to a broader question, too, when we talk about the balance between supply and demand. And I guess,
45 minutes.
how should I put this? The idea that some of what we've been seeing over the last year has maybe been a little bit artificial. The idea that prices have been sort of bumped around. You have, of course, OPEC plus members who would like to see them higher. You have an administration here in the U.S.
Someone should paper trade that. That's another way to go about it. You could go and just do a butterfly at the expected move, what's priced in, both ways, because butterflies are usually cheap and those pay out a ton. Interesting. Disney came back up. PayPal, that one was a fun one, huh? Fun while it lasted. Hey, yo, those STLDs came back up. So, again, that was a play from last week we thought we lost on. You're actually a couple dollars away from the money? No. You're still way far out. Yeah, so remember, this one we thought we lost on. That one came back up. You get a $5 gain on it, or at the very least get your money back. So, again, that'll take your exposure down 10% on that day. Butterflies. Maybe butterflies on Microsoft. I don't know. I haven't looked. What would be the Microsoft priced in? Because I don't have a play on Microsoft. That's the one I didn't grab. 1871. It'll be like, what, 428? I don't want 10, Habibi. Just 1. What the fuck? How this makes sense, Habibi? Is it debit? This makes no sense. There you go. I say, how this makes sense? $28 still. Well, I think the gain would be, what, 470? Not bad. So you could do that Microsoft. That'd be a weekly. Was AXP dollar from the money? Yeah, they're back up. We should have double dipped yesterday. It hit the price I wanted. I always get greedy on those, bro. I'm always like, let it go down. We'll buy it. But yeah, AXP's at 145. So again, that's another play that was kind of back and forth. Okay, maybe we need to just grab the first 5s then. It's the same price we spent. We spent 35. Damn, the marches are for 30. Whoa. That could be interesting. Dude, I sold out the PGs at 2. I was just under 1,000% on that. But you would have got I think an extra 60, 70, almost extra $1. Yeah, we saw Mark in the morning. People were calling that one out. And someone just said it was like confirmed to Benzinga. I just be careful with that one. So I don't know about that. But we saw it at 40 cents this morning. Chad was talking about it. It had a pump. It had a lot of pump in dumps, but this one took off. Yeah, that daily's insane now. Microsoft, it's just expensive. So the puts weren't that bad on Microsoft, but it's still, what was the level? Wasn't it like $32? Was it like $360 or something? Like $368? So $62 for the put. These are the ones. But like, it's still, hard to say, 50-50. Meta spread, you don't want to hold into tomorrow. Well, yeah, it's going to move off of Google. So let's see where those are at, too. Those are up, again, 50%, I think. Boeing, I don't know. I don't think Boeing earnings should be too crazy. What do we have? The 475s. So you could ghetto spread and actually get a little bit more money. You could walk away with $10. It's not a bad deal. So you could ghetto the Meta that we bought for again, we bought these for 57 cents. They're at 80. You ghetto spread the 480. Man, you could even do the 485. I'd kind of be down for that. Where is Metaville? We'll see. Maybe we'll wait till the end of the day. Still 30 more minutes. That's not a bad deal. It's up to you. Again, prioritize gains or not. Or you could just sell out and walk away with what? $20? I guess it was a little bit better earlier. $20 gain, 80 total. Yeah, we've already done all of the earnings previews, unfortunately. So we've made our plays. We're just talking about some other plays, and we're kind of spitballing some ideas and then some other plays we might have. But other than that, we have covered all of them. So try to get here around 11, or you get the damn stream alerts. If you ain't going to pay attention and it's really that important, we'll send them. I send out an alert on the stream alerts right before we do all of them. But around 11 o'clock, we've stayed pretty good on schedule. 11 Pacific time, 1 hour before close or power hour. Mark, the best Microsoft play all day. That one's great. It's still on the high ticker. Apple reports some issues with iCloud. No, I didn't play Boeing. The only plays I made for earnings today and tomorrow, Google, Match, AMD, TMO, and NVO. And then Humana, that one's $1 in the money. I spent 10 to share with the fam, so let's not get tired of doing what's good. At just the right time, we will reap a harvest of blessings if we don't give up. Galatians tell him, baby. Amen. Or nah. Amen. That's a letter to the people. Amen. Pause. Tell the Galatians. Amen, baby. Let's go. I have Google both ways. Both ways. What is it? Man. Humana's just laughing at me. AXP go 204. Isn't 52-week high like 205? Oh, wait. We're almost in the money at 205. So hopefully those run up. That'll be nice. Again, those expire on Friday, though. That's what sucks. And then Meta. We could have got a little bit more off that. You finally switched to Apple. You got the 15 in the tablet. It's the best ever. We'll never go back. No way. You already made up your mind on that? How long you been using it for? I'm going to do the ghetto spread. I think it's going to go up, but I'm going to sell it for $1 less so I can make the video title $1 into 1,000. So I'm going to leave $1 risk on the table just for YouTube. Is that fair? Or I could wait. But I'm stretching it. I'm going for $1,000 upside. And then again, it's like 50% different. And then the other one, so then we could move it around. Don't let the market makers win. Well, we'll see. I don't know when it's going to fill. I'll just let it do its thing. 20 days. It took you 20 days to decide. I feel, though. I like my Apple product, sadly. Even though I know it's made by little child laborer hands. It's a good phone. You know. My MacBook's nice, too. But I haven't used the MacBook in a minute. Uncle does. Uncle be using it. The other channel is the Trading Fraternity. There's a second link in the description. Nat gas. I think Europe said something about it today, but still been killed since by Dunius. He said, no more natural gas and fuck your stove. Okay? We're not going to import. We're not going to export anymore. We're done with that. Okay? There's no room for that anymore. We ain't got time to do none of that. All right? That's me. I'm the last one. I'm the last one at 56. Oh, come on. Bullshit. One went through at 56. I was supposed to be the last one. I waited my turn. I'll be waiting on my moment. Tired of living everything, like everything's all right. SPY getting a candle here. Yeah, and I got the option chain up. Yeah, SPY, little green shoot. 4 minutes till they snaked me. You saw that, right? I'm the last one. I'm number 1. My order is still open. And then one came through, and it wasn't me. Oh, can you guys not see? You can't even see it because the wire. Look, that's me. I'm number 1. And it won't go through. They filled one right ahead of me. Nonsense. My goodness. You're number 1 in the Chad's heart. Oh, my gosh. A 55? Really? Nah, 55 came through? Scammers, bro. Metaphor. It is nutty. That's why I'm shorting it. We're just going to give, again, if we get any upside from Google or anything, but then again, just like, we're just going to make sure we don't lose. That's all. And I like the $1,000 upside to it, just in case. Because again, even if if the option went up like $200-$300, you'll make like $150 off of it, and then again, zero risk at all. They're gonna fill me eventually, and then right when they fill me, it's gonna shoot up to 65. VTL, AXP is going up, so again, we might get a little bit more juice on that. That one would be nice. And then those PayPals are up 50%. Like I told you, STLD, that one kind of came out of nowhere. And bonds are holding up. SPY just wicked into a new high, then came down. Yeah, new 52 week, new SPY, all-time high, new everything. I'm trying to ghetto spread my meta play. That's the only thing we're doing. Otherwise, we've covered all the earnings plays. We went over a butterfly for Microsoft. 493, remember, 4931 to 32. That's kind of the price we're waiting on. They really are not going to just somebody. And it shows percentage. That's start of the day, yeah. And Nike's running up 104.25. And again, Steel Dynamics. Dynamic. Dramatic. Again, you just hit the high and wick down. Bonds are staying chill. Where's the dollar? Dollar finally came down a little bit. It's a very interesting name for the long term. I think almost everybody has something from Nike in their closet. Is there anybody that doesn't own anything of Nike? That is the question. Is there anybody out there who has never owned a Nike product? I don't. You quit. No, like you've never owned it? Really? You don't have like a Nike, like a sock? You have zero Nikes? Not like shoes. I'm saying like any, you don't have like a rubber. You never bought a Lance Armstrong wristband? Mm-hmm. Not since the 90s? Yeah, but you bought. I don't know. I feel like everyone's capping. Yeah, I don't know. I'm kind. You ain't have a Live Strong bracelet. That was 99 cents. You had socks once. Everybody had a Live Strong bracelet. Stop it. And then y'all found out he took steroids, and all of a sudden you ain't Live Strong no more. You have 15 of them? That's excessive, sir. I had every color, not just the yellow one. Now it's the Bass Pro Shop. I don't think that's a equatable replacement. One was like a cancer bracelet, all that. You like, nah, now I got Bass Pro Fishing. Did you know Bass Pro, like Bass Pro Shop, is like equated with like an extremist store? I think I read something on that. So like depending on what you purchase at Bass Pro Fishing, you are considered an extremist. I know, I don't make the rules up. This is based off of purchasing codes. Fish Strong. I remember the power balance ones. How did somebody buy 5 of these and they didn't buy mine? I was waiting there. This is bullshit. I'm waiting in line patiently. What do you mean 5 of these sold? This is bullshit. You can't believe everything you read. I think this was from congressional members, so you could go look it up. But I don't. Maybe I described it the wrong way. But I feel you too. You see, someone sent me some Joe Rogan video, and it was showing like pictures of people protesting, and it was only 2 people, and they're like the war on the narrative. Damn it, they scare me on those metas. I still haven't sold it yet, so we might have to wait now. You sent me that, did you? Someone sent me, I think it was yesterday. I saw it like right before I went to bed, and I was like, oh man, I hope I don't have any weird dreams. And then what was my dream about? I think I had a dream like telling like YouTubers about Jesus, and then they didn't like it, and then they did like it. I've been having weird ass dreams lately, man. I don't know what's been going on. What's up, GR? How you doing? And new core, that one's still running all day. So SPY coming down. Meta even dropped too. I guess I was a couple of seconds too late. Smoke more weed. Don't you not have dreams if you smoke weed? But I feel like I had dreams when I smoked weed. I don't know. I like dreams though. I think it's probably one of the most entertaining things of my night. I feel like it's like every night I get to watch a movie. And it's dope. And it's just so random. Like, it's crazy. Dude, some of these dreams are nuts, man. I don't when I smoke, and if I don't, I have nightmares. Like, is it always bad? You never, like, sometimes my dreams are just weird, bro. I'm telling you. Like, I've had weird-ass dreams. They're just weird. None of them. I had one really creepy one, but, like, it wasn't, like, dude, what happened? Somebody, like, I wanted food, and then it was, like, a truffle pasta, but then it had, like, humans in it. And I was like, nah, man. But then I was like, I don't know. I kind of want to try it. It freaked me out. And then my sister worked at the place that made it, and I was like, oh, I don't know about this. It was fucking with me. Oh, yeah, that was a weird dream. I'm telling you, I've had the craziest dreams. Here's our two real. No, mine are totally unrealistic. I got the most unrealistic ass dreams. That's why I like it, because it's like a ridiculous movie. I'm like, who produced this? This is insane. Earnings are coming out right after the bell. So in about 23 minutes. Some, I think Microsoft may take a little bit. Yeah, I did watch that airplane movie of them eating. That's literally what my girlfriend said. I was like, where did this dream come from? She's like, didn't you just watch that movie? I'm like, yeah, but still. I don't know why STLD had a big pop, but that play has time too. So if that one wants to go crazy, maybe we get hooked up on it. But 5%, they got those options awoke. Following a temporary hiatus prompted by the conflict involving Hamas, Saudi Arabia has resumed defense talks with the U.S. I didn't do a Starbucks play. I think the strike prices for 2 standard deviations would have been 82 or 83, and then 105 on the call side. But I didn't make the play. Most of that comes from streaming and reading people's posts. But nah, I told you the other day, bro, I had a dream. I was in Chicago. I've never been to Chicago, but I knew it was Chicago in my dream. And then, like, I was walking into, like, this house. It was, like, a sketchy house. And I had a backpack on. And then they were about to, like, kill me. And they were getting hella sketched out. And then, like, what's in the bag? And I showed them the bag. And then it was books. And then they were pleasantly surprised. And then we started reading books together. And then they, like, gave me a pass. And, like, we were chill. Yeah, but, like, nobody brought that up, bro. I've never seen any scenario like that in the Chad. So that was, again, like I said, these are ridiculous concepts. But that's why I love dreams. That was a crazy dream, though, bro. It was terrifying at first. And then I was like, oh, that was a great surprise. We pump it up at 5,000 now. You may have missed the prior pump it ups. They won't fill my options no more. Oh. Satan 5,000. No. My goodness. You ever have dreams about speaking or seeing God? Nah. I think God just knows I'm already crazy and I'd take him too literal. So he don't give me those. Thank God, because I'd be like, bro, I had the dream. You know, the moment I do, though, I'm probably going to act on it and become a religious zealot. But still. But for now, we good. We good. I have not experienced that. AXP, do it. What's the other one? Where's Disney and PayPal? When Spy came back down. Thermal Fisher. Apple, AM, Diesel. You have dreams of Jesus. He's always surrounded by gold and white light. I feel very safe in love. It's something I try to replicate when I meditate. That's dope. That sounds really odd. It sounds, as long as it's peaceful, that sounds really dope. It's probably like a peaceful, fearful, like awe-inspiring. That's dope. Are we playing any earnings? Yes, we are, but we've already gone over them. There's only 20 minutes left. We spent about like an hour and 20 minutes going over every single one. So we have ran out of the time for earnings. We'll go over them on the watch list, but y'all need to be here tomorrow or get you the damn stream alerts. If you pay premium or pay attention, that's it, man. NFL says playoff set record with 38.5 million viewers per game. Man, I thought it was more for the conference game. Wasn't it like 50 million? That's it. Bro, even the Super Bowl, they were talking about it today. The Super Bowl is so expensive, and they don't know if it's because of Vegas or if it's because of Taylor Swift. Y'all realize the women watch NFL now because of Taylor, and now the prices are going up. You got Taylor Swift women inflation. Super Bowl is like 10 grand. It's like 8 for the ticket, 9 for the ticket, 1,000 for the hotel room. Bro, it's insane. Taylor tax. Usher, man, Usher ain't doing that. Y'all had Usher since 2002. Taylor, that's it. The Kansas City Swifts. That's what it is now versus the San Francisco Pelosi's. That's all it is. That's the only thing I can think of. You don't have to call. It's okay, girl. I'm gonna be Taylor Swift. Brought to you by Pfizer. What is Pfizer? Pfizer. Come on, Pfizer. You look a week out there. Come on. Bets on Temu. Dude, Temu got started from the last Super Bowl. I can't wait. I wonder if they're going to do... There's a good chance they do the same commercial, which makes it even funnier. But I wonder if they're going to try to switch it up. They were like, shop like an American. No, shop like... Yeah, like a Bill Baker, like a Bidenomics. Brought to you by Bidenomics.com. Huh? Temu. Mo. No, Pinduoduo owns Temu. Was that the one that changed the channel? Wasn't that? I think that was 2 years ago. That was during the crypto era. So like 2 years ago it was crypto commercials. Last year, I think the Temu one was good. I like the commercial. Which one was it? It was like the EV commercial that was making jokes about Viagra. I thought that one was funny. Whirlpool or Airbnb leaps? I think Whirlpool's cheaper. Airbnb leaps are expensive. So again, I've even had Airbnb leaps expire worthless, or they lost, even though they were in the money. So you got to watch out for that break even. That's the only issue. How would I have 500 upside if I spread the meta? What do you mean? So if you had the 475 and you sold the 480, if the stock went to 480, this contract would be worth $500, and then you would lose on the 480. So anything, and again, even if it went up dollar by dollar, you'd keep making money on the 475. Your max gain is the difference between the two contract prices. So 475 to 480 is $5 a share, $500 max gain. Bro, banks all day. Literally 7 hours of banks on the highs. Today it started off a little slow, but then it got crazy. And then now we got even more earnings. And then tomorrow's going to be even crazier. Oh, that's where it gets nuttier. JP Morgan, new all-time high, 176. Things putting in work, bro. Let it work, habibi. I would like if Airbnb came back today, you know. Let Airbnb do good. And we got non-farms on Friday, right? So we'll see, man. And then you still got Amazon, Apple, Meta earnings. Everybody in the fun bunch. Be a very good time for the people. Oh, Amazon. The Amazons are expensive. It's okay, girl. Okay, I'm doing one more play. I did a very cheap Amazon play. Kind of like the metas. And my logic is based off of Microsoft. So if they have good cloud. Amazon shares are just near all-time highs. I went with a very cheap play. Did y'all like the video? I gave you every play without even demanding a like. I need like 85 likes. Maybe just get this thing up to 1,500. You got a couple of minutes. 10-minute rig, bro. I don't know where y'all been at, man. It's okay, girl, 'cause I'm gonna need your light tonight. Oh, there you go. There y'all were holding those likes, bro. That's it. We only need 20 more, baby. Now we only need 20 more. Run it up, baby. I'll spill the tea, man. I'm more than willing. I'm just throwing little $10, $20 plays everywhere, bro. I'm like a $20 leprechaun. It's kind of annoying. Ooh! Oh, after me, Lucky Charm, bro. Okay, I'm sorry. Anyways. Yeah. So you'll see. Nah, there's a stream alert. You didn't get a stream alert? You should have got a stream alert, bro. It's a cheap one. It's a cheap one. Ooh, I'm just a little duende. Anyways, not a recommendation. You will lose money. I grabbed a next week Amazon 190. The two standard deviations are 180. So I grabbed one for 20 cents. That's it. Simple. If Microsoft Azure hits, they'll go up. That'll be our two standard. If not, you're going to lose 20 bucks. And then if Microsoft Azure does bad, we could find cheap earnings plays tomorrow. I have faith. It's very small, man. Again, I wanted those Amazon. I was going to buy those Amazons when I bought the Meta, and they were up, and I was like, oh, wait, and then they went up 100%. So, honest, I would have went to the 180s, but those were literally just at $20 not too long ago. So, be careful. Small play. Small play. You don't have to call. Good luck. Yeah, those are better, way better. Closer to the money, the way better on Amazon. Because, again, Amazon doesn't really move too much. But we'll see. Again, if you get a cloud boost in micro, should be good. Yeah, I'm still in those Pfizers, though. Those are up for a little bit. You had like 30, 40%, and then now they are clapped. I guess they're only down like 3 cents, but that's still like 30% down now. $13 though, so risk very small. All right, man. And that's it. And then earnings right around the corner. At least bonds held up too. That's actually kind of crazy. They wanted to die with the Jolts. They got to get a little higher here. We return home. They'll fill this gap. And then again, that's all going to be on pow. That's going to be crazy. Yeah, wait till they already got 10-minute rig. Not anything too nutty. We'll wait for the final 5. You got any pre-market movers? AXP still going up. STLD. So that plays finally came back. TMO, you actually got a bid. Damn. So TMO, you could almost get 50% right now on the bid. So if you want to sell the TMOs early, that's on you. Bid's kind of fumbling around here. It was just at 65. So a little less than 50%. Intels are trashed. PayPal right below 50%. The matches went up too, match.com. So a little bit. Is that the put? No, the calls went up even though the stock went lower. Any earnings? Tomorrow we're going to have a lot of data. You got ECI, Employment Cost Index, then you have Jerome Powell, and then the Treasury refunding. So tomorrow is probably going to be the biggest day of the month, the last day. You don't want the exposure with Google. The Googles are up $4 if you want to exit the Google. Where's Googly Woogly? So you're up $4 on the puts, down $2 on the call. You could walk away with $2.50. I don't know if you could ghetto spread it. And they're not letting me ghetto spread the damn Meta unless I do a cheaper play. But I feel like I'm being scammed. Scammers, bro. There was even another order for 56. I don't know what I did to bother these people. They won't let me have my profit in my village. They just widen up the spreads. Honeywell on the high. Honeywell's ripping, actually. It's been up all day. And SPY getting a little bit of a red. Oh, Meta dropping too. Hot dog. Prepping early. It's all good, baby. As long as you here, man. As long as you here. The puts ain't moving. Nothing's moving. You're just widening the spreads. I'm holding match. Yeah, we made that play. You got gains. Some of these, again, always, usually, the pre-earnings, they start to move. So it's up to you, my friend. It is up to you. Speak now or forever hold your peace. You got to make a decision. $54. VJet on the high. Honeywell really ripping. Bonds coming up here, too. So end of the day, PSX, don't they have earnings tomorrow morning? All right. It might be time, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. I hope you have a wonderful day. I hope it gets better after hours. We're going to find out some of the biggest companies in the world. A couple of $1 trillion mega caps report after the bell. But to make sure you have a good day I need to give you a warning. We have a new guy coming on. He's very loud on the speakers, and it gets very irritating to some. Has even led to medical issues. We've had reports of bleeding eardrums, hemorrhaging, hernias, diarrhea, hemorrhoids. I'm telling, bleeding and pus out of the eyeballs. I'm telling you, the list goes on. So I want to make sure you're good. Even herpes and dormant BBB, you got to watch out. So when I say earmuffs, that is your warning to protect your ears. If you are sensitive or prone to any of these issues that are caused by loud noises, when I say earmuffs, that is your warning to protect yourself. You understand? So hopefully you have a good day. You guys have been such a great audience. I want to make sure you're safe and sound. And we're going to have earnings right here after the bell. So I'll be right back here in a second. But when I say earmuffs, that is your signal to mute your speakers. Sound good? Sound good? Good. All right. All righty. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're making our final approach. As we make our final approach, you guys are holding on to any bags. Please throw them in the overhead bins above or firmly beneath your seats. We'll be coming through the aisles with the trash bag if you'd like to dispose of those bags. But as we make this final approach, we're going to be landing here into the second link terminal. Second link terminal in description. That's going to be your nightly watch list of main channel layover around 4 p.m. Pacific time. Then we're going to be taking off promptly around 6 a.m. out of sunny San Diego, California. So we make this final approach into San Diego International Airport. It's about 72 degrees and sunny. Looking like a good day unless you thought FFIV would go up 1,000%, but then they cucked you in the morning and now it went negative even though it should have been up 1,000%. But good news is we are no longer under COVID guidelines, so no masks are required until the election. So all we ask is that you exit one row at a time and drop a GG on your way out. As always, we appreciate you guys' business. If you're interested in your Call Rapid Awards program card, please flag down your flight attendant, and we'll get you that as soon as possible. As always, thank you for flying with the coat, and hopefully have a wonderful evening. Chatadonia, it's time to bring it home. You gotta wrap it up, my brethren and my sisters. You don't have much time remaining. You actually have 1 minute! Go, 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 go! Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, it's time to wrap it up. Bring it home. Finalize those plays. Speak now or forever hold your peace, okay? Options, if it's earnings, you got a couple that went up pre-market or at the earnings. You got to make it up. Google, Alphabet, Starbucks, Microsoft, AMD. What are you going to do? You got to wrap it up. Shares, futures. You got data in the morning. You got Powell tomorrow. You got to make up your mind right now. And you have less than 5 seconds remaining. My goodness. 3, 2, 1. Ding 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 ding. Oh, Horna. Let's go, baby. Yo, I think Google's already out. Hold on, I need my GGs in the chat. Let me double check, baby. You better drop your GGs. Google already took a dump right at the bell. Hold on. Hold on, did Google come out? No, it's not even out. They just wanted to drop. Oh my goodness, I need that GG before the earnings drop. Let's go, baby. Get them in now. Get them in now, man. That's it. Google already dropping a little bit. Oh, there it is. There it is. Everything's out. Everything's out. Microsoft, hold on. It just flushed through. Microsoft OEM revenue up 11. Oh, I have Meta up. It's not moving. Then hold on. Microsoft. It's a popper. It's a popper for now. Again, I don't have Google out there yet, but they're already going the other way. Microsoft OEM revenue up 11. Other revenue 43 billion. Product 18.9. Productivity 10.28. Where's the expectations? So here, you could compare it to these numbers. These are the ones you're looking at for Microsoft. That's already up 1.1 though. So more personal computing, operating income 4.29, intelligent cloud 12.46. Wait, what? Is that for two? Wait, why does that seem low? That's operating income. Okay, not total revenue. Where's the total revenue? Microsoft net 21.9. EPS 293, revenue 62 billion, estimate was 61. More personal computing 16.8 versus 16.8. Intelligent cloud 25.8 versus 25.29. Productivity 19.25 versus 19.03. Again, revenue was 62 billion, so they beat. Again, I don't know where their guidance is at. I did a little pump and dump there. So again, I don't think they miss. Remember, this company likes to move like 30 minutes later after their conference call when they start talking Azure growth numbers. So probably by the time that I am making the watch list, it'll start moving. Let's say second quarter LinkedIn revenue up 9, Intelligent Cloud 25.9. So they beat on that. They even beat the high end of guide on that. I don't know why they're getting clapped on that too much. Xbox content and services up 61, Windows OEM, and then product revenue 18.9 on the net. Not too bad. Meta's going down. Oh, damn it, Meta. NASDAQ is set to implement significant job cuts as part of restructuring. Oh, Alphabet. There's Googly. Fourth quarter EPS 164, estimate 159. Fourth quarter revenue 86.3, estimate was 85.3. So they beat as well too, but they're also getting clapped. Let's see. They did 85.3. Yeah, they literally, I don't know why they're doing bad. They're down 4, so they could still move, and they need to move another 4 down. So again, maybe our Googles will hit. Traffic acquisition costs 13.9. Ad revenue on YouTube 9.2. I think that one was in line. Other bets 657. Services was 76.38. Where were they on services? So they barely beat on services. We're advertising 65.52. They missed. They slightly. So Meta, damn it, we should have sold that ghetto spread by 1 penny. No, so they missed on ad revenue. So Snapchat and Meta might get clapped off of that. And then operating margin was 27%. Do I not have that up here? Google clapped. We need 2 more. What's our Google place? We might need a little bit more on that one. And then again, it has to stay there. Oh, we got like 130. We need $10 more on there. We need another 6%. Scammers. Microsoft report returned 8.4 to holders and share repurchasers and dividends in second quarter. Google slightly missed, and then ad revenue did come down. I don't know if people like that. Net was $20.69 billion. Where is our net? Let me see. See if we got some easy numbers. I'm having to compare it on here. Yeah, so they post EPS of 164 on 86.3 versus consensus of 160 to 85.3. So they beat on top line, but just some of their metrics were a little weaker. Starbucks, they're running right now, I think, unless that doesn't hold. So now you got Starbucks coming out, the one we burned. Oh, and they're down. So they had a little pop and lock right there on Starbucks. Let's see. Oh, I looked up the wrong one. EA dump. Did all of them just go down? Mondelez is out. Starbucks EPS of 90 cents. Adjusted was 90. Where are the expectations? So revenue $9.43 billion. Do I only have estimates? Company store, where is it? North America up 5. That was the low end. Same store sales international 7. I think they were supposed to do a little better. International fucking blew it on Starbucks. Starbucks did really bad on international. I think they were supposed to do 13%. That's a big miss. And then global same-store sales, 5. They're at the lower end, 90 cents per share EPS. AMD flushing now, too. Dude, everything just fucking, whether it missed or not, everything kind of just did bad. I don't know, is AMD even out? Let's see. AMD's not out yet. At least I don't have it. They weren't garbage. The bar was just high. Remember, all of these companies moved up like 30%. Like, I don't think Google was that bad. The ad revenue is a little bit shaky. But then again, even Google, are bonds going up on this? Yeah, even bonds are ripping more after hours on the bad news. No, just the bar was high, but everything just, it was like that one earnings a couple quarters ago. Ad revenue was bad considering everybody was there, but everything else did fine. But then Microsoft, too, I think we still got to wait for Azure, but nothing seemed too juicy. Again, all these stocks ripped up 30% in X amount of time. That's Cisco on the high? Wait, they had earnings? Oh, we had a put on them. They're going up. I don't know if Skyworks is out. And then AMD's not out yet. AMD is just kind of a victim of everybody else doing bad. Maybe AMD will be able to save you. Skyworks ran up 4. Remember, they're pricing in 5 or 6. But that one's running for now. And then Starbucks bouncing. Same source sales did awful internationally. Starbucks blew it on that one. And then JP Morgan's ripping. We'll see if Google fails, though. Again, more guidance on them, too. Both of Google and Microsoft, they come out with guidance during the conference call. LC Rocket, that was pricing in like, what, 15? I don't know if it's just tweaking out there. So there's AMD's not out yet. When does AMD come out? So let's see. Starbucks, 90 cents on revenue of 9.4 versus 94 cents on revenue of 9.6. Starbucks missed pretty on both, on top and bottom, and their other stuff. Is Starbucks back on the high, though? That's beautiful. So Starbucks literally did bad, and now they're going up. Their international sales crashed, and they are going up on that. Let's see. Microsoft. I think we already read. Oh, do they have easy numbers? Yeah. So Microsoft productivity in business, 19.25. Estimate was 18.99. Cloud was 25.88 versus 25.29. Azure growth was 28% constant currency versus 26.8. That was good. Year over year was 30 versus 27.5. Personal computing, 16.89. Versus 16.7. Gross margin 68.4 versus 68.1. So margin barely went up on the gross. Operating 43.6 versus 42.8. Operating income was 10.28 billion. Intelligent cloud 12.4 versus 11.4. Cash from operations 18.8 versus 17.6. Share repurchases 4 billion versus 5.9 expected. Ending deferred revenue 46 billion versus 44 expected. No, I don't know. I think, what's it called? Still, Microsoft just wasn't. It's analysts complaining about Azure, even though they beat and came in a little higher. Again, people have wanted 30%. So Microsoft wasn't that bad, honestly, comparatively to some of the other ones. And then Alphabet, they had 164 EPS, surpassing estimate of 54. Company achieved remarkable revenue of 86.3. I just got a bunch of headlines. Where is it? So remarkable revenue, 86.3, outperforming estimate of 70.9. Google's advertising reached 65.52, slightly below estimate of 65.8. YouTube ads revenue stood at 9.2, surpassing estimate of 9.1. Alphabet, Ruth Porat ended 23, very strong fiscal. Results with fourth quarter net consolidated revenue of 86 billion, up 13. Remain committed to our work of durable re-engineering cost base. We invest as we reinvest into growth opportunities. I'm surprised Google got murdered, but again, Starbucks is going up, and then Microsoft. Google's still down. Bro, Starbucks is ripping now. Ironically enough, bro, they didn't do that good. I'm very surprised on Starbucks. Again, they missed on EPS and on revenue. And then, to my knowledge, it looks like, I'll see if there's another number, but it looked like international sales did awful. So they did 9.4 in revenue versus 9.6. Comps were 5% versus 7.2. North America, 5 versus 5.8. North America wasn't that bad. And then international 7 versus 13. So literally, international comps came in half. Match, big candle to the downside. So again, we're at like what, 30 or 35? I think we're at 30. Match is just, it look a little choppy. Match adjusted EPS was 81 cents. Estimate was 53. Revenue 866 versus 861. They see revenue 850 to 860. Estimate was 869. So they're a little bit lower. And then 24 revenue 3.57 to 3.67. Yeah, it could be because Starbucks was lagging. Or maybe people thought the U.S. would have done better. So U.S. only went down by 0.8. But then internationals where they did really bad on. Microsoft didn't seem that bad. I think Microsoft is trading at a very high valuation. So Microsoft's starting to come back up. I think Google wasn't that bad as well, too. Again, ads missed by 300 million, but I think it was still a very high number. Why are we acting they weren't going to miss international? Because that was their highest growth. When that earnings where they popped up, it was on them saying international was coming back. I think Starbucks' margins did a little bit better. Very surprising. Amazon dropping now. That's probably off of Microsoft. So if Microsoft don't go back up and then Amazon, it could be Azure. But Microsoft is just holding break even. Shout out to Iron Condors. Amazon getting it. In second quarter, recorded costs related to decisions for Microsoft, including employee severance. Quarterly revenue Intelligent Cloud was 25.9 and increased 20%. So maybe that's why Amazon's going down. Lending Club, in addition, oh yeah, there it is. Those are the ones I just read you. Microsoft quarterly revenue and more personal computing was 16.9 and increased 19%. I think all Iron Condors would have hit, especially for Googly. But Googly might die here. I don't know. Again, you're going to have to see that conference call. SYK up 3.6 following earnings beat across the board. Stryker, yeah, that's good when it has it on the first candle. Starbucks going up, man. I think that one got a lot of people. I think it was lagging, and then America didn't do that bad. Their bigger market. I think Match came out. They beat a little bit, but then their guide was slightly below. And then I don't know about their yearly guidance. I would add Google. You get the voting shares, I think. Yeah, I have the full year revenue guide, but I don't know how it compares for Match. Microsoft running now. I got 2 matches up here. Maybe I'll start a fire. Yeah, again, Microsoft, it seemed pretty good. I think it's everybody probably complaining about Azure, but now it's right back up. But you're only up not even 1%. So unless they really guide up on that conference call, I think it's going to cuck. Because again, they have had a stellar run so far. AMD. Dizzle. AMD is out. What do we got? Oh. Adjusted EPS, 77 cents. Gross margin was 47. How does that stack up? Oh, whoa. Gross margin? No. I don't know if that's non-GAAP. EPS of 41 cents. What were they expecting? 71 cents? Net revenue, $667 million. That one doesn't look good. Adjusted EPS, 77. Okay, they met there. Non-adjusted was bad. So revenue 6.2, estimate was 6.1, R&D 1.51, estimate was 152, operating 23, estimate was 23.2. Their gross margin was awful, not the adjusted. And then CapEx 139, estimate was 120. Not bad, I think in line. Oh, that one's in line. No, it was the non-adjusted. Dude, they have really bad non-adjusted numbers. So if you look at the non-adjusted or like at the money, it's pretty bad. They see revenue, 5.1 to 5.7. Estimate was 5.7. So they widened the lower range of their guidance. Maybe a sandbag. Yeah, guidance is the only thing not good. Otherwise, everything was in line. Yep, I think you got a cuckaroony on all of them. So non-adjusted is just like raw numbers. Adjusted is dependent. You know, they may have factors. They say that, you know, follow and highlight their core business better. So they have adjustments to give you a better idea of how they're performing. They're just Wall Street effery. But again, we've been doing that for decades now. So don't act surprised now. Starbucks sales growth slows at cafes. Even after the maple chicken. Yeah, is Microsoft 3? So yeah, no, it's AMD revenue 5.4 plus or minus 300 million. So that's 5.1 to 5.7. So they said 5.1 plus or minus. AMD did come out. They beat slightly on every metric, and then guidance was a little softer. But they just gave a range to it. So honestly, nothing too crazy. Everything kind of, I mean, we'll see with Powell, but maybe Amazon and Apple. But if anything, they're just growing into their earnings move. That's all. Remember, all of these companies, even in the last week, have gone up 10, 20%. Even Microsoft. So you know what I'm saying? You already had the earnings move. They're all reporting in line, and now they all would have been great iron condors. Match beat, but then their guidance was a little bit lower. So they're not even down near where they were pricing in. Everything was a cuck. Starbucks is still holding up. You said Starbucks is dystopian? What? It's coffee. Maybe if it was like drinking like metal. I've never heard Starbucks being dystopian. That's a good one. Would I add Match to the long term? No, I have a girlfriend. You know what I'm saying? I don't. The last time I've been on a dating app was probably 10 years ago, I assume. And like even then, like I don't know. Like I think you can meet hotter girls in person because of iPhones. Everybody's too scared to talk to them. So I don't know. I think it'll be around though. I do think online dating is the future, unless AI girlfriends take over. No, my girlfriend hasn't been with me for 10 years. She's been with me for 3 years now, which is wicked anytime I say it out loud. Even my one homie we were talking about, he's like, just marry her. And I'm like, dude, what the... It's like you all had a talk with my mom or something. Y'all need to calm down. I need to calm down. Is that it? Was holding you back? I spent more time in college, bro. Calm down. What if she go cuckoo? You know, what if she like attack me and try to stab me in the middle of the night? I don't know that yet. It takes time to learn those things. Need 10 years minimum. I mean, that's how I judge my investments, so I don't know. Microsoft come down. Microsoft is coming down. AMD working its way back up. Starbucks still holding. Where's Googly? Googly has the highest chance of dying right now. You got to wait till the conference calls. Maybe Powell brings the bat. Well, even then, those earnings kind of, dude, they're all chilling. AMD starting to run up a little bit more. So again, AMD 76.17 billion. Estimate was 6.13. Guidance 5.4 plus or minus 300. Estimate was 5.7. So the lowest guidance was 5.4. The highest for AMD was 6.1. So they kind of disappointed there. They said data segment revenue to be flat with seasonal decline in servers offset by strong data center GPU ramp. Client embedding gaming segment are expected to decline sequentially, with semi-custom revenue expected to decline a significant double-digit. Non-GAAP gross margin 52 versus estimate of 51.4. So not bad. Everything was just at the margins, baby. At the status quo. No one really got a surprise. Netflix has been the biggest surprise so far. Out of any of those big tech companies, Netflix was the only one with like, oh my God. Everything was already in line. Yeah, this was just to kill the premiums. GG, baby. GG. So, Chattadonia. That is it. That is the day, man. That is the day. All right. AMD 170. It's remember though, AMD was pricing in 9%. I remember it was like like we were talking about. You had to go to make 100% on it at the money. You needed this thing at like 186 or like 190, I think, which is kind of crazy. All right, Chad, I think that's it. Again, it'll probably all change by the time I make the watch list. So we'll see. Maybe I might even have to do a live watch list tonight. We have Powell tomorrow, so we might need to prepare a little bit different. But, Chad, I love you all. I hope you had a great day. Thank you for being here. I will see you in the morning. We'll see where even the morning plays end up. So far, Google, I'm glad we didn't play the Starbucks, but I don't know. Upside would have been good. Y'all kept telling me the puts. So far, AMD matched Google. Nothing there. And then we'll see TMO and NVO, but I'll get you some in the morning tomorrow. I'm going to get you some watch lists. Jerome Powell tomorrow. I love you all. But before I go, this song comes out tonight. So if you guys go to Uncle Answer Spotify, even on your Apple Music, even on your YouTube, you will get this. You can now bump this in the gym, baby. Let's go.
The whole idea of spiritual warfare is not what you think. Watch something like The Exorcist. Spiritual warfare is much more subtle, and it's much more tricky.
It's a call, baby. Yeah. It's a letter to the people. I'm penning it like I'm Paul. It don't matter about the evil, it matter about the God. It don't matter about the weapons, it matter about how you armed. All that matters is the weather, when weather to bet the farm. I ain't gotta see it to believe it. If it's signing and it's needed, then my eyes don't need a reason. I won't even try to explain it unless it say I got a feeling. I'm gonna sing my praise like David, but the king is still a killer. Listen up and go and get the tropes. Hope you know you ain't scared of them, they scared of you. And I know you might be scared to take that point of view. You see them arrows in my back? Yup, son, that's gonna happen too. But the harvest on the way, you gon' barter every day. That means you have to make a trade, either life or it's the grave. The result will not remain, every day will bring a change. Kinda funny and it's strange how the hope will pave the way. You hearing what I say? The only difference between you and them comes down to faith. There's a difference in the man who believes in a better day. Cause once you believe it's past, you willing to wilt away. We was never willing to be the same. We want it all in the long run, they want it all today. My father is really awesome, don't bother with giving snakes. Regardless, I can't control it, so either way, giving thanks. Yep, you could take that one to the bank. A leader without a rank, a speaker without a face, a people without a race. They eating without a taste, they scheming without a safe. The meanings have been replaced. Another time, another place, we could talk about it. Keep some oil in them lamps, don't get caught without it. Want them once, want them twice, they never talk about it. If you never get a second chance, then that ain't meant to happen. What I understand is you ain't trying to understand. Take 100 grand, then 100 undergrads. Pay them all to make a plan, but they couldn't comprehend what it means to never die, but somehow still be born again. It's a letter to the people, I'm penning it like I'm Paul. It don't matter about the evil, it matter about the God. It don't matter about the weapons, it matter about how you armed. All that matters is the weather, when weather to bet the farm.
That's it. You get it tonight. Tonight, baby. Pacific for 9 p.m. for the Pacific people. East Coast. I don't know. Do you guys stay up till 12? Do the East Coast, y'all stay up till 12? You get to wake up at 9, though. If I got to wake up at 9, bro, oh, my God. I don't know what to do when I wake up at 9. That comes out tonight. You'll be able to jam it in the gym. Y'all stay up till 12? Oh, y'all crazy. But you get to wake up at 9, though. So you blessed, bro. You blessed. Match? Why did it do this thing? What the hell? What the heaven? What the plenty of fish? Anyways, man, we'll see. We'll see. That's it, Chattadonia. Enjoy the day. I will see you on the watch list. Enjoy the uncle. God bless all of you. That is the day, man. We made it, so enjoy it. Thank you again for being here. Everybody that held it down, man. I love y'all. Thank you for showing love to all the other Chads. Thank you for your time as well, too. I already told you the books, man. Richest Man in Babylon, Proverbs New Living Translation, and The Strangest Secret in the World. And don't forget why we're here, why we keep going, why that faith, hope, and love ain't ever going out of style, and why we won't let the logic kill the passion, baby. Roll the window down. Let something in as well as the logic, baby. Why, baby? Why? Finger to the sky, baby. To God be the glory, and through the grace of God alone. Amen. Amen. So, Chattadonia, I love you. God bless you. Have a wonderful evening. Enjoy it. I'll see you in a little bit, God willing, and in the AM. And get ready. It's Powell tomorrow. I got to go. I don't know, man. Maybe I got to give you a quick watch list or something. It's Powell tomorrow. We got to get ready. I got to make sure I have my baritone. Anyway, I got to go. Have a word. Peace out. See you later. Have a good day. Good morning. Good evening. Whatever time it is. Look, you're going to enjoy your day. Make a lot of biodynamics working well. Anyway, I'll see you later. Bye. Exactly. Now, Joshua, if there's plenty of fish and you match with the fish, how does that still work? Does that mean you keep going fishing? Why are we talking about fish anyways? Is it ironic? Why do they call it Fisher Price? Does a Disney executive come up with this? Exactly. I reclaim my time. Have a wonderful evening. Goodbye.